I'm just going to check. Come on, Twitch. It's a bit slow. Yes, okay. Just going to say hello and good evening, everybody in chat. Okay, there's nobody there just yet, so it's just us, which is even better. We can just start talking.
Hello.
Yeah, it's just going to be us having a wonderful conversation. Here we are. I'm going to show a little bit of the screen now. If you oh, hello there and welcome, Lizard of the Woods. So good to have you here. Welcome everybody to the stream. Tonight I have a very special, wonderful stream for you. I'm joined here tonight by two lovely ladies. Hello there, Hayden. So good to have you. Look there, a friendly face, everyone. Lots of friendly faces, I'm hoping. Yes, I am joined here. Good evening there, Toad. Good to have you by Cheetytarah and Sorries. And we're here to talk about fantastic creatures. Please give them all a wonderful warm welcome. Yeah, so how do we go about this? Very easy. We just talk, have a wonderful conversation. And I think we wanted to start with you, Cheetytarah, and maybe you can tell me, where do you want to go first?
We could go to the Netch first if you like.
Oh,
It's in the
perfect.
Moonsugar Meadow.
Oh, wonderful. I love that one. It's so cute. It's the Moonsugar Meadow, right?
Yes, I'll go to it now if you want to travel.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and do the little jumpy thing. Yeah, and when we are there, I do have a few little questions for you, of course. And we'll just see how all the things go, and everybody else in the audience, we might take a little break midstream or so, just so that everybody can visit the facilities and get refreshed, and maybe another cup of coffee or tea or something of the same accord. I'm going there too now. Going to the Moonsugar Meadow. I've not seen this one. I've only seen a screenshot of it, and I was always curious.
I couldn't remember if you'd been to this one.
I've not been to this one. I would remember it. I'm sure I would remember it. Oh, look, everybody. Oh, look.
I'll try and stay out the way.
No, you can't be in the way. It's your house. It's your house. You can jump around, tell me where to go, and say, oh, you're missing something. Stop right here. Yes, we will find out all the secrets, Hayden, all the secrets of the creature making. Yes, look. Oh my, you've changed so much here. Look, everybody, the entree looks nothing like the entree. We would have, I mean, we do have a little bit of the bridge here, of course, but everything, oh, you changed everything. Oh, I love this.
Yeah, I don't use add-ons, so I couldn't really properly cover up the entry. I know you can with add-ons. It's like probably a reason to get them, but yeah.
Hello there, Mavis. Mavis, welcome. Yeah, that's something that I want to highlight, everybody. So Cheetytarah came over from Xbox, and so no add-ons whatsoever are being
Just
used.
me.
Just you, just using all the tools that you have available from vanilla, right?
Yeah, just what I done on Xbox.
Mm. So tell me, how did you get into housing in ESO? If you don't mind me asking, I will meander a
It
bit
was
around.
actually it was when we got one of the free houses. It was the Somerset Sidget Villa.
Ah,
And like I had an Autumn's Gate before that, where I just like stuck a couple of storage chests in there, but really wasn't considering housing at all. I was like, no, that just sounds like more money. It's just microtransactions. I'm not doing that. And then we got the big free house, and I was like, whoa. And so I started actually learning the furnishing plans and just playing about, and realised that
oh,
I love. So I'm a big fan of when they do the free houses because it does get people into housing. I think it certainly did for me anyway.
oh, this is perfect. I love this.
I do agree on more free houses.
More free
Yeah, that's what we want.
houses. Do you hear
That's
that?
what we want.
I
Yes,
think for
please.
me, it's like I think big crowns houses are very expensive, and I don't buy crowns. They only have like crowns for contest codes or giveaways or um those two. And I like a free house so much because then I don't feel guilt when I completely cover it up.
I love
But if
that.
I
Yeah,
buy
I
a crown
storage as
house
well.
with my saved ESO plus codes, like I need to like use what makes it special, you know?
Ah,
But like
yeah.
a free house, like you could just my uh Grand Pacific Villa only has like the original waterfall fall, and the rest is like all covered up. And I can because it was free.
Yeah, and
No
that's it.
guilt there.
Right here. I had it on Xbox, but not here. So yeah.
Oh, but that's awesome. I really love that a free house got you into housing and it
Mhm.
stuck to you. This is awesome. Also, Mev says hi to you, Cheety. Tara, just specially to you. So good to have you all in chat, everybody. It's so good to have you. And also, I want to thank the two lovely ladies here with me tonight, showing me around, talking to me about all the wonderful things. It really means a lot. And I really love that you're here, showing me around and telling me how you guys do it all. This is so magnificent. So, what was the inspiration for this one?
It was really well. It started with a creature. I wanted to build a creature,
Ah,
um, and well, you'll see when you get to the creature. I had a lot of one item, like a lot, and I just thought, yeah, that could work. That could work, and it kind of does. And that's it, really. Like, there's not a big. I don't go in for like big stories and things about my builds. It's really about the visual for me. It's
ah,
like the end kind of creature is, the rest of it just kind of like a build around the creature sort of thing.
I see.
Um,
Oh, look,
I'm not
everybody.
much of a storyteller.
You know, I think you're saying that now, but wait until you get into it.
Yeah,
I'm,
maybe.
because
Maybe.
I
We'll
think you will.
practice.
Also, Mev, don't worry. This is all right. I'm sure you. I mean, you have said hello to everybody before, so don't worry. It's so sweet of you to say hello to Cheetytarah in
Oh, thank
particular. It's very very sweet.
I can't actually see the chat right now, so I'm not trying to be rude. So I'm really sorry. I can't see it.
Oh, look, everybody, this is so cute. Oh, I want to go boop your. Doesn't Netch have a nose? It must have a nose, right? Because how else am I supposed to boop the nose then? So, right, you wanted to design a creature here, and this is how you went about. So, going about it, and you're not using add-ons. This is so magnificent. I love this.
See, I don't even know if add-ons would have helped for like the tentacles. They were quite hard to get right.
Yeah,
I don't know if an add-on would have helped with that. You know.
like I only use like add-ons for like structure stuff because
Yeah, I get
you
that.
can't really use them for figurative stuff. Only if
Mhm.
there are parts that maybe need to be copied. Let's say you need like two identical wings or something, then you
Oh,
could like copy paste them. Like you still have to make the first one, but then you don't need to like put in the effort for the second one.
That does sound good.
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes complete sense. But, oh, look, everybody. Just look. How long did it took you to design this one?
Took quite a while because I had to keep rebuilding it because it just, it was like the shape of it was all wrong and all sorts. So I can't remember how many times I rebuilt it. I think it was about 3.
Wow.
Like that.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, this
And of
is...
course, trying different items, because like the items you end up using, or for me anyway, is never what I intended to use. Like, you always have to try something else to make it work, I find. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
No, I think there's a lot of validity in it because sometimes, I mean, you do see an item either in ESO fashion. Everybody knows, of course, the wonderful, glorious website with a beautiful, magnificent catalog where you can peruse around. Or you look at the editor, right? When you are in a house, you can have a look at everything in the purchase editor, I think. And at, you can have a look, but at the same time, it doesn't tell you if it's going to fit with what you have in mind, right? And so you kind of still need to fiddle around a little bit.
Yeah, I always say there's a lot of trial and error in making creatures, maybe in making anything, to be honest, but I find for creatures, like, there's a lot of trying out things.
Oh, this is so cute, everybody. Everybody, you must come here, visit. Bring all your friends. This is a large plot. You can bring all your friends here. There's room. Can boop all the wonderful tentacles. And the lighting here is so nice. How did you do this? I'm so curious. How?
Just a lot of mushrooms, really. Just trying to hide the fact that it's an elsewhere with mushrooms and
You
rocks.
can make like anything out of mushroom.
Yes.
Yeah, you use a lot of mushrooms, don't you, as well? Like
I
the
love
glowy
mushrooms.
ones?
I still need to use the pink one. I can't believe I still haven't made anything out of those yet.
Yeah, the pink ones are nice. I love the colour.
Oh, just look, everybody. And this is also such a large creature. You know, I think in the screenshot, because I did see the screenshot of it, it does look large, but at the same time, it is a bit deceiving, the screenshot, because look, everybody. I mean, you can see the lovely ladies there in the background and see just the dimensions of this one is so large. And you have used all 700 slots here too. This is a very nice piece.
And it's so high up, I had to build, like, the scaffolding was quite extreme. Because I don't have, obviously, the magic carpet. So it was like, yeah, planks everywhere.
Oh, right. Oh, of course. You.
Up there,
Oh my
that's it.
goodness. Then that was a real construction site. So you had to build the creature first and then everything else around, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to do this.
Yeah, this one was definitely the creature first, then the environment came second. Sometimes I'll do it the other way around. But yeah, this was creature first.
And the moon sugar was your first choice or maybe a second choice?
No, I did want to do it here. Just because
Ah,
it's such a great house, because it's just open land, really, and it's got water. I know that people say the water's not very nice because it's all brown, but I don't know, I don't tend to mind it. I think it's okay.
no, I don't mind it either. It's such a wonderful place, and I've seen such wonderful builds here as well. Like people have, I mean, just to mention, Yumiji has done the Holy Snail also in a Moon Sugar Meadow. Is a
They would
very
make so much money if they just let us buy more moon sugar.
yes.
I mean, even the name references like magical cocaine. You know, it's like cocaine for housers to have like this open field to build in. Because like, I want to use moon sugar again, but I already have a full build there that I'm not going to remove. So now I just can't.
Yeah, they need to give us duplicates of the same house, don't they? That would be really good.
I mean, you kind of have with the 2 servers, but that's just it, right? It's not enough. Did you hear that, Zos? It's not enough. Please, more. Just please more. There's a very sweet comment I should read to you. Hayden says, items are so nicely placed that the creature's legs look seamless and the creature looks relaxed and in nature. Look at that, Cheetytarah. Isn't that
Thank
sweet?
you. Thank you, Hayden. You are too nice. You're too nice. Yeah, I was going for like floaty.
Oh,
Because that's what netches do, don't they? They're floaty. So
they are floaty.
I'm glad
Yes,
it works. I'm
indeed.
glad it's gonna gives that look.
They are so floaty indeed. This is so fun. Look, everybody. Hello, little one. Yeah, Toad agrees. Another empty plot. That is not in a Daedric realm. You know, um, some designers like to go for specific plots because of the sky or the water or other environments. So I think,
Yeah, I'm a sucker for this guy. Like my favorite
Yeah,
house
like
probably is the Doomchar. I just love it.
it can be completely empty. It just needs to have a good sky.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
I hate that. Like I got the shadow house for the sky, but like I'm stuck on deciding how I can cover up all the background trees and stuff because I want to do like a modern build there. I
mm.
just want flat land. Like I live in a flat country, so give me flat land, nice sky.
Yeah, because we don't have to
Uh,
use so many slots to cover up buildings and things, which are always
yeah.
lovely looking. But if it's not what you want in your build, then it's just annoyance. You know, it's a pest.
Because they have to rely on Cold Harbor rock to cover things up
Yeah.
instead of, just having some nice, delicate sky.
Yeah. And Toad is also mentioning that the background noise, the sound in Doomchar Plateau drives him potty.
Oh,
Um,
I quite like it. Like I said, it's not going to work for every build, I suppose, but I do quite like it. I'm building in there just now on EU, and it's a
oh.
kind of creepy one. It's a creepy creature, hopefully.
Ooh.
So I just love that house, and I'm so excited that I can do two of them because of the EU and NA. Obviously, it's great.
Yeah, this is yeah, and I think that's you're not the only people I know that build on both servers, which is to me is like wow. Just even doing it on one server is it takes me places. I'm like, yeah, I can't imagine doing it on two realms. Just the leveling effort and the farming effort and achievements, all of it. It's just it's such a huge
Hard to build
effort.
up. Yeah, definitely. Like just learning furnishing plans and things like that, and obviously
Hmm.
making money as well. You know, you have to get gold all the time, no
Yeah,
matter what server you're on. So
yeah,
yeah, it takes a
because
while, but you get there.
of course, because obviously, I mean, it's we don't call it the real end game for no reason, right? So it's so pricey. It's so and this. Look at this. It is so cute. I love this so much. And no, I have not seen it. I was pretty sure I have not seen it. And I really also love that you've let a bit of the Moonsugar Meadow peek through, but you did do some landscaping as well. So it's not just a creature, everybody. It's
But
not.
like price-wise, this one shouldn't be so bad, right? Because it's mostly like clams. I'm not sure how much clams are on NA, but like even I think they're only a couple hundred gold a piece.
The
Yeah, like
clams.
the home goods vendors as well, or the
Because
clams.
like
Sorry, like the shells.
I like with using mushrooms, the fact that mushrooms are also just not that expensive, so it ends up not being, like we're not being mundane ruined by the
Yeah.
build.
Yeah, I think that the one that I done for your contest on EU, it was mostly home goods vendor items because it had to be.
Mhm.
And you know, but you manage. It's like yeah, like you said, there's a lot of plants and things. It's quite easy to get.
I love a creative, like cheap build. Like I've made builds out of wheat, I've made builds out of crates, mushrooms, of course. There's so much you can do with like cheap items.
Yeah,
Hmm.
very true.
I mean
So they should add
hedges.
more of them.
Yeah, they should add more of them. Zos, you heard it. More cheap items to vendors, please, so that all the designers can go wee with all the creativity. Yeah, it was just saying that yes, it doesn't seem like all that pricey in regards to furnishings, but you still have to do the building part. So for it to be rebuilt a couple of times, as you were saying, and
Mhm.
then the landscaping job around it when the creature was done, and pathing, deciding what to put where, and adding a little bit of movement. Like, keep talking about movement, and that's not just little pets moving around. You know, the pathing there is also so nicely done, but also the movement in the creature, right? Because of course it's hovering, the little Nedge, and
Okay.
little tentacles are exploring.
One of my dream builds is to make to use like really moving items to make a creature so that you have the moving effect.
Oh,
Like
See,
I
build
have
you
I
have like
really forgot about that house. I have that Cthulhu house that has a lot of moving items in it.
yeah,
Like
is that the one with the yellow jugs? And then there's a lot of red in there. I think that's the one I was talking about that as well last night. I was like, yeah,
mm-hmm.
it's a really really cool house.
That's true.
I
I
keep
mean, of
forgetting
course,
it exists for some reason.
I mean, yeah, you can of course utilize moving or animated pieces that have movement in them already. Yeah, of course, makes sense. But I'd be very excited to see a specific build there. Sorry, so whenever you go about it with a new one, poke me. Let me know. I want to see it.
I forgot to. I haven't built anything in such a long while.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I tried. Like, I tried with a house for the Enchanted Grove one.
Oh yeah.
But it just never ended up forming to like a whole build.
Oh,
Yeah,
You
I
know,
feel
I've
like
made
I
like
do that a lot.
small things for like maybe a screenshot contest or something, but nothing like a big house, I think. I think the last one was a rework of my Christmas house.
oh, for the magical feeling, that one. Or
There was that the one from like Ninja Pool?
oh no, it was not Ninja Pole. No, it was the real end game that I was talking about. But oh, that's a long time ago.
No, I always associate them with each other. I think so, yes. The one around Christmas.
Yeah, that
I
was
think that was that
your,
one.
wasn't it the Erstwhile
Spring.
Sanctuary?
No. It was oh no, I probably just n- already had that build probably.
Mm, makes sense, makes sense.
My memory is a bit shallow, yeah, at the moment I think.
Oh, that's all right. Don't you worry about it. Also, hello there,
Thank you
Loop.
very much.
Welcome, welcome. Also, Loop says hello to you too, you lovely ladies.
Hello.
um, yeah, I mean, I understand. I have had a conversation with others before who either didn't have the time to build all that much, like a real proper build in the sense of a full house, not in like I'm saying just, but I think that a screenshot contest is also quite extravagant because if you're going for a really interesting visual, you still have to be fiddly about it. You still have to work around things. You still have to come up with a really good idea, even if it's just a screenshot. It still takes time and effort, and I wouldn't dismiss that at all because you still built something. So maybe don't go about thinking that you've not built anything like a full house or so just because it's just been screenshots, because that's still work.
Yeah, but that one, like the one that I'm referencing, I'm not sure if you've seen it. It was like a white bear.
Oh,
Um, I can link it to you later.
yes.
That one just took me like 30 minutes, so that doesn't really. I just used bricks on like snow in Enchanted Snow Globe House to
Oh,
outline a polar bear, and
oh,
that doesn't take very long compared to like actually building like even a 200 slot house. So that's why I kind of categorize it a bit differently. But for
mm,
example, that skeleton I made with some glowing mushrooms, like that I do consider like a full build, even though I think it has like 200 mushrooms or something, maybe 100, somewhere in between. But that one took a lot longer to make than just a quick drawing of a bear.
right.
It depends on like the level of how much effort I put in For
Right.
me, at least.
No, that completely makes sense. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. So, hello there, Sithis. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you.
And the
Um,
good thing about screenshots as well, you get to reuse your items. Like, I love a good screenshot because you can just reuse everything again. It's great.
oh, true. Yeah, we were talking about this last night as well, and it is so wonderful. I love that idea that you're recycling, basically, right? So
Yep.
that's such a wonderful idea to go about. Also, just screenshots. Everybody, if you are reluctant to participate in screenshot contests, listen to this wonderful wisdom here. You can reuse and recycle items that way.
Saves a lot
Mm-hmm.
of money. Like,
And
'cause
even
I
for
quite like.
like full housing contests, like I've recycled, like I have updated builds. Like I think my Christmas house like has updated every year, like from 200 slots to a 400 slot house to like 600 slot house.
Ooh,
And the Trojan horse I for example made for a present contest.
oh, I
It has a
see.
giant wooden horse. So then I made it uh, what are those called again in English? Those horses kids sit on for a toy contest. You
Oh,
know what I
the
mean?
stick horses.
The wobbling horses.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this
And
is
I also
fun.
did a third thing with it that I can't remember, but like I have updated it like 3 times to fit like different themes and
That's so
like
fantastic. That's also a very good lesson in recycling, everybody, and also maybe not just recycling but evolution. Because if you update something and it grows and literally grows, because you're going from 200 all the way to 600 and 700 slots, that's quite an evolution and quite a growth too for the build. So listen, everybody, if you start small, you might want to expand and go about an evolution and grow.
And it means you get to use any new shiny items that come out as well.
Yeah, yeah, that too. This is awesome.
Adding new stuff.
Also,
on my
hello.
Grand Pacific Villa, for example, I originally made it for that contest that SAS hosted back when they did housing contests. It's been a long while, SAS. It's been like 4 years.
Too long. Too long.
Um, it's probably 5 years. Um, but there was a screenshot contest where you either had to make a vampire themed house or a Nordic house.
Oh,
And like that one, I only made the screenshot part, but when the contest is over, like I turn it into a snow globe house. So then it was like fully finished, so there were no holes in the walls. I mean,
oh.
with Cold Harbor, there's always some holes in the walls somewhere.
Yeah.
Um, but you know, you can always repurpose like different parts from your house.
Yeah, yeah, makes a lot of sense. It's so smart and so wise. Also, hello there, Agnim, and also hello there, Grom. Welcome to you all in chat. Yeah, and also Agnem was saying, I thought the snatch was real for a second.
Oh,
Very good.
well, that's a compliment. Thank you.
Yay. Yeah, look at it. Just so I have said this before, but the movement on the tentacles is really, really nice because it just gives that marvelous, illusion of the Netch actually being a hovering, moving creature. This is so wonderful. I love this.
I do love them in the game. Like, I never kill them. I hate seeing people killing them. I'm like, no, leave it alone. It's so beautiful.
Oh,
How do you
I
get to
just love
dark
them.
side characters?
I mean, yeah, yeah, I totally get that.
Like one in the dungeon, isn't there? Yeah, I hate killing that one.
Oh, I mean, you can ask people when we are in certain dungeons and there are bears in there, and we have to get past them, and we cannot just tiptoe past them. We absolutely have to take them out. I always say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't want to hurt you." I'm
I
such a
always
sucker for
imagine
bears.
like the SpongeBob jellyfish song around them.
Really? Oh, this is so
You
sweet.
know,
This is sweet. The associations are so wonderful. I mean, I'm sure other people have similar associations with different little beings, critters, and animals, or just glorious creatures in game. Or outside of the game, of course, or maybe both. This is so wonderful. You've done such a brilliant job here. And I've not gotten the map up, so people don't know that this is not a lot of the plot that you're using here, right?
Yeah, I had to close it off quite a bit.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Is that a hard decision for you if you have to close off a lot of the plot?
I do tend to do it quite a lot in most of my builds, just because creatures are so like you need so many slots for them. I
Mm.
couldn't have built that and filled all of them in sugar. Like it just wouldn't have happened. So
My biggest pet peeve of visitors um, is when they like parkour around your house. Like they will
oh
climb
yeah,
up through uh, over things you cut off, and they're like, it's really unfinished here. It's like, what did you
yeah.
expect?
You can see you're not
Like,
meant to
you
cut
normally
anything,
don't
but
climb
you
a
still really
mountain
bother me.
and consider it somebody's house.
Yeah, it's also very
Yeah.
unkind that because of course it's finished. What are you talking about? It is. I mean, we've just been led here, everybody. We've came through this wonderful mountain path. I'll just go to the entrée just for a moment to show everybody that it is indeed finished because you do see a path here. We talked about pathing and leading a visitor. And as by the way, this is also part of storytelling. So it's not that
Hmm.
you've not
I did
touched
struggle with that
storytelling.
though. Like I had to get a bit of advice. I was asking. I was like, does it lead you round? Like, because I'm just not very good at that. For me, it's all about the creature. So I had to really try at making it so that it was that way.
But
It doesn't
that's
come naturally, I
it.
don't think.
That's I think that's fine because everybody has their strengths, and also everybody has their weaknesses. And if we can have a wonderful community around us with experts or with people who are more, advanced when it comes to pathing or storytelling, we can ask them.
Hmm. Yep,
And there's no
definitely.
shame in asking for help, everybody. It's something everybody should learn to do from time to time. Is also a good humbling experience if you can admit that you're not perfect and that you do need help with things. Nobody
I,
should.
for the life of me, can't build functional houses. Like, I can build a facade, I can build a
Yeah,
creature, I can do some 2D things. You can't ask me to build an actual house. That's
I know
livable.
exactly what you mean. I am horrible at custom buildings, absolutely horrible. I just
Terrible.
can't do it. I don't know how they do it.
No,
Yep, I'm
same.
exactly the same.
Oh, you're so sweet, both of you. But both of you build such glorious creatures. I mean, they're truly fantastic and magnificent. And I mean, I have visited some of your beautiful builds, and I think some in the audience will remember me being mesmerized and staring and looking, oh, look at this. And I wanted to boop all the noses, even when there were no noses to boop. So I think um, doing what you're passionate about is something um, I think you should not feel ashamed or bad about not doing something other people are passionate about. So you're doing this beautiful thing here, leading us on this path, and it's clearly is finished. We're in a mountain, a road, climbing along. There are a few little friends here, a little hopper up there, and I have seen a little wonderful moth here, um, greeting us on our way. And we meander about as you would in a mountain. Um, Landscape, and you turn a corner and you see more wonderful little friends, and there already in the distance you can see the beautiful Nedge hovering, drifting along.
Thing.
Yeah, it is just so perfect. And um, again, there's no shame in asking for help with something that you're not proficient with. I would say there's more shame in not asking for help if you know someone can help. Um,
It's good to always just try as well. Like I keep saying to myself, I don't know why I do this. Like this wee cottagey thing. I don't know why I do it to myself. It was so stressful because I'm just so rubbish at it. But I still enjoy trying.
Oh yeah. Oh
Maybe
yeah.
one day I'll get better. I don't know.
Of course you must try, and of course, this helps grow. It helps you grow as well, right? And if someone, for instance, is really great at designing beautiful custom houses, and there are a lot of designers out there who do that,
Yeah,
I
there's
really
some
love
lovely ones.
yeah, but I will say I love the detail here with the fishing and the wonderful backpack. Everybody, look. These tiny details, they matter to me a lot because it just adds a lot more character and a lot more, it makes the build more tangible and just, it adds just so much more. It's just a cherry on top for me. So, and that's why I take so long and meander about and look at all the things. Look here, everybody, there's wood. And she says she's rubbish at building it, but it's, I don't think you are. I mean, you get the facade already, then everything else will come. Don't worry, you just keep at it, and maybe someone in the audience will, um, give a little tutoring to you or a few little advices, a little, pieces that
Like,
can help you.
even though we're getting different items now, I still find roofs are so hard. Like we
Mm.
just don't have it.
Yeah,
We've got
what
like
I
a white triangle, haven't we? It's like a white stone one. We don't have any wood. I don't think.
mean,
For
what I like with creatures is because they're like organic. Organic doesn't need to be super neat. Like it can be flawed. And with like houses, like I can never be satisfied with it if it has like a little crack somewhere or those sort of things. Like with a face, it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical to be a face, but like a roof, it will be weird if it's not like perfectly symmetrical or
yeah,
that
or
sort of
there's a
thing.
hole at the end
And
of
there
it
are
or
always
whatever.
these parts that will stick out. Like I don't get it. I also do not I'm also part of the I do not understand roofs club.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. Maybe it's gotten easier now. Like I said, I don't think there's a wooden triangle thing. Maybe there is. I don't know.
Oh
But
yeah,
like,
they never have anything for that hole in it.
yeah,
Mm. Yeah.
Like if I also do not understand the hole.
because it's hard, isn't it? So like mine are always halfway in rocks because it's the only way I can cope with it.
Yeah, yeah.
I just sort of
Like
like giving up.
I always paste some vines on it and it'll cover it right
Yeah,
up. Paste something else
great.
on it. There's a hole gone now. I put a rock there. I put a tree there. You don't see it. It doesn't exist.
Perfect. Or use mushrooms. That also works. Like, I mean, I have seen I mean, we have talked about mushrooms a lot in different streams, of course, but we have talked about them being so versatile and really anything that you want them to be. And I've seen people utilizing very large, as you have here, very large shrooms to form as roofs in
Oh yeah.
houses.
Mhm.
I mean, if you have a
Good idea.
sort of roundish house, that makes complete sense to probably go about it.
We
Um,
did have one like that on Xbox. It was the witch's coven cottage thingy, whatever it's called, and it was
yeah,
one of those big roof kind of like mushroom things. It worked kind of pretty well. You couldn't go in the building obviously because there's a big stalk in the middle, but it did look quite cute.
hmm. Yeah, but I'm sure there must be. I'm sure there are wizards out there who will tell us and will educate us about a little bit how to do roofs, everybody, properly.
I think also with like buildings, I have just a lot of harder time to think of a way to be like unique or
Oh,
creative with making a house because it's always walls, a roof, a door,
Yeah,
windows, and we only have so many of those items. So then you can work with like, okay, shape, the shape of the house. Well, I'm already not good at making an interesting shape for the house. So it just gets a lot more difficult for me to think of, oh, what is something unique, something that will stand out. Like, for example, if I'm making something for a contest, that is a building because it needs to be in my head. It needs to be something unique.
yeah,
hmm.
I get what you mean as well. Like you feel like I can't do it as creatively as I would like. you know, like they always end up like just wood, you know, wood with vines, like you said, just cover vines over everything. I'm exactly the same.
Mm. No, there's actually a very
Yeah.
sweet comment about the facade here. Maeve was saying that the facade there looks great. Personally, I think you did a great job. The sense of proportion imbued to your creatures, I would imagine, translates to structure too. So that
Mm,
was their comment.
yeah, it's a different kind of structure. Like Sorry said, it's organic, so it's, you know, it can be rounded and uneven, you know. But I suppose it's the same. Getting the size, I find it can be quite difficult. Like I've been building dragons this year, and oh wow, getting the size is not easy. Like I don't know how people do these huge creatures. Like I can't. I just can't. Um, yeah.
I mean, those are already very large. Yeah, yeah, I understand what you mean. Of course, something that is definitely a being, something that is, um, a living creature that obviously is not 100%, even or, as you
Mhm.
were saying, perfect. I would say that the imperfections of something organic makes it perfect, but that's just me meandering into philosophy. So I just, I think um, I'm sure at some point you'll find that you've arrived at the, oh, now I know how to build a functioning house myself and don't have to worry about a thing anymore. Maybe it just is going to be time, but at the same time, then uh, I still hope you're going to build more creatures because they're so cute and so fun.
Definitely. Definitely.
So yeah, this the inspiration here is so magnificent. I really love that you were talking about loving those little creatures in ESO, and
Yeah.
so this is. It seems to me a bit like a little homage to them.
I do love them.
Oh, this is so sweet. So did you do a lot of farming for this, or did you just
Not really. As soon
mm,
as I mean, the top part's rocks, isn't it? Um, those, what are those mushrooms? I think that was the cave brackets. So that was Witches' Festival.
oh,
Um, so I tend to collect them. Like I still buy them when I see them because they're just great. I love them. And the shells, I just like them. So I just always buy them. And then of course you end up with loads, which is good for creatures though, because you never know how many of a thing you're going to need. So if it's
Yeah,
and they're so cheap on PC, like you can find them for like less than 100 gold. You know, um, I just buy them. Bit of a
the
hoarder
cave
that way.
bracket mushrooms, like they only appear on Halloween, so around Halloween, just have to buy them just in case
Yeah,
you're going to
definitely.
use them.
I hope they keep doing them every year at the witches. Like, you know, they bring out different items, you know, every year. And I'm like, oh, I hope that doesn't mean they're going to stop doing these or these. Like, I hope they never disappear.
mm. Yeah, I hope also that certain things never disappear ever.
Hmm.
Like some of the items, I mean, you see them and you think, oh, this is so magnificent. I can do something with this. I mean, I'm
Hmm.
usually like that. And then you try it in one build and then you turn it around a few times and you see more facets of it and you can imagine it being something else, which is so marvelous that one piece has such versatile use in all
Hmm.
different ways, which is I just find that very, very, very wonderful to watch.
Yeah, I love that about housing. Like, you can make, and especially creatures, you can make a creature pretty much out of anything, really. If, you know, if you
Hmm.
just try and like imagine it as a repurposed, it's not an item, it's a texture, you know, it's like just rethink
Yeah,
it.
for the last house that I'm going to show, the contest um, wherefore it was made was a contest specifically where you get like random items assigned and you
Oh,
have
that
to
sounds
use
fun.
them. So that also means you have to like think of okay, how am I going to make an Orcus gazebo original in a way because the other people also get the same items assigned. So you basically want to make the most original use out of those assigned items. You can still use a lot of other items as well. Just need to have those eight in your bill.
That sounds fun. Yeah.
That is so, I love that idea. And it's also a little bit of a challenge, right? If you wanted to challenge people with, I mean, some people or some like to challenge people in a way that they decide on a specific house. So I remember that there was a little competition going on for the Altvolothi Harbor House. Um, that was the house that was supposed to be used. Everything else was, not restricted. But I love this idea that they tell you utilize these pieces in whichever way you want, but use these pieces. I really love that because it makes you turn them around a lot and see what they can be and maybe
Start playing with them.
playing with them. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that is essentially what creature building is. You're just playing with stuff, you know, and hoping that it comes together and looks like something. Stick some eyes on it. There we go.
I love that. I so love that. Also,
There you go.
Also, that is kind of want to remind people of something that Kids on Dark also keeps saying. Forget that an item is something or it's named something.
Yeah,
Um,
forget it.
forget that and just look at the shape, look at the color, turn it over, and see what you can do with it.
Yep, that's good advice.
Oh, Grom was suggesting that it was the which contest by Loke?
By law?
Yeah.
You mean the house I was just talking about?
Yeah, yeah. Was that
Yeah,
Loke?
that was for Chop.
Ah, okay, I see.
The,
Very good, Grom. Yes, thank you so much.
the fish house. My snack pot it was for the first round. So that's
Ah,
blue mushroom for one of the items, and those the harbor floats, which I use for the ice of fish.
mm,
Um, and then it's already a bit further than just like having a mushroom in your house and having a harbor float in your house. Like you made the main piece out of two of the items.
I see.
I feel like you make
Like even
things
just
out of mushrooms quite
for
a
one of
lot.
the final rounds, and I completely forgot about in Hammer Death. No, not Hammer Death. Humble Mud is the second round of the contest. That was the
Ah,
alien invasion house.
mm. Yeah, they were also saying, Grom was also saying that they only made it to round two. I don't just, there's one word that is not correct in that sentence, and that's only. Get rid of that, Grom. You made it to round two. That's how it should be worded. Um,
Those
I'm
were only 3 rounds. Like I like it's like if I'm saying I only made it to round 3.
yeah, you made
Uh,
it. I think that whenever anybody enters any kind of contest, any kind of competition, you already made it. That is the big thing, to have the courage to put up your design into any kind of competition or any kind of contest. That takes courage, and you have to build something for that, right? And so,
you never see the houses that people never finished
yeah.
when
Yeah,
entering contests.
that's a good
So
point.
for like
Yeah.
60 entries, maybe 15 people just gave up. So it
Hmm.
wouldn't look like it, but you're already ahead a couple of people who just didn't end up making anything or um, just didn't finish a build.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
it definitely takes confidence to enter these things, though. Like, it definitely,
Mhm.
especially if you're just starting out and you see all these builds and you think, I could never do that. But, you should always just try and enter. It is
Yeah.
scary until you get used
Like
to
if
it.
you're really sensitive, like you don't like usually they will only post like the winners and like at least for transparency, I always have the full point list, but you don't have to look at it. You can always just compete. Well, you don't have to check like, oh, am I 42 out of 44? Like, oh no, you don't have. You can just ignore that. Like
Hmm.
like I do always think it's better if the full results are posted just for transparency, but no one has to force you to like actually look at the results for anyone that's sensitive.
Yeah, makes sense. And yeah, if that was the first competition or the first contest that you entered, congratulations that you made it so far. And again, I would definitely say that uh, definitely stick with it. And I hope that maybe people can take some kind of encouragement from streams like this one tonight, that yes, you too can do something like this. Like designing a beautiful creature like this. Again, gentle reminder, this is done without add-ons. And
Because Cheetytarah's so scared.
oh, you don't have to be scared of them. I mean, we can
Oh,
help you with add-ons at
I
some
know. No,
point.
I've had lots of offers, and they're like, if you just get them, and we can help you. And I'm like, yeah, I'll do it, I'll do it. And I haven't. Like, I find a reason not to all the time.
That's very
I'm like,
good.
well, I'll just wait for this or that. No,
You know,
I'm just scared.
you don't. I think. I mean, if we can help you not be scared of them, then we'll try to find a way for you. Because I hate for people to be scared. If there is a way, or if there's anything that we or I can do to help alleviate that, just tell me. I'll
I
be
think I
happy.
just need to up my PC skills in general, because I'm like I'm in my 40s, and like I got a PC at the age of 40, and it's like, what are you doing? You don't know how to work this. Why am I doing this? So yeah, I think it's just general skills on the PC I have to improve somehow.
You will. Don't worry. You will. There are
If I
many.
suddenly had to play on Xbox, I would probably be completely lost. I haven't held a controller in like a month, and it was a GameCube controller.
See, and it's so natural at the time. Like coming to keyboard and mouse, it was so difficult. Like day one, I was just like, "What have I done? What have I done?" I could barely move the character. Like I couldn't find menus. It was awful. But then it doesn't take that long until you get so used to it, and then you think, now holding a controller is weird. You know, but it was so natural before. It's a strange thing. I don't know.
Yeah, muscle
You do get
memory
used
is a
to it.
weird thing. And then look at this. You built a beautiful niche on
And actually, I
PCNA.
prefer
Yeah.
to do housing on mouse and keyboard. It's I don't know. I can't really explain properly why, but it's just got a nicer feel to it somehow.
Mm.
It's easier to find stuff. It's I don't know if it's quicker, because I was quite quick on the controller. But yeah, I much prefer mouse and key
That's
for
so
housing anyway.
wonderful. See,
For housing.
see, and I think that that's also some kind of encouragement you can take for yourself, because if you can maneuver around with mouse and keyboard into PC, whether it's on NA or EU, and you build something as magnificent as this one, you should not be afraid of anything else related to a computer.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll get there. I'm still here. I haven't moved.
Yeah.
I'm open.
Also,
The worst thing that can happen is that your PC explodes, and I know a guy who does.
oh no, it
Don't
won't
do that.
explode. No, no. Also, Mev was saying, I feel you, Cheetytarah. I'm the same way with add-ons. I'm trying to
Oh, of course, you can do it on PC now as well. That's right.
see. You're not alone. There are a lot of people who have made the leap, and for some, it has also been a leap of faith into PC. So definitely no shame there, no nothing. And I'm sure there are lots of wonderful souls out there who will gladly hold your hand and help you around. All you need
I
is
have
ask.
had lots of lovely offers. Like I really have. People are so welcoming and so helpful. So I know the help is out there. I just have to.
Perfect.
I just have to do it.
But nonetheless, I just want to highlight this one more time, because it is done without add-ons, and some people are very scared or unsure of themselves in regards to designing creatures without add-ons. Yes, you can do it if you stick to it. If you
You
keep
can.
trying.
I mean, it takes a while to place. Like I said, I don't really know what the add-ons do, so I don't know if they could have helped for this. But like placing items anyway just takes time. So
Mhm.
maybe it's slower without add-ons. I don't know, but it can definitely be done.
So someone was also saying earlier that with precision, um, with precision editor, of course, you can be more precise with little fiddly things, and that, of course, it can be very helpful.
Yeah, I use precision mode quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to when it's creatures, because like, yeah, you just have to. I
You
don't
have
think
to.
there's any way to avoid it.
Yes, you have to. Yeah, of course. Also, hello there, Red Fox Princess. Welcome, welcome. I'm joined here by two wonderful ladies, Sorries and Cheetytarah. We are here looking at this stunning, floating, glorious niche in the Moonsugar Meadow. If you've not seen it yourself, please come visit. It's an open house, everybody, so do not be shy. Come visit, bring all your friends. Also, hello there, Dadpin. Welcome, welcome. Oh, and you're also not sure if add-ons would help all that much for natural things. I see. So see, maybe it's not all that necessary to have add-ons to help building things either. So you mustn't feel obligated at all.
Yeah, I think the
I
one
mean, the
add-on
best.
that I was quite keen on, it was like that you can have a template of something. So like
Ah,
if you were making like a big circular thing, obviously it's quite hard to place that without any sort of markers. But there's a template apparently that sounds really good for creatures.
oh yeah.
But I don't
It's
know.
also saving parts, because like if it's not perfect, you want to like redo it, but usually like redoing it is never better than the first time.
Mhm.
And then you can like restore what you shouldn't have changed in the first place.
Oh, that does sound good actually. Yeah.
Mm. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a very good point, and there are a number of templates. Like Essential Housing Tools has a lot. It's I have said this on multiple streams before. When you first start out with it, it is a beast because it does so much, or it can potentially do
Mm.
so much. But you mustn't be intimidated by it. Just take it one step at a time, and or one thing at a time, and look at what that does, and see how it can be utilized for you. But again, you mustn't feel like you have to, because what you're doing already is so magnificent. But yeah, sorry, does have a point with saving
Yeah, that
particular
sounds
parts.
helpful.
Yeah. Hmm.
And you can move stuff to another house. Like I've moved some builds around. I still remember the first time I tried to move something. It was my Pikachu build, the one that gets copied a lot of the meme Pikachu, and it ended up being completely scrambled.
Oh no.
But thankfully, I was able to, with the help of someone, able to restore it. But it's like very useful to like save something and to move um, stuff between houses.
Yeah, because I do that. Like I've been doing that with the dragons. There's one dragon build that I've not finished, and I think this is the fourth time I'm rebuilding it
Oh,
because the house just wasn't right or the light wasn't right, and I was like, right, come on, we can do this again. We can do it again. And
oh
yeah,
no, my.
it's a bit annoying. So I'm having a break from that one because yeah,
Hibernating it for a moment.
yeah,
Very smart, very smart. Ah, this is, see, I think that maybe a few things that people can glean from our conversation here, and maybe all of us too. This is, I think, really, really helpful to have a conversation a little bit about that and what the add-ons can do. And also, in EHT, of course, you can link specific, as Soris was saying, you can link specific cobbles and then just you know take him down in one house and then take him to a different house and rebuild with one click, which is really helpful.
that sounds good.
And it does speed things up for people. And then, of course, there are people who design on PTS and then copy what they designed on PTS and create a shopping list basically for life and go to life and shop, get the items that they need, because then you have basically everything that you need for that particular build as a shopping list, and you can just go through that and then go and build, which speeds up the process, of course, as well. Um, so yeah, I would think about it, but again, you mustn't feel pushed into it. I hope that you're not taking it that way.
No, no, not at all.
Very
No,
good.
I think I would like them. You know, like most people when they come from console, they're coming for the add-ons, but not me. Yeah, but no, I would like them. I'll get them. I'll get them eventually. Eventually.
Yeah. And Deppin was also saying that you have to change the tentacles once you've copied them, etc. It's probably it might probably be easier than to do them separately or individually because I mean they're also organic, right? And mustn't be exactly the same.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I think it would look funny if they were all symmetrical.
Yeah, yeah. I mean
It
there is a certain sense of symmetry in nature and in beings as well, but not as exact as a copy, I would say.
There's room for imperfection.
Yeah, yeah, I think so, at least. Oh my, this is so fascinating, everybody. I hope you're also having a good time here with us while I ask all the nosy questions. So, do you have maybe a vision for this particular one? What is your hope in the sense of what do you hope people will take from this when they see it, when they come visit this beautiful, magnificent abode? Or is
Probably just the repurposing of an item. Like nobody would look at the seashells or the clams or whatever they're called and go, "Yeah, that could be a tentacle." But like it could be. So just collect if you like the look of something, just collect it and see what you can build it into.
yeah.
Just the repurposing of an item, I think.
I mean, are good. They have a good texture to make stuff like this. Same with the mushrooms; they have a very scaly texture.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes the mushrooms, though, like I'm always so impressed with what you can build with mushrooms because I find the stalks always get in the way. Like
Yeah, those are definitely the hardest part. Some stalkless mushrooms would be great.
yeah, I could use a lot of mushrooms. All the nice glowy bits.
And there's so many beautiful. I mean, I have been going on about mushrooms a few times and how much I love them in ESO and also in real life because they are so versatile too. I mean, you can ferment them and turn them into something. Yes, eat them, of course. But if you ferment them, you elevate them and they become something different. And you, of course, when you ferment mushrooms, you have juices that naturally are being coaxed out in the fermenting process, and then you're left with the shrooms. And what I like to do is I like to give them a little time, a tete-a-tete in the fridge in maple syrup. And then I dry them in the oven slowly, and then they taste a little bit like licorice. And the texture is also a little bit like licorice. It's mushrooms.
Interesting. Huh. I would never have thought you could do that with mushrooms.
You can. I have done that a couple of times. It's really fun. So yeah, just in ESO, and I also will say that there are lots of mushrooms in ESO that are indeed so versatile that they can be literally anything. I've said this also in multiple competitions that they can be couches, they can be just creatures like a big snail, for instance, or as we can see here, beautiful little belly.
Yeah, you see people using them for sofas quite a lot, like
Yes.
couches
Oh, yes.
and interior furnishings.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've got a kind of soft look to them, I suppose.
They have.
Always works really well.
They absolutely have. And some have, as I said earlier, they use them as roofs or, you know, absolutely versatile and magical, the mushrooms, really. I have to say it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they are. They're great. I hope we keep getting more colours and things. Like the pink ones were
I want
just such a
purple
change.
one.
Purple ones. Zos, did you
Yeah.
hear that? Purple mushrooms, please. Purple mushrooms. Did you hear us? Hopefully they will. Is yeah. Oh, purple. That does sound interesting. What creature would you make from a purple mushroom?
Okay, another fish.
Another fish. I love that.
I mean, they work best for like skills.
You know,
I
I've
already
seen
made a
limited
dragon and
screenshots.
a fish and a snake and a turtle out of mushrooms.
Yep, I love
So
your
maybe I
fish.
should make a lizard. I have oh, I would maybe redo my chameleons. Like my oldest build are these. It was for contest from Jhart, where it's when they added multi-crafting, so you could suddenly make like hundreds of furniture items at a time.
Ah.
So you had to only use at least 100 of a craftable item. So my cheap ass was like, I'm gonna use those craftable beds because they're like 100 gold to craft. So those chameleons I sent, it was in the screenshots I sent,
Yeah,
are only
perfect.
made out of those cheap beds,
Oh yeah.
bed rolls.
It's so fantastic. That's also a very nice challenge, right? It's a very nice idea to, and as you said earlier, I really love this idea to utilize a set either amount of a specific furnishing, as you were just saying, or you know, specific furnishings that must appear in the build. I think that's such a lovely idea because it does challenge people, and I think that if you are challenged like that, you grow as a designer and you evolve a little bit and you push boundaries for yourself. And that's where I keep uh, saying that there are only two limits in housing: the slot limit and your own imagination.
Yep,
If you
definitely.
can, and one of those boundaries you can push
And
one.
items only available in Crown Crate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that will.
I mean, I will say, I have said this before, and I think that you made a very good point earlier about this, sorries, that I absolutely love when people take a very mundane item that is not very pricey and turn it into something magnificent. I I love that and geek out about that maybe a little bit more than I do about crown items because
I mean, I think also like I think one of the less popular builds in, for example, a contest, let's say one with no theme, are just crown item showcases.
hmm,
So it's like an expensive castle house,
yeah,
and they have the really expensive statue over there, and there's a really expensive statue over there, and they have this crate item, but there's like no thought behind it. And compared to
Yeah.
somebody who just uses home vendor good items, like the crafty queens, it's just I mean, you're just showing off basically if you only
Mhm.
showcase really expensive item.
yeah, yeah.
And I
That's
mean, you can do it with your house, whatever.
of course,
It's
yes.
it's still not the best thing for a contest, maybe.
I mean, I think, there's merit to utilizing certain crown items too, I'm sure. And I'm not, trying to belittle anyone here, but I'm just pointing out that utilizing more mundane items that are more readily available to everybody, it really tickles more creativity, in my opinion, because if you want to make an item that is, well, you know, um, ordinary, and I'm saying this with emphasis, um, it's it's just different to make that shine in comparison to a very shiny crown item because that already is very shiny because it's pricey sometimes, right?
Mhm.
So,
I do quite like the effects, though. Like there is some really
oh,
nice,
true. Oh,
like the
true.
twinkly lights and all that. Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm
I
not.
do really like the recent the crown crate items. I do like Chloe, I think.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah,
just wish they weren't in crown crate.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I hear you. And of course, yeah, I'm not saying that those items are rubbish or anything. There are lots of magnificent crown items that are just marvelous and glorious
Mhm.
and everything, I'm not saying they're all wrong, but it just takes a different kind of approach to make something mundane shine when it isn't quote unquote meant to shine, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do appreciate that a lot when people decide, okay, I'm just gonna stick to specific items that are a little bit cheaper that you can get that aren't going to bankrupt me right away. And we were speaking about this earlier as well, because of course you have to look at the monetary side as well of housing. And we have said before, it's the real end game for that reason, because it's for some
Mhm.
very pricey. But if you can be frugal about things and maneuver about in this way, I think there's a lot of merit to that. And it can be encouraging for people if they're just starting out and, they may be a bit intimidated by how do I start? I don't have all the shiny things. And seeing something like this right here, like this beautiful niche, I think can help people find encouragement that no, you don't need all the shinies to make something beautiful.
Yep, definitely. Like the home goods vendors, like we've said before, they're just amazing. They're great. There's
Mm.
such a variety of things on them, like plants wise, you can get like wee wooden crates and things as well, There is other stuff.
Oh, true. Yeah,
So
it's
handy.
absolutely magnificent. Hello there, Ahova. I hope I'm not butchering your name. Welcome, welcome. So good to have you. So good to have you all here with us. This is so sweet. I love this so much. Also, I really love that you wanted to highlight this and that this was your particular vision for this. So, again, gentle reminder everybody come visit. Come over to PCNA, have a look around, and check out this beautiful niche over here. That is so cute and so sweet. I mean, this is a little short, awesome, my lady, but I would definitely try to boop the little nose up there. Hello, can I boop, please? Oh, I'm in the water now. I love this so much. This is so much fun. I really love looking at those beautiful creatures and looking at the movement in them and the thought behind it is just so brilliant. Thank you so much for taking us here in the first one for tonight. Oh, it's so beautiful. I'm so mesmerized and so I could stare at this for hours and not tire at all. This is terrible. I know for some people they would go like, come on, move on." Oh, maybe is there any way in which people can support you in your endeavors? And this is also a question for you, Sorries. Is there any way in which people can support you when you design things?
Mm,
I
for
mean,
me,
for the design, like, I mean, there are some people, if you don't know the recipe, that will craft it for you if you just
Ask.
provide the material.
Yeah, yeah.
mhm, there's also people you can just buy items from, like if it's a luxury vendor item.
Ah,
People are
right.
quite helpful, if they've like bought loads of them and you need loads of them, which always happens.
Oh, yeah,
So
true,
people
true.
are helpful already. It's such a supportive community.
Very good. That's lovely to hear. Yeah, I'm just asking because I do know that a few people have struggled a little bit, particularly with material. And so that's why I'm asking, because sometimes I just want to highlight that just ask in the community and people
Hmm.
will help. It
Yep,
might be
definitely.
surprising, but people are helpful. Oh, very good. This is so lovely. As I said, I could stare at this for hours and hours and not tire at all. It's so lovely, and I really love the scenery around it. And I also appreciate that the creature must come first. And yeah, as I said, the inspiration behind it and this wonderful thought. It's so glorious. Oh, this is so sweet. Arahova says, I love this build.
No, thank you.
Me too. Me too. I love this build too. But it's just so, so cute. Right. Where shall we go next?
We could go to the still waters if you like. I can travel there just now.
Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. I love this one. I love this one so much. This is so sweet.
Hopefully the Northern Lights will be out.
Oh,
It's
true.
never guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I have said this before. To I think in a bunch of streams I've said that, Sauce, can we please have weather control?
Yep,
That'd be
definitely.
lovely. And I shall follow.
And I'm glad we at least can change day to night. I just wish they added a portal because that would save so much on like covering up like the entrance. There was just a portal and you go to the right part of the house.
Oh,
Especially because the houses are so big now. Like they just seem to be getting bigger and bigger all the time.
They're uselessly big. They're
Yeah.
so you only want to use like the waterfall parts, or you want to use like this nice parts, or maybe some crazy folks the indoors parts. Uh, but they're too big. I just want an empty plot of land.
yeah, I have heard this before. Sauce, please, can we have more slots, please, and not larger houses? Thank you. That'd
And
be
less
great.
buildings in them.
Yes.
It's
Oh,
400 spots in this.
yeah, 400 slots used here in the seven. This was something that really surprised me when I was here the first time. I mean, not really surprised me in the sense because I have seen a lot of people not use the entree of this particular house because, of course, the part that
Yeah.
stands out and is shiny is through the door. And so I totally get when people don't use this, and of course then you have to meander around. And I feel you when you say I wish there was some kind of portal. But when you said that maybe there is some kind of portal, I was thinking there are options in EHT to add portals, but I don't think they would work in this way. You can portal to a different house from one house, of course, if you are adding a portal in with EHT, but I don't think you can port from the entrance to the place where you want to start with the build, if that makes sense. I don't think that's possible. Maybe I'm wrong, so someone maybe in the audience who's more adept with EHT can tell me, or later on can tell me all about it. Oh, this is so. Yeah, and when I entered here the first time, I was like, oh, look, there's something going on here, everybody.
Follow the glowy.
Yes, it's so sweet. And I love this little wonderful torchlight, torch book here. This is so cute. Such beautiful placement too. Wonderful lighting.
I love these lanterns. It's one of my favourite items. And I
Oh,
don't quite know why, but like I think I probably use these in every build.
oh
I don't
really?
know why. I just love them. Yeah. I don't know what it is.
I mean, I did see one in the Windsugar Manor on the barrel next to the little house. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I tend to use them a lot.
Oh, nothing wrong with it. Look at the light that they give off. This is so nice.
And I think it makes sense to me. Like if it's a candle outside and if it's windy, it's not going to be lit. So to me, it's like it makes sense because it's in a glass thing. So it can be sitting outside.
Mm, absolutely.
So
I love them. I love them too. It's they I don't know, maybe it is a specific feel or association that you can have with them. And that makes you, or that draws you to them. I think that makes a lot of sense, that you then want to use them all around. That completely makes sense. Yeah. Thank you so much for confirming this, Arahova and Agnem, that yes, you can make portals to different houses, but not inside. Yeah, that's a shame. I would have loved that. Because that would have been a workaround, right? For some of you, if you wanted to start with the build through a door in a house, but this way you have to have a dramatic entrance and keep the audience in suspense. You can also look at it that way. I remember also showing one of Dadpin's builds in the Potentate Retreats. Um, a magnificent build. If you've not seen it, go visit. The entire entree and inside is not used at all. It is basically the hallway. And when you step outside, you are swept off your feet and you're greeted with a magnitude and magnificence there. And then you understand, oh, okay, that's why the interieur was not used at all. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I really love that some of the pieces in some designers' builds reappear over and over and over again because you guys love them so much. So it's a bit
Everyone's
of a little signature there. So everybody, if you see a little Nord lantern somewhere in Cheetytarah's builds, that is a signature maybe. I love this. I really do. There are a lot of designers who do that, who add specific items in because they're just so drawn to them. There's such a connection to them, and they must be there. This is lovely. I really do love this. And the lighting here is so special. There's something going on, everybody. I mean, I have seen it, of course, already, but it's still. I'm still like a little child in the candy store. I'm like, oh, look at this! Oh, look at this! This is so sweet. I love this.
Yeah, I
And
loved it. I wish we could get the snow and ice for gold. Yeah, it was quite. I needed quite a lot. Not
oh,
that expensive, but yeah.
so this is basically the snow, the expensive part of the house, you would say.
Definitely. But
Well,
I
then
mean, it's so nice. So I do love the snow and ice.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean it fits perfectly for this build too. So of course
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
I
we are
think the house
lucky.
comes with a few, doesn't it? I can't remember now, but the house does come with some.
It does, yeah, but
Mhm.
not a whole lot. And if you do need more, then
Yeah.
obviously you need more. We do have northern lights, everybody. Aurora borealis up in the sky. And of course now the effect is perfect. I love also how you framed this one. And maybe you want to talk about what the inspiration for this one was.
Well, again, it's trying just to make a bit of an entry. I feel like sometimes it would be easier just to plonk a creature out in the middle and go, there we go, that's a whole build. But it's not because you have to make it so that people have got a bit to walk through. So always try and do a little bit of environment, even though I'd rather just keep all the slots for creatures.
Yeah,
It's a balance.
makes sense. And there's a little moth again. We've seen the moth too in the Moonsugar Meadow. It's
I
interesting.
do like the flying insects. I've got in the wee hopper things, whatever they're called. I do like them. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just perfect.
This was it the magic? Yeah, that
That
magical
magical
feeling.
feeling, yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
I think that's where I remember it from. Uh, you must forgive me. Sometimes I'm a bit slow when it comes to remembering where I've seen which house. There are lots of competitions
Yeah.
to be seen. So yeah.
Yeah. So I decided, like, I'm not really a Christmassy builder as such. I don't know. I don't go in for it all. I like seeing other people's, like I really do. But for me, I tend not to. So
Oh,
I kind
totally.
of I took the theme down like sort of a family route. I was thinking
Yeah,
that's a Christmassy thing because everybody comes together, or maybe not, but it's still to me it's a Christmassy theme. So
absolutely. Absolutely. I also will say that I mean, that magical feeling was so the interpretation was left to everybody participating, of course. And so, whatever that magical feeling meant for you, and just look. So, you turn a corner, right? And then you're met with this magnificent tree there, everybody. Just look. Yes, wow. Precisely. Also, Deadpin was mentioning send us all your presents then, Cheetytarah. Yes, it is so beautiful, Agnemath and Arahova. Yeah, this is such a glorious home. Everybody, if you've not been here, please come. Visit, have a look around, also find the little family. It's so cute. Because if you already see them, but I will turn very slowly so you can see them over there a little bit more. Yes, it is certainly magical, Hayden. Absolutely. And oh, for Arahova, the assembly of environment is also a little bit more challenging than building creatures. Look at that.
Yeah, there we go. See, it's hard, like thinking how are they going to be led in? You know, what are they going to see first? What can you do? It's quite. It takes a bit of planning.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Look, everybody, look. Oh, this. Um, when I saw this the first time, I was geeking out so much about it because it's so cute. Hello, I want to boop your snoot.
Yeah, it's got very striky legs. Not intentionally, just the item I used. I don't know
Oh,
why, actually. I'm not sure. I
but
can't remember.
look, but it's so good.
And I'm trying to remember like why I didn't use all the slots. I think I may have ran out of time.
Oh, have you? Maybe
I'm
you.
not sure. Yeah, I can't remember.
Oh, but see, this might leave you room if you wanted to. I mean, you don't have to feel obligated, but if you wanted to have it go through an evolution, like Sorries was saying earlier,
Yeah, just add to it this year. Job done.
maybe why not? Why not? If
Yeah,
you
friend.
Definitely.
if you want to have like an evolution going on, why not? I think it's completely legitimate, and it, that magical feeling can be anything for everybody. You don't have to feel locked into something Christmassy just because that is the time of year. A lot of people don't celebrate Christmas at all,
Yeah,
but
for different reasons as well.
for different reasons, of course. Some people decide, oh, it's the solstice time, so they go with more of a solstice theme there, or people don't, celebrate at all and just get together and have a good time, which could also be
Yeah,
considered a
yeah, I quite like
celebration.
that about the theme. I think that's probably one of the reasons I joined it because I thought, it's a nice Christmas theme. It's
Mm,
not just like build something overly Christmas. It's like it could be anything.
yeah,
I
yeah.
definitely like that about it.
And I really love how you interpreted it and what you've done with it. And I love this little family. It was so sweet and so lovely seeing them maneuver around and prancing around happily, is just so darling and absolutely spot on for me in when it comes to deciding is it that magical feeling or is it not? And it certainly is, in my opinion.
Oh, thank you. I always have such a hard time pathing the mounts or the pets or whatever. Like it's just, oh, I
Fiddly?
don't like it. Don't like it at all. I'm
Mm,
terrible at it. But we get there. They're a bit kind of jerky at times because I just can't do it the way everybody else does it.
I
I don't know
think,
what their secret is, but
oh, maybe they can illuminate us on their secret, how you guys do the pathing. So I do remember that Lothlorien was actually also had a wonderful YouTube video on how you can have a companion or a pet or a mount path through a door in a house and continue the path. And I think it was shared on a number of communities, the video. I'm happy to share it with you again later on if you want to. It's a
yeah,
very
I'll
nice
definitely
one.
watch that. Definitely, yeah.
So there are a lot of people there that um, just fiddle about with things until they find something that just works perfectly, and then they go about and share their knowledge, and that's uh, what it's all about, right? In the community.
Yep, yep. I remember being bad at it on Xbox as well, so I can't even say it's like just the controls of the menus or anything. It's not because I couldn't do it on controller either. I don't know
Oh,
why.
I'm not very good at them either. But like most of my houses aren't in like a normal skill, so I don't have a lot of use for pathing.
Yeah,
mm.
Like
Yeah,
even heart and stomp pathing, I guess. I do wish I could add one, but probably somebody helped me with that. And it's not. I want to add a ninja.
Oh.
Uh,
So, anybody out there in the audience, Sorries is asking for a little bit of help with a little ninja that needs to be added through pathing. So, please message Sorries and DMs, please, and help her out. Will be greatly appreciated, everybody. And yes, it does take so much time. And while we are at the question of time, how long did it take you to build this one?
it must have been a wee while because I'm really trying to think why I only done 400 and I can't remember. But yeah, I think it must have taken me a while. Otherwise, why wouldn't I have finished it? I wish I could remember. So yeah, I think it probably took a while. Not sure how
Right.
long. I'm not
I
sure.
mean, I'm not sure how much time was allocated for people in that competition. Maybe that's also that can contribute. I do know that there are people who do need deadlines because it helps finish a job, something that can be helpful for some people. But if maybe you've gotten into the competition late and then run
Yeah,
out of time.
maybe. I
Oh,
can't. Do you know, it wasn't even that long ago. And I
no,
can't
it was
remember.
not.
No,
No, it was
I'm
not.
really shocked.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I do remember it was quite fiddly getting the shape of it. You know, like the actual body, using the what did I use? Orcish something or other, Orcish vases. Yeah, I remember having a bit of bother trying to just
Oh,
make them look like anything. You know, I think the legs were easier, but the body was really difficult. I'm not sure why. It
right.
just wasn't doing it. Orcish canister, that's what I used.
I love that you did that because I mean, some of you know this already about me, but I am a bit of a sucker for Osama, and I mean, some of the furnishings might seem a bit brutish or dated even, and I do love seeing them appear in all different ways, and I love seeing that you've decided to go with this here. This is so nice. Look, everybody.
Yeah, I like the orcish stuff because it gives quite dark textures as well. Like
It
the thing
does,
around
yeah.
the eye. So I'll just bring that up.
Oh, yeah.
It's not letting me. I think it's an orcish plate. It's not letting me bring it up right now. Oh, I've just moved something. Oh no, what have I done? But yeah, I do. I like the orcish stuff because of the dark textures.
Oh,
You know,
nice.
we don't have all that much that is that dark, really. So it's nice when you do find something.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, definitely
Mhm.
true. Yeah, very lovely creature, and such a yeah, very good. That's correct. A very good contrast too, and I love that you're highlighting that as well because as you're saying that sometimes you do want to make something stand out, and particularly eyes in creatures. Um,
Mhm.
so that's an interesting point that you're making there because might be a question for those novice sculptors out there. How do you do eyes?
Yeah. See, I like a shiny thing in the middle, so I go with
yeah.
the. I think it's the bottle elixir. That one's called. But there's a dark elf. There's a kind of dark greeny glass thing that I quite like as well. Can't remember what it's called. But
I
yeah,
like
I
moon
start with the
charm.
shiny. The shiny's good. And then you just sort of like frame around it, really. I suppose. Just try a million different items until something looks like an eye.
You try a million different items, and you just had two different approaches there. That's very interesting. Um, I love that. It's very good. Very, very good. So, inspiration for this one, I mean, particularly that magnificent, glorious tree. Everybody, look, have you seen this? Have you paid attention? Have you seen this?
Mm.
It's just so magnificent. I could stare and look at this for ages because it's so mesmerizing. I love the color choices here too. So beautiful. The inspiration behind this one, besides it being this beautiful family, but you do have a tree added in here.
Well, I do quite like a Christmas tree. You know, like I'm happy to build those in houses. So I
Mm.
wanted a bit of a kind of Christmas tree feel without it being an actual Christmas tree. So I just thought, yeah, let's just go glowy.
Glowy. Perfect. Glorious. So fantastic. And so for this one, maybe you were hoping that people would come away visiting feeling a little bit magical, and maybe there is a sense of belonging with the family or the theme of the family here. Or am I just imagining that?
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, it was all about family. Just that
Perfect.
time of year, family, family in a glowy tree. That's
Family
all
and the
you need.
glory tree. That's all you
Yep.
need to have it to make it magical. Hope everybody
Yeah.
had this. Perfect. I love this so much. And for this
Thank
one,
you.
you were saying that the snow was quite pricey.
Mhm.
Anything
It's
else?
so nice though. It's
Yeah,
so
it's
nice.
so nice indeed. I will agree to that. It's just beautiful. And I also, um, you were saying that passing for you is a bit of a challenge, but you've done
Mhm.
a very good job here. You mustn't feel like
No,
you,
thank
you
you.
you can't do this. You can absolutely do it. It's absolutely perfect. And I have said this also when I visited here the first time, that you are leading us. You come here, you're leading us, and we follow. Also coming through the door, and the snow is coming through the door as well, and you have already
Mhm.
an inkling, or maybe you think, oh, maybe there's something snowy outside, maybe there's something going on. That of course we are in the Stillwater retreat, right? And so you can expect something, and then you surprise us a little bit.
Yeah, I do. I like to. I do try and do a wee sort of a walkway around. I do try. I try. But like I said, it's hard. It's a hard balance often because of the slots. You
Mm,
want all the slots for your creature, but it's not enough. So you have to do both, I think.
yeah, yeah, and that's a difficult part, I think, also to um, find that balance
Uh-huh.
between the creature and the environment around. And of course, um, I've spoken to a number of you before, um, talking about going into a plot, looking at the plot, and going, okay, what can I block off
Mm.
to create whatever it is you want to create? And I think that's an interesting point. So you obviously say, or have said, that you start with a creature first. Um,
Usually, yeah,
Usually,
usually.
okay. So for this one, it was also the creature first, and it had to be outside.
Yep, yep.
Right. In this wonderful environment, because of course this is so dramatic. The frozen lake.
Yeah, I should definitely come back and finish it. I kind of didn't realise it was only 400 slots there. Like, I kind of just forgotten. I'll need to come back.
You know, I don't know if it must be, 700 slots to be finished, because a lot of people also manage to design something absolutely stunning and perfect and beautiful without utilizing the entire limit.
Especially if you don't have ESO Plus, you kind of
Hmm.
have to.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Um, I think
not
it
for me,
was,
but I
yeah,
couldn't do without.
absolutely. I was also going to remind people, Godolia was mentioning, because in the last competition, there was a participant who was joining with a build without ESO Plus. So, and Godolia was saying, oh, that's hard mode building.
Yeah, I think so. An extra challenge.
It's an extra challenge for sure. So, absolutely, yeah. And uh, of course, then you don't have as much slot limit. And without ESO Plus, oh my goodness, the inventory must be
Oh yeah.
cluttered.
Oh
Oh,
no.
yeah, oh no.
It sounds awful. I don't know how they do it. Like, hats off to
Yeah,
them, really. I don't know how they do
my
it.
my ESO Plus run out and just like managing inventory.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, it's
I still have a code left that I won in a contest, but I'm just waiting for like an ES Plus ticket event or something. So that
um
gives the income to buy ESO Plus.
Like a free trial.
I mean, the free trial was like a month ago, so this one is not until a while.
No.
Futako has a giveaway on her YouTube reaching 3K subscribers, and I think there is, or was that ESO monthly subscriptions? I'm not exactly sure because it could be that.
What road giveaway?
I think there is. Maybe
Maybe it's a new one.
let me check because I did see
It's
something pop
weird.
up.
A guildie was nice enough to gift me gold road, so that saved me a lot of money.
Oh, that's so sweet. I mean, that's so sweet when people step up from the guilds and do that and help out. Oh no, it was not ESO. Um, Sad, but I just saw that there was a giveaway going on with Futako's celebration. Sometimes there's something like that going on. We'll keep my eyes peeled and poke you if I see something like that.
Yeah, there are also a lot of giveaways on Twitch and such, but I just never win those.
Oh, yeah, understandable. It's also, got to do with luck, and got to be lucky to do this or to win. It's just so. Have I said that I could stare at this for hours and not tire? And just look at this; it's so beautiful. It's very sweet. Sorry, said someone stepped up and um, helped you out in this way. It's very, very nice when people do that. Um,
Yeah, they won a Twitch giveaway, but they already had it.
I see.
So they asked if I could get it instead, because not every Twitch streamer that has codes wants people to win it, allow people to win it for someone else.
Mm.
But thankfully that was allowed, because
Oh,
I always need like the new expansion for like for our guild actions, so that we can raise money to pay the trader and contest and that sort of thing.
right.
But then I can't farm for sorry, mosquitoes. I can't farm for an auction if I don't have the expansion.
Of course. Yeah, no. Oh,
So
yes.
by the time I've probably entered already like 20 giveaways for it.
Oh my. Yeah, that's also a point, right? For some people, that is why I'm saying there is a monetary aspect to it as well. And it's not just, some people are running guilds all by themselves, and it's a lot of work, which is why I keep repeating, people, please support your guilds. Please do, because a trader isn't cheap. There's a lot of
No, that's so expensive.
bidding going on there. Yeah, they're really pricey. So do help out if you can. And I think if you can get the community to work together, I think then the guilds can rise as well and grow together and achieve something magnificent as well. I mean, I think you have done that already with the competitions that you've done, Sorries. I think that should be an example for people and a reason to support and help where they can. So just a little reminder for all of you out there. Always, always
I
support
really
your
appreciate
guilds.
the trader on your guilds, like, because that's where I do all my trading on EU. So I really appreciate it. The fact it's a housing guild as well, because quite often they don't have the
Yeah,
trader.
and like trading guilds, they can ask for fees or they kick
Uh-huh.
people when they have enough sales. Like obviously, if somebody is just there for housing and that's gonna penalize them for not using the trader.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really for the people who need it. But yeah, it's like traders have gotten so expensive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm always blown away when somebody says the cost of them. I'm just like, what? What now? Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. So I really appreciate your guild with
Yeah,
the trader.
sometimes somebody will ask me, like, I will never say the exact amount because you don't want like poachers.
Mm-hmm.
But like, oh, my friend thinks he could. How much do you think Vivek is? Because my friend thinks he can buy it, and the friend thought he could buy it for 5 mil. It's like, no, that one is probably in the hundreds already. I don't even want to know how much that one is.
They are really spendy. I mean, this is why I keep reminding people. So, on PCEU, we do have a very large social community, which is the Rose Guilds. It's comprised of 5 guilds who all have a trader in Windhelm. each, so it's not Windtown anymore, it's Rosetown. Y'all should get the
I don't
memo.
even bother bidding on the ones that are like taken over by the roads. I know they have a bigger budget.
Yeah, I mean, it also comes, some people are very much enthusiastic about trading, and there are a number of very good guides to help you get into trading more so that you can make the most of it and not have to work so hard. And I just mentioned the Rose Guilds as a social guild. They are definitely um, covering all aspects of the game and do a lot for the community. Otherwise, I wouldn't be. This was the first guild that I joined was Spring Rose, and this is what I first and foremost consider being, a rose, a spring rose, that is. Also, hello there, Lemoon Leaf. Welcome, welcome. But there is another, well, larger group of trading orientated guilds or solely devoted to trading, and that is ITT or International Trading Team. It's a collection of 8 guilds. And yes, as you were saying, those do have an ask because of the priciness of the traders. And they're usually in very good locations, and you can make a lot of gold that way and finance your end game housing. But of course, I think for some, it's a little bit, it's a little bit of mm, scary moment to step into that arena and start trading. But you mustn't be scared because there are good guides out there. So, for instance, Gorka, who has been trading on ITT for years and years and years, has done a guide together with Kiss, also a guild lead on ITT. Also, Kiss usually does guides for what goes in which DLC and expansion, etc., to help you out, figure out what you can sell or what might sell well with the next DLC and stuff like that. And I do know that on Roses, we do have also a number of guides how to get started with all the trading business. And but still, for smaller guilds and particularly housing-related guilds only, it's so much harder to persist in this arena because of the trading guilds, right? They do just have a lot larger budget.
Like the really large trading guilds, they also have safety spots. So let's say
Yep.
they lose,
Mm-hmm.
they will then have basically a fake guild who buys a spot each week.
Mm-hmm.
In a not super bad place, so Somerset or Riften or that kind of space.
Yeah.
And then it just will dissolve the guild. And then they will move the other guilds to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
they lose their big spot, they just have a backup, and those backups take in the spots of the non-trading guilds.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is very difficult to compete in that arena if it's a housing related guild only, of course. But again, I will remind people you still should support your guilds, particularly the housing guilds, because it's the real end game. It's very pricey, and you do need to help your guilds out. And it is very helpful to have a trader, but not every single housing guild can afford a trader because, as you were saying, it is quite pricey to get good spots.
Yeah, like if you want to run a guild, like some people think I make gold with it. Like I will get some stuff like here and there from people because like for example I got that expansion code that somebody won, but like in gold wise I probably drain like maybe even 100 mil a year
Oh wow.
of my own gold for like contests and that sort of thing. Like it's an expensive business. Like if you're not good at making gold, then you probably shouldn't try running a guild that use like unless it's like I don't know if RP guilds like that don't want a trader and need a lot of gold. But if you do run contests or those sort of things, you do need to be decent at like trading.
Of course, yeah, you need to fund prizes
Yeah.
and stuff, yeah.
Or you really need to hope there's somebody who loves dumping gold, but currently hoping.
Mm,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's good to even
Yeah,
just
anyway.
only give a small amount. Like I try and donate to all the guilds I'm in,
Mhm.
even if it's not much. You know,
Oh, it
because
helps.
I knew you, I don't have as much money, but I
Mhm.
do try and I try and give a wee bit. If everybody gave a wee bit, you know.
Yeah, that's not the only thing how you can help, right? If so, of course, competitions, you can also help sourcing. Sometimes prizes mustn't necessarily be gold, or
Mhm.
or crowns or something. You can also put together a nice bundle that may be consisting of nice furnishings, particularly in a housing guild. Maybe that is something that people would also be enthusiastic about, or that is a
Mhm.
little bit themed or something. So I think there is a little bit of different ways in which you can support competitions and guilds or guilds in general. I think there's a lot to it um,
Mhm.
that you can do, and of course, every single donation helps. So
Yeah.
even if it's very small, you mustn't feel that it's not helping or anything. It does help, every
Yeah, and you
single
can
one.
also like I also burn through Rit vouchers a lot because I need to buy the new sets from the expansions. I use them for like smaller contest prizes because like winning just like 200k doesn't feel like as exciting as winning like 200k and 100 Rit vouchers to spend.
Hmm.
So I think when that new update was for the sets, I think I probably burned through 11k red vouchers
Oh
of
yeah.
just buying new sets, buying the large sets, contest prizes. So some people just send me the
Yeah, like for it.
Rits that they can't make.
Yeah, I send you mine.
They don't have the motif of
To
it,
get
or they
ready.
haven't.
Always hope it
They're
helps.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely something that also helps completely. Yeah, is and of course, um, guild halls. I've highlighted guild halls a number of times, and of course, with the change to the Grandmaster crafting stations, um, a lot has changed in regards to the guild halls, and I've said this also on streams before. um, they are still pricey, to maintain and to just create guild halls, because Munda stones, target dummies, ethereal wells, all the utility that you need if you want to provide that for your guild, it's very pricey, right? And some of the items are crown only. So it's very difficult to build something, and so it does absolutely help if people, for instance, send you, as you were saying, the RIT vouchers if they don't need them or if they can't build or do them themselves. That absolutely is a wonderful way to support your guilds.
People have maybe
yeah,
got
because
loads of them in the bank and not even realise. You know, if you dig about, you can find them.
like currently per set, I think it's like around 800k a mil to buy the set to essentially place them in your house.
Oh yeah.
And I forgot how many sets are there now. Like when I started, there were 69, and it was like 3 years ago. So I think like maybe 20 got added.
Hmm.
Like that's almost 100 mil just to get the sets.
Yeah, it's
Um,
really expensive.
then you have the Munda stones. Like I was lucky that at the time, I pre-bought crowns from somebody that I trust a lot. Sadly, he doesn't play anymore.
Oh.
Uh, but I bought them back when they were 300 gold. That's how much they went
Oh
up in
my.
price, like about 10
Oh
times as
my.
much. We were waiting until they ever got on sale again, and it never happened. Eventually, we just gave up and like, okay, we'll buy them now because they won't ever be on sale again.
Oh
And I'm
my.
not sure if I've seen them on sale since, um,
Yeah.
or if they were, it was already like a year later.
Oh, this is
But like
really.
buying those, I think they're like 1,300 a piece or something.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's ridiculous. But just consider the fact that you have to. I mean, in a guild, a lot of people expect that a guild hall has them, and all of them, right? So is if you think about that and how much you'd have to put in to finance that, I think that's a big ask, and that's why I keep
Okay.
telling people when I tour guild halls, and I have toured guild halls multiple times, that it's really important to just really try to support your guilds in any way you can, because of the guild halls being so pricey. And as you were saying, also Maeve was saying 77 sets now, or about 77 sets. So that's a lot.
I need to update the last ones. I got a bit behind
Mhm.
with things.
I
I also need
was-
to. I got completely stuck on how to decorate it. I really need.
the new
The
freedom.
Yeah, it's too much freedom. I like the stake. It's a housing guild, so the stakes are too high. I just get stuck. And like when I started first, I got way too many opinions. Like everybody wanted to give like their opinion. Like I wanted them here. I want this there. I want this there. And now we have the big master sets, so it's less of an issue. But it was too many opinions for one person to handle.
Aw.
But like, what was I going to say? Oh, I do know people use the Munda stones because, like, once in a blue moon, I will get a mail that says, like, "Hey, sorry, I think this Munda stone doesn't work. It's like set wrong." And it's like, I mean, that shouldn't be true. That's odd. Like, sometimes some items do seem to like move just a little bit. So
Or sometimes people
you
forget
always have
that.
to turn them.
Yeah, also sometimes you
Yeah,
forget that if you have a Mundus already, you can't interact with that Mundus.
yeah, exactly. So I keep having to the mailbag. It's like, is that the Munda stone that is currently active?
Yeah, because I mean, it happened to me also. I was like, why can't I use this Wonderstone? This is so odd. And then it dawned on me slowly, oh, might be that that is what I already have. It's just silly. But yeah, and of course people use them. It's very convenient, of course. Mm. Oh, it happened to you too, Arahova. I'm so glad it's not just me. I did.
Yeah,
Um,
I've gotten like at least like 5 mils or whispers like regarding something like that. So it happens to a
that's
lot
so
of people.
cute.
But it's such an easy thing to forget to.
Absolutely.
Uh,
You know, this is also something that I remind people of when we are doing trials. I usually tell people check your munduses, if you have your food with you, all your gear. So, because there were people who were sometimes not dressed appropriately and were wondering why things were different in the experience. And um, yeah, so it definitely happens because you forget these are little things, right? It can happen for sure. It's so funny. But yeah, again, gentle reminder, everybody, support your guilds in any way which you can. It does help a lot. Um, we got a little bit sidetracked here from all the creatures and how lovely the scenery is. And of course, the aurora borealis disappeared because the weather changed.
It's
Weather
never out for long, is it?
is
It's
so
never out long enough.
it's a bit rude, you know. I mean, this is a, I love this house because of the aurora borealis. I think a lot of people do. The
Yeah.
sky is so magnificent. Was it also the sky or also the frozen lake that you were drawn to when
I
you were
think it was mostly just the winter look in general, you know, because it was like it had to be wintry.
had to be
So this
wintry?
house is just perfect for that. You know,
It
it's great,
is.
and the sky is just a bonus.
It's a bonus.
Mhm.
Perfect. I love that. It's so good. And so besides, we were meandering about besides the snow. Would you say it's on the pricey side of things, or would you say it's
Um,
still economical,
Wasn't too
frugal?
bad. Got a lot of glowy lights, I suppose, but you know, like if I see something on the lock spender that I like, I do tend to buy a lot of them.
Hmm.
So I had stuff already, which was quite lucky. I don't
Right.
remember. I don't remember if those trees are crowns. I think they came with the house.
Oh, right.
What are they called? Argent something? You know, like the big kind of tiered. Yeah, they're nice. Like I know they can be expensive on the Crown store, but I think I got them in a house.
Oh, true.
Um,
Oh, that's so true. Sometimes, of course, people forget that you can, if you have a house or if you get a house, it does come with a bit of furnishings too. So,
yeah, it does.
oh,
Yeah, you can get some nice things that way. Like just the unfurnished version. You don't need to buy the furnished version of a
oh
house
yeah,
to get some stuff. You know,
I can't really
a lot of the good stuff.
recall any crown house that is worth buying furnished.
Yeah, no, and because you get a lot of clutter as well that you don't want, and then you
Yeah.
have to find somewhere to put it.
mm-hmm.
It's,
I mean,
And I
that's
feel like you can't like delete it. You can sell it, but you can't like delete it. But because it has that crown item and like a crown symbol on it,
mm-hmm.
terrible.
terrible indeed. I mean, that's why a lot of people are, some people have IKEAs, and multiple little or large IKEAs. I know also for a fact that Poseidon, who has been on a designer spotlight with me before, he's also taken me to some of the IKEAs that he has. I was so stunned at how neat and how very organized they were because he was showing me, oh, this is the uh, statue IKEA where I have a lot of statues in the house, and I was expecting to see a lot of statues, but I didn't expect them neatly sorted and stored as you would see in an IKEA. So I was very wowed. So yeah, some people decide if you want to empty a specific plot, and then just throw it into some house that you're not going to use just yet, and decide that's going to be an IKEA,
Mm-hmm.
and just put it all there. I mean, I have, I think, 3 IKEAs now, and
I
just
have like many. I sort them by style. So my Bastion has all the spooky stuff, and
ah,
one house has all the Vardenfell stuff, and one house has all the orc stuff.
oh, that's interesting. You go by theme in that way. That's also very interesting
I
that you
need
do
to add
that.
more storage boxes, to be honest, or a housing bag because it's just I'm overrun with items, and I try to throw them in the bank, and I try to give them away, and I can never I just never have the space.
Understandable. Yeah, I mean, I can't put things in my bank because I do play support for the most part, so I have all the sets, and that's what's cluttering up my bank. So I can't store anything there that is furnishing. So I absolutely have to put them into IKEAs. But yeah, mm, so yeah,
I was really
please,
hoping for storage solutions,
yes.
the big update announcement thing, and it wasn't. I was like so hopeful for storage, but no.
No, no. Instead, it's. I mean, I'm sure all of you have seen the stream maybe and know that the feature that they're going to add is basically a EHT, right? Because the
Yeah,
housing hub basically is what they're adding in
I don't
with.
think a lot of people are impressed,
Uh-huh.
sadly.
No, I think
It's
so
good for people
too.
on console, but for people who already have like EHD, because it's an add-on, it's just not really anything new.
Yeah,
Mm,
but people, of course, as you were saying on console and PlayStation or Xbox, I think that is a good feature to add in for them.
it's definitely good if you don't use add-ons, but like I said, I
Mm.
would still have rather chose storage
Oh
over
yeah,
EHT. You know, it's all about the storage right now. I think it's one of people's biggest problems. That and not enough slots. Like you hear that one the most, but storage is
yeah.
definitely up there.
So Zos, in the future, please, pretty please, a nice little furnishing bag similar
Yep.
to the wonderful crafting bag. I think you would make everybody in the housing community rejoice and very happy too. And yes, I
Yeah,
have.
or even more of the like the storage chests.
Mm.
Even if we could get more of those,
Oh yeah,
um, that would be great. How many is it we can have? Is it 6 or 8? I can't remember.
8.
8. Yeah, it's just not enough.
No, it's not enough, and also they're so small. Like there's not a lot of slots in them. I think the large ones are 60 and the smaller ones are what, 30?
Yeah,
So
I think so.
not a lot of slots there either.
Mhm.
I mean, and then of course you could say, well, you mustn't be all that, hoardery and hoard all the things. You could also, you know, do spring cleaning and all that. But at the same time, if you are into housing and you're interested in designing something magnificent and special like so, and you need to store a lot of furnishings,
And
I'm sure.
especially if they want us to buy all the, you get the Crown furnishing packs, and some of them are really like, I've got a character who's holding two of them
Mm.
unopened because I don't know where I'm putting the stuff. And it
Oh,
puts me off. Like sometimes I'll think, yeah, I've got crowns, I could get a furnishing pack, but then I don't because of the storage. So they would make more money by giving us storage.
yeah, they would.
Well, it just makes sense to me.
You know, most finishing packs, like I want like one item and I don't
Yeah,
need the rest.
yeah,
And it's like just give me I regret not getting the Apocrypha one because I wanted to pull, but like I really did not need the rest. I don't think I'm ever going to use the books,
Hmm,
hmm
I
so
see.
they're kind of useless to me. And yeah,
And then where you put,
I think
like
that was the Under the Sea one. That's one I actually used.
all
the
right.
good thing with, like the furnishing packs when they are on sale, if they would also do the items individually on the Crown tab thing, like in the house,
Oh, true.
because you can't even buy them individually on that during the time that
Oh,
they're on sale. It's kind of frustrating.
it's very frustrating, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, then if you're only going to use one item, what are you going
Mhm.
to do with the rest? Like, are you going to store them?
Yeah, like I said, I've got two of them
Mm,
in a character unopened. They're still in the box because I don't know what to do with it.
yeah, understandable. Very
Yeah, and one of
understandable.
them is like the dwarven pipes. So it's
Oh,
like a lot of items, and I'm like, right, I would need another whole storage house if I opened this. So it just sits there.
yeah. And waits and has to wait.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I have said this also many times before in streams. Zos, just, a little bit more slot limit, bit more,
yeah.
thank you. Be great. So these were the two wishes, the two big wishes that you have for Zos. Maybe they're listening. Um, Actually, three wishes. A furnishing bag, right? Slot limit a little bit higher.
Portal.
Yeah, I have heard from people maybe 1,000 for the large houses.
I mean, they're getting so big that that seems reasonable,
Uh-huh.
I think.
Oh yeah. And as we were just saying, with the crown store items, can we just, if we don't want the entire pack, can we please buy the individual ones? Thank you. That'd be great.
hmm
Or
Mm-hmm.
just like offer them on like a limited
Yeah.
basis,
Why
like
not?
one day.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they'll hear us, and if we say it more often,
They're
um,
probably like, that housing community, they're never happy.
they're never
We give
happy.
them this, we give them that. All they do is complain. Which is
It
true,
is
but
really not a complaint, right? Is more um, we're stating that there is too little room for magnificent ideas. And if you think of how some of the wonderful builds have, also found their way into a lot of the wonderful streams and advertisements for ZOS, I think it's only legitimate to raise a little bit of criticism and maybe awareness to the fact that if you want to build something large and stunning and big, you do need the slots. You don't necessarily need more space. And
yeah,
if you think about, I have said this also many, many times, particularly in regards to the Moonsugar Meadow, because it's a beautiful plot, but it's very large. And I have seen a lot of designers decide, okay, I'm going to do a little bit of pathing here and I'm going to block off the majority of the plot because otherwise it will just look bereft, right? You will run into
yeah.
trouble making it look homogeneous all around and alive. right? It can look very bereft. And this is also true for the Grand Sitjik Villa, for instance, when people are trying to furnish very, very large abodes that have so much space, it becomes very difficult, and you reach the furnishing cap or the furnishing limit very quickly. And I think that cannot be overstated.
Yeah, that one is so spread out. Like I remember, one year I judged one more housing, and they don't have a specific theme, so you also have a lot of beginner houses.
Oh yeah.
And like Grand Pacific Villa became like a sort of a trigger almost,
Oh
because
yeah.
so often they were like, there's a little bit furniture over there, there's a little bit furniture over here.
Trying to find it all.
Same with Antiquarian, was also one of the houses where it's fine if that's your own house, but to try to judge a house that is so spread out, uh, and and they're still beginner houses, so it's not like it's more difficult to judge,
Yeah, it
and
takes a lot of
like
time. Mm-hmm.
that I got
Yeah.
completely burned out at the end of it. But at that one it was like more than 100. It was before they did the limit also with the amount of houses you had to judge.
Mm-hmm.
So you really had to like visit.
I mean, I just
I think it
Beginners
was
as well.
120 or something.
I just did 171 for Ethereal's art, and some of you
That's too
brave
many.
souls stuck with me. I still this is something that's for me very humbling when people stick with me for such a long time. And as you all know, I'm slow. I have tried going fast. It's just I can't do it unless somebody is pushing me. Unless somebody tells me, okay, let's move on. Um, I will linger and I will look at details because the majority of designers put things there for reasons, right? It's always deliberate choices. And because it's always deliberate choices, I think it's just only fair that I have a deliberate look at all of that. And so when you have to judge 171 houses, it takes me ages. And as you were saying, Grand Sejik Villa was in there. There were a lot of Moonsugar Meadows. There were a lot of very, very large plots. And also the Fogbreak Lighthouse is very large. It's such a large island. And I do love seeing all those beautiful plots. Don't get me wrong, I love them all. But it just takes a lot of time. I think the longest stream that I did so far was for Aetherius Art, the Enchanted Grove retreat, that was nearly 11 hours. And that's a long time.
Yeah, like I always like when I do contests, I only do them guild only,
Mhm.
and part of it is also just to limit the amount of entries, because like we do guild voting, so it's already unfair if you have like if some people are disadvantaged because like you can easily go to Gildy's house, you can just easily go to somebody that's outside of the guild.
Yeah.
But like also it's just too many. We do guild voting, so you need to like go to all the houses, and it's just exhausting to have so many entries. Even though it's fun in a way, like I also always have like a minimum amount that I hope to achieve, because they take a lot to organize, of course.
Mhm.
But like there's definitely like a burnout with visiting so many houses.
Yeah, and very much understandable. And I think it's also where for judges, you can get into trouble if you cannot allocate a lot of time to the judging, and you see the amount of entries, and then you set yourself maybe a timetable and a schedule, if you will, and then you try to get through to a specific number or a specific amount of houses in that allocated time. And when you realize that you're going too slow, um, that's when I think some judges have to run and have to start running through the house. And of course, that's when the designers will start crying because you might miss things because you're running.
Yeah, I'm my username is at the end of the alphabet. At least it's not very close to the beginning. And I'm usually a late entry. I always enter super late. So I'm usually at the end of the list. And like there have been one contest where like all the entries were like they almost got like 40 minutes for theirs. It weren't that many people, but then my house was like not even 15 minutes, and it's like, oh,
Yeah, it
because
doesn't feel
also you
good.
sit
Mm.
through. Like I do mostly hope to see my house on the stream eventually. You know, like I only also have so many time of the day. Um, and
Mhm.
like sometimes you sit through stream and it's like 4 hours of seeing other people's houses, and at that point, like if it's that person that needs to rush, it's not fun if you spend a lot of time, you know, partially waiting
Mhm. Yeah,
for your house to be shown.
of course.
So it's definitely a down. I think also people at the end of the list also get disadvantage on people at the front.
Hmm.
So I think with voting, I also always encourage people to also go like start with Z and go to A, instead of going A to Z.
Yeah, that's good points. I think that makes a lot of sense for those who definitely are a little bit more pressed on time. I will say that I usually take my time with every single house, and I take my time with like I never rush through any house, even if it's just an in-room. I can meander about in an in-room for a decent amount and have a look around and meander about the story that might wait there for me. And I think that it just really depends a bit on the streamer or on the judge. Um, your modus operandi comes into play here. And for me, I'm just the snail. I'm going slow all the time. And I'm just happy when there are people in the audience who are patient and who can hang on with me and who can keep me company through very long streams. And as you were saying, 4 hours, that's nothing for me. Uh,
Mhm.
after a serious art, 4 hours doesn't feel like a long time for me at all. Um, and yeah, I do enjoy taking my time, and I love spending time in the houses. And in particular, I love it when you guys are there, either in the chat. And I was lucky with you, Sorries, in your erstwhile sanctuary. I love that when some of you guys are in the audience and you're waiting patiently for me to get to your house, because then
Yeah.
sometimes you indulge my questions and I can ask them, and I'm so happy when that happens because it gives me context. It gives me a little
Yeah.
extra that I can take into consideration. And
I
I
always
also,
think it's good when streamers like ask like, is anybody like in a contest currently here?
mhm, yeah,
Uh, because you know, uh, it's just nicer if people who are there can like talk a bit about it.
yeah, yeah,
And it also
absolutely.
helps with like that somebody is not like is waiting for their house to be shown, but now they have to go to work or now they have to work on a project or something,
Hmm.
and now they'll miss it and they'll have to rewatch it back.
Hmm.
And I mean, it's just nicer than having doing it very strictly, in my opinion.
Of course, yeah.
Like when I do a housing tour, for example, people can ask if they want their house to be kept off the list until they're there, um, or if they or they can ask if they can go early or late.
Hmm. Yeah, sometimes that is sometimes possible. It depends really, because if
Mhm.
the entry number is very high, that is very difficult to accommodate, because if you have a day job, you have to accommodate your
Mhm.
day job, right? And then you put in hours in the evening for or after you whenever work ends for you, and you put in the hours there. It's very hard to accommodate, but I do hope that at least I try my best, that people are in fact there, and it's very I really love it when it happens and when it works out and people are there and I can talk to them, or even if it's not the designer, or sometimes the designers are a little bit shy and a little bit scared to talk to me right away. I swear I don't bite. I really do. I'm not biting at all. Um, so don't worry. Also, I'm not
Well, they're
very.
really nice to chat with.
Um,
And also, if I see somebody that their house is like almost or on a
oh
stream
yeah,
almost
that
because they're
helps as
online,
well.
I usually give them like a heads up, like, hey, it's your turn now.
Yeah, that definitely
Um,
helps. Or sometimes a friend, just when a friend is there and can talk to me. Like I had that also a few times when someone had to attend a real life and couldn't be with me on stream, but they were there. You know, sometimes people are also lurking in the shadows, and you can all do that. You never have to apologize for that. If you have to lurk, lurk away. It's all right. Um, and I know that they're there still and they might still hear. And so that's why I tend to talk to the designer, even though um, the designer might not be able to talk to me. But sometimes a friend of theirs is there and then they can talk to me about what it is they
yeah,
know. And that definitely helps and is such a bonus. Yeah, and it
yeah. If I
is.
see, for example, a streamer missing like a detail that I think is important, like I've seen streamers miss like an entire path,
Oh dear.
like then I really feel that I should say something about
Oh
it because
yeah,
it's so
always
sad. Like
do.
if you watch the stream back and they miss like a huge thing.
Hmm. I mean, I'm not perfect either. I do miss things as well, even if I go slow. So it absolutely helps me if you are here and you can just point my nose towards it if I'm missing something. It absolutely helps. It's very helpful, people. Um, if that, or if you are a friend to someone and oh, their house is going to be up very soon, but the friend is maybe tending to a child or at work or whatever, it does help when you interject and when you say, hey, wait a minute, stop, there's another part that you might not have seen. That's
Especially for like
definitely
private
helpful.
areas. Like a lot of people do like to do their wee hidden rooms and things, and it's not
Hmm.
always obvious where they are. So
Yes, that's true. Or, and I had
Yeah,
that,
honestly,
I had that also a few times, particular in the humble mud. um, the door towards the outside looked to me like I couldn't interact. Like I walked close to it and it didn't look like I could interact with it. And so I thought, oh, the outside isn't open or I can't go outside.
yeah.
But then somebody said, I think you can go outside, just try to get closer to the door. And so that is something that absolutely helps, and particularly hidden things. And I will talk to Hayden the Black Cat now. She likes to do hidden passageways sometimes, which is absolutely brilliant. I love it. All of you who do this, absolutely, I really love that. Also, things like drops, sudden drops in builds. I absolutely love that. It's hilarious. I
One
giggle about it. It's perfect. But
one of my first like advice is like make sure if it is Kanta's house, make sure it's easily viewable. Like even that Cold Harbor Dragon I posted, like I was happened to be in the house when a judge for that contest came.
mm,
But I didn't know it was a judge yet, so I just tried to make small talk. They didn't say anything back.
oh dear.
I was like, "Oh, so what do you think of the dragon?" Because I want to know like somebody who walked in their opinion about the dragon, and I could see him suddenly like walk around like as if they're confused trying to find something, and they missed that giant dragon because it's not on eye
missed the whole
level, even
feature.
though the tail is and it's
Oh,
huge. Because but even like a huge object can
be
not be
missed. Yeah.
visible to a lot of people if they don't look down or up.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like if it's important, it needs to be on eye level or lead to
You know,
something.
and
Have a big
that's
arrow pointing at it.
where sometimes non-combat pets, the pets come in sometimes, because some of you wonderful designers like to utilize these wonderful little pets to help us find the way. They lead. Sometimes I love that idea. Um, and yes, Hayden, that is a very beautiful, innocent smile um, that you're giving us here. Yes, well. I think there are a few hidden marvelous places that you've done, and I think a lot of people have seen and enjoyed that. Absolutely brilliant. And I think Deadpin had the wonderful Follow the White Rabbit kind of theme. A lot of you had that, but in a recent build in Goronir State, was it the Goronir State? That you were meant to follow the white rabbit in Alice in Wonderland because you're outside in the garden and you follow along the path, and the little bunny was hopping along, and you can follow. And that is such a nice touch when you add a pet and you see it, like as a judge, you do see a moving little pet, of course. And when you see it disappear somewhere, at least I try to follow. Sometimes that's possible, sometimes it's not possible, but at least then you try and find or don't find a way or a path. So yeah, absolutely. There are different ways to going about this, but also what you're saying, sorry, does make sense. If you want something to be seen by the majority of judges and visitors, then it should be eye level, of course. But doesn't mean you can't build something up in the sky or into the. I have seen people put things here in the frozen lake too. I'm not sure if if
Yeah,
you
I've
know.
seen builds like that. They're
Mhm.
really clever.
It's such a wonderful idea to
It's a great
utilize
house.
this. Yeah, it's a great house indeed. I think maybe a little bit underrated for some. Um, so I do love seeing builds here, and yeah, you can utilize a lot of when I'm looking down now. I hope you can all see that there is room there. You could use that.
And there's the whole cave as well, like the
Yeah,
ice cave. It's
indeed.
quite a big area. Like
It's
you
a
forget
very large area.
until you run in and you think, wow, this is quite huge actually. Yeah.
It's really large. And yeah, the cave, and you can help obscure this a little bit, and make it a different, give it a little different look. So there's a lot of ways in which you can go about it. But yeah, of course, I mean, usually I am in first person for the majority of streams because that is where I give you guys the broadest view, if that makes sense. If I'm zooming out, you do see um, the little awesomer meandering about, and that might not be all that helpful. And thus, here you get, if I'm, showing you first person, you do see a little bit more of the build on the big screen. So, but some of you have also mentioned to me to go into third person. And of course, in some builds, that makes a lot of sense as well. So yeah, is a very large plot, a beautiful plot too, and you definitely can do so much with it. And
Even the entryway is. I've seen builds where they've only used the entryway. Like the interior.
mm,
It can be really nice for whole builds because it's big as well.
it
You know,
is
you,
very
you
high
don't even have
ceiling.
to come outside if you don't want to.
True, of course. I mean, I do know people who choose large houses for the slot uh,
Hmm.
limit and for the slot limit only. So there certainly is an element of that, like all different ways of approaches in housing. I mean, we're talking today about fantastic creatures, and those are the focus, and those are the focal points that these lovely ladies go about a lot of their designs. But of course, some of you choose a house or choose to build in a specific house just because of the slot limit, or just an environmental factor or something. So,
Yes, I like his lower slot limit because it means I will be done quicker.
mm.
Like, oh, can I just go? It's full now.
Oh, it's full. You have to fill it to the slot limit.
I mean, to be honest, if I like, I very rarely judge any contest. I don't vote in our guild contest either because I'm in charge of the vote. But if I do see a contest house and it's missing filled slots, and I can think of things that I think might be missing, then
Mm.
I feel like you didn't finish it, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah,
if you
makes
could
sense.
use some more strawberry and you still have like 50 slots left, I'm wondering like why not add a little bit more strawberry or like
Mhm.
add a little bit more of this. So I do think it's always best to like fill the slot limits because it does look more finished.
Yeah,
Mm.
and
It's
like
you
for me,
know with
the
EXP you
clutter
can
are
see how
nice.
many slots are used, and like I do kind of in my mind, like maybe it's perfect to the person who made it, but like uh, it does feel to me as if you maybe didn't completely finish it.
Hmm. Or maybe use the house to its fullest potential.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I mean, also some people.
Respectfully complain about the slots and then not use the ones we're given.
Yeah, you're given a number of slots, and we were just talking about the slot limit not being enough, and then
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, it makes sense. And also, some of you decide to like when you get very close to the limit, then you hold off with maybe 4, 5, or 3, or just 2 slots left because you're waiting for a specific item that has to go into that house, and it's just
Mhm.
not there available yet. I really love that because that's such dedication.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with like if it's like 10 or something, you can think like, oh, it's somebody just needs a bit more, needs those last items, and it's just they're just placeholders basically. But if
Yeah.
it's like 55 missing, then it does feel like um that it's you could still use those. Like why aren't you using those?
Yeah,
Like put a
maybe
mustache on a painting. I don't care. Just use all of them.
put something there. Use them. I love that approach. It's wonderful. You know, um, sometimes also when you see houses that are having beautiful builds in them and they look pristine and glorious, and you notice that they're not using the entire slot limit. Sometimes that's also because, oh, look at that, Aurora Borealis is out, everybody. Now this shines even more. I hope it comes off on screen well for you. Um, so I was just saying that sometimes people have discovered a specific item, maybe from the luxury vendor or something. It just appeared in a specific week. Um, and that is a huge slot saver. I think when they added the round staircase, I don't know if you remember, that was a huge slot saver for a lot of
Oh yeah.
designers. They could do away with a lot of rounded stairs that they cobbled together, right?
Mm.
And that might be a reason why there's less slots used in that particular build, because the slot saver just saved them slots. So maybe that's why.
I do have some. I do have some old builds where like slowly some slots keep going missing because like I needed to use that item and I swear I'll put it back later. Never do it.
I do that
That
too.
item is gone now.
that's
Like,
that's so
oh, I need some
cute.
cobweb. Okay, I'll remove a cobweb here. Who will notice? Then it's like, will never appear again. Even though I have plenty of cobwebs now after 2 Halloween events.
That's so cute. That's really sweet. Hmm.
So slowly some old builds will just deteriorate because you keep just stealing items from it.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Also, that's completely a legitimate approach to it as well, because sometimes, as we were saying earlier, recycling, right, or reusing items, absolutely legitimate approach. And yeah, Deadpin, sometimes the room was very, very innocent, and the secret rooms you stumble across, right? So you just lean against a wall that's not a wall at all, and you all of a sudden find yourself in a bedroom of somebody, or in a study. Very mysterious. I love when you guys do this and add secret rooms. It's just I really appreciate that. Or drops, like when you maneuver around and the carpet looks like it's a carpet and it's going to hold you, but no, it's not.
You can never trust a carpet in housing. Never.
Never trust a carpet, everybody. Lovely. Hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't the magic ride you hoped for.
A different kind of magic. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, of
I can
course.
show you the crown.
Oh, fantastic. I love this. Yeah, I think these are all very good points. I think they help a little bit create, yeah, awareness of all of the factors that go into competitions, that go into designing houses, and that go into um, utilizing what you are given, whether that is the slot limit or the furnishings. And we were just, meandering about expenses here, and you were saying that there are a number of beautiful glowy lights and the wonderful trees and all that. But it didn't seem that that was the priciest part, but more of the snow you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a nice shiny, quite a nice shiny.
Oh,
There's
it
some
is.
that
No,
you
it's
just
one of
can't
those
resist.
items that I've plundered from other homes. Just moved around
Yeah.
several times.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a magical mystery ride carpet. So yes. I'm not sure I would scream. I would love that, I think, Dadpin. But I know I was supposed to scream at certain things, but maybe I will for you at some point. It's so lovely. I really adore this. And particularly, as you all can see now, with the Aurora Borealis, it does stand out a little bit more. I hope it
Yeah, I
does
just
come.
wish we could click it on all the time. Like, we really need that weather control, don't we? We
Mm,
really do.
yeah, yeah. I have talked about this in regards to glare because some people have sensitivities to a little bit of glare, and an ESO, some effects can be very blinding even. And so it could be a very legitimate concern and a very good reason that they would add this in. ASOS, I know we have a lot of wishes for you, but weather control, please,
Yep.
please.
We're never happy.
Oh, hello there, Ruben. Welcome, welcome. And yes, you should come here and visit. It's PCNA and Cheetytarah's beautiful, glorious family that we are visiting here. I know that, and I will never know what I will be standing on. But sometimes I love all the surprises that you all have for me. I giggle about them all the time. It's so lovely. Whose house? Cheetytarah's. Well, I'm joined tonight by Sorries and Cheetytarah talking about fantastic creatures and how they go about designing them. And this is, of course, the Stillwater Retreat, as you can see, by Cheetytarah. And come visit. If you need the script, I can send it to you in a DM if you like. It's open too, so come visit, have a look around, look at this glorious tree as well, and hope for the best. When the weather is kind, you will see Aurora Borealis dancing about. Which house you missed? So we have only visited one before, and that was the Moon Sugar Meadow, also by Cheetytarah, also on PCNA, which had a glorious, beautiful natch. Oh, this one. Stillwater Retreat. This one is a Stillwater Retreat. It's a beautiful plot, really. You know, a lot of people, as you were saying, don't use the entrée and the intérieur at all, but go for just the outside because this frozen, magnificent lake just is all they want for good reason. Oh, glorious! Look. Oh, it's so beautiful. I really love this. I really also love the lighting here that you've added, and you know, given this a little bit more edginess and texture. And I think we have not spoken about lighting today all that much, but maybe we should because maybe you see the contrast a little bit more with particular this little one here. Oh, hello there, Ruben. Welcome here. Enjoy the walk up and have a look around. It is so
I like these
beautiful.
wedding blossoms. Is it wedding blossoms they're called? I'm not even sure. I tend to sink them into things so you can only see a few wee dots.
Yeah, it's
Like
so
a flower.
perfect.
Yeah, it works in water as well. It can just give a really nice sort of like sparkly effect.
Mm.
Quite a big fan of those flowers.
Oh,
Because I think as well, like it's not just one light, there's lots of wee dots, if that makes sense.
absolutely, yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Aha, it gives it more of a sparkle.
Certainly does. And we were talking about, well, I was talking about lighting, and I've mentioned this before on different streams and have said to people, remember to light your trees, remember to light your beautiful creatures, remember to light everything that you design. It can really be a game changer. So it's really just so important. And I love that you are utilizing, I like the wedding flowers as well for they have such a wonderful warm glow as well. Some of them do.
Yeah.
Um,
And we've
it's
got is it 3 colours of them, which is nice, so you can sort of like
yeah.
break it up a bit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's such a wonderful little piece, right? And just oh, and of course, Cold Harbor also has a wonderful, marvelous, magical lights that you can use to give this just a magical touch to it. You have to boop the nose. Look here, Ruben. We have to go boop. I do love that hat. It's very pretty. Wonderful broom as well. So well prepared. This is so nice. I really love this. Also, yes, do come here, everybody visit, bring your friends. This is a large plot, so you can have a party here if you want to. And do remember to send Cheetytarah only kind messages. Messages of appreciation. Just, I do love this theme so much that you've interpreted in this way and created something magical here.
Oh, thank you.
It's so sweet. Oh, I love this so much. So
I might
pretty.
even finish it eventually. I can't
Yeah,
believe I've still got 200 slots.
you
What
have.
am I doing?
That's a surprise, right? Maybe it's a little gift, a little solstice or wintry summer gift to you. You know, some people celebrate Christmas in July or so, and it's your gift. um, do what you please with it. Maybe we were talking earlier about evolution, and maybe Sorries can speak to that a little bit when it comes to
Idea.
you know helping or finding ways in which you can well help a specific build grow from a 200, as you were saying, 200 slot into eventually 600 or 700 slots. I think that is a very interesting idea, um, to have an evolution going on in a build.
I'll need to finish it sometime.
Oh, you shall. I'm sure you will. And we'll see it then again appear in another competition maybe, and we'll be all thrilled and happy and glad to see it once more. And I will say also, as we are talking evolution, I love seeing how designers come from, early beginnings and very early stages of trying um, housing for the first time or trying to create something for the very first time. And then you do see an evolution as they hone their skills.
And find
And
their interests.
oh, yeah, I love seeing that. It's so, so special because um, it it just shows me the passion of the designer for something very specific, and or a lot of things that are encompassed in the build that can just be anything really. It shows the passion. It shows that they want to stick with it, and it also shows that they're willing to learn. And this is I love it a lot. It's such a sweet thing. So yeah, evolution in two different ways, I think, or multiple ways. That is, it's not linear really. Oh my, everybody, come visit. The netch Cheetytarah made in the Moon Sugar Meadow, yes, is beautiful. I tried to boop the nose too. Apparently, I was a bit too short, but I did reach the tentacles.
Yes.
It's really sweet. It's such a beautiful build. Look at that. Look at that, Cheetytarah. So there is another house that we are going to visit that is on PCNA. That is by you, of course.
I was going to say, would it be okay if we jump to Sorries now? I need to take a quick break. I'm really sorry.
No,
The
not
dogs
at
are.
all. Not at all. We can
The dogs are
actually,
happy.
how about we do take a little break so everybody will be back in a moment? Because we can, of course, take a little break, and so you can go ahead and everybody get up, move around.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Very good. I'll put up a be right back for you. There you go.
Okay,
Everybody, yeah,
fantastic.
that's all right. You don't have to rush. We'll be here. Also gives everybody else a chance to refill their drinks if they want to. Visit the facilities, get up, stretch, have a sip of water. Remember, please stay hydrated.
Yeah, I need a refill. I'll be right back.
All right, perfect. I think I might also refill my tea. We'll be right back, everybody. And we're coming back, everybody. Oh, also, thank you so much for joining us, Maeve. Thank you for being here with us for the conversation and all. We are here back again, and I shall also travel to the next one on my nifty little list. And we are going to. Oh, I love this build. I love this so much. It's the exercise coven cottage. Oh, this beautiful dragon. So
This dragon, I can tell you, this dragon gave me problems.
it gave you problems,
It
really?
gave me many problems. I have a name for this dragon, but I know that I can't say it on Twitch, so I'm not going to. Yeah, it's this one problematic from the very beginning.
Oh, problem child dragon.
Oh, it really is.
Yes, you see us again, Toad. I hope you also can hear us again. Because I did put on our sound again. You should be able to hear us too. Look, everybody, just look. Oh, I had the best time here. This was so, so beautiful.
Oh, Thank you. I
Mm,
have to say it's not one of my own favourites, just because it was so stressful.
it was stressful, really,
Yeah, it
because
was.
the dragon gave you so much trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm
In
so
the end,
sorry
I
to
was
hear that.
oh, that's okay. That's just creature building in general, isn't it? But
Mm.
in the end, I was just so happy to get it finished. Like it was just one of those ones. I'd had enough. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go and play with meat chunks on EU now. Goodbye, dragon. Hmm.
Mm. It's,
I mean, in a sense, the build was a dragon in that it was hard to defeat.
yes, good point.
Like,
The
I feel the same way about my underwater dragon. That one made me tear, I think, from all my builds, except the ones that I didn't finish. I guess I was gonna do. It's the one that made me tear out my hair the most.
Oh, but I love
And
that dragon of
and
yours.
I only have the
It's
head
so good.
covered. I don't have the rest of the body.
Like I
Me,
think your underwater dragon, it sets the bar really high for dragons. Like it's just amazing. I love that one.
mm,
thank
it's
you.
beautiful, yeah. They're both. I mean, you show me something and I will find beauty in it. But you know, I was so giddy and excited when I saw your name on the list for this competition, for this one, and I was so excited to have a look around, and I knew, okay, there was going to be something there, something very special was going to wait for me. And yeah, oh, is and then you turn the corner, right? And you're saying that pathing for you is not very easy, or is something that is difficult, but you're doing such a wonderful job here because
Oh, thank you.
you know she's waiting there on the house. And so did you start here again with the creature, with the dragon?
This one I had to do the environment first,
Ah.
just because I had to cover up the original little
Mm.
cottage thingy, whatever it's called, with another cottage. I know, great idea. Um, so yeah, it was more about blocking it off and then trying to make it look a bit glowy and pretty, and then seeing how many slots I had left for the dragon.
Oh my.
So I would have liked more for the dragon, more slots, but like I said, it's a balance.
It is.
Something to give. And also, I knew that this ridiculous parasol umbrella thing, it's so many slots, but I was like, nope, it is staying. I like my floaty umbrellas. I have to have it.
It's
So,
so beautiful.
you know,
That's also something, the movement, right? It's something that I saw, like when I entered, I was like, oh, look, everybody, look. I was very excited also because the color palette is so nice. It's complementary. And I always appreciate when you guys make such deliberate, elegant choices here. Yeah, the umbrella is indeed amazing, Ruben. I agree.
thank you.
Mm.
I do like building those. I built a load of those on Xbox. I was always just twisting things around, making parasols and
Mm.
lamps. My lamp building is the exact same process.
Yeah, so perfect. And is I think that is also a good lesson for everybody. Um, it's, you can build something like this or learn how to fiddle about with, an umbrella or parasols, or, you know, um, anything that can be, appearing in our world, but doesn't necessarily appear in ESO. And you can do this without any kind of add-ons. You just fiddle about, turn things around.
And yeah,
Yeah, yeah, perfect. Absolutely lovely. And also, Agnem was saying both of your creatures are so impressive. I would say all of them are so impressive. I love them so much.
oh, thank you. Creature building is fun. It's my
Also,
favourite thing to do in housing, definitely.
yeah, yeah. Also, Hayden is saying the love the umbrella. It has a lot of personality. It has an attitude.
Thank you.
I love that.
See, I think Hayden knows. Hayden knows because she messaged one day and she was like, "How's the dragon coming?" And I was like, "Well," like she just got the biggest rant ever of a wall of text. She just got all my frustration. So I apologise for that, Hayden. But she was very good. She was very helpful. Gave me some a second opinion and whatnot.
Is so helpful. That I do love also that there is some of you do this over and over and over again, which is do this and never stop doing it. Helping each other out in situations like these when you struggle. And it can be so, so helpful if someone else who might be a friend or who might be a mentor or who, you know, maybe can have a look, can come around and poke around in your build, and maybe they can have, very good tips for you, and you might find them really helpful, and that certainly can, be something this community is so useful for.
Especially if you're in the housing guilds, like if you just put in the text chat, could somebody pop over and take a wee look at this? Somebody always does. It's great. It's a great help.
I always get a ton of whispers from, hey, can you look at my build for a second?
It's absolutely lovely. And I have also heard from other people that when they decide to, or when they're in the middle of designing something, that they do ask friends to just come around and have a look. And sometimes the encouragement is a little bit more forceful, and sometimes the encouragement is very gentle, and it's sometimes exactly what the person needs to hear to go about something, or and it does help in many different
See what
ways.
they see as well, like because you might be fixated on something, thinking that that's not right, and then they come along and they don't even notice it, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe that is okay.
Yeah.
It's like a fresh set of eyes. Like I feel like sometimes you'll stare at something for too long, and
I always
you
think
just
somebody
can't.
tried to fish a hole in my wall.
Yeah. Somebody to go around and jump and try and get out of bounds. I used to do that a lot on Xbox. It's like, come and make sure this place is proof. It's soundproof.
Perfect. No, it's absolutely perfect. Also, Hayden is saying, Dragon is beautiful and hold still so that we can get a better look. Of course. Isn't she glorious? Look at her. And so proud, too. I think she's proud. Do you think so, too? But if you look closely, Hayden says, then we can see the dragon move, swings slightly. Yeah.
Wings were really hard. Like somebody from Xbox that I still speak to, they'd said, like wings can be hard.
Very
And I was like,
hard.
yeah, I'll be fine. But yeah, wings are hard.
Wings are hard, yeah, indeed. Also, Ruben says the dragon is amazing.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Zone Chat, really, Ruben? Really, you don't have to do that. There's a whole community. Is very helpful to, if you can have people come around and have a look around. It's so nice. I really love that. And as you say, it's perspective, right? And that's when I start quoting Nietzsche and keep saying that all seeing is perspective. So you are seeing something different than somebody else. And as you were saying, a fresh set of eyes can really help you
Yeah,
gain that perspective. And then you might not be all that worried about it anymore. But that's interesting that the dragon, this time the creature, came after the environment.
Yep. I think because it's a smaller house as well, you don't have as many slots. It's what, 400? Yeah. You don't have as much to start with, and you're like, right, okay, so a creature and an environment within 400. It's going to be tight, So in that sense, it's good to know how much is left for the dragon. Like how much can you get away with, sort of thing.
Yeah, and what can you use then to design the dragon? And maybe there are a few slot savers as well that might come into play to help you out. That's different in this part or in this build. I'm so happy to see this, and I mean, even more so that you placed with this. Even it is.
I was shocked.
You
Really
were
didn't
shocked.
expect it. I think I just had such a bad time on it that I was like, oh, I've entered at least, just whatever. And then it won something, and I was like, you what? Really?
See?
So, yeah.
So
Other people see something I don't see in here, I think. Is how I'll put it.
Maybe. And maybe the labor, the laboriousness of it being so hard for you taints maybe mm, for you at least the perspective that, or is it really that great? Yes, it is really that great. A lot of judges thought so. So, um, and yes, I think that a lot of people might see something here that you might not see. Maybe if you have come here, everybody, um, and if maybe you've been judging, or if you've just been visiting, because everybody can come visit, please don't be shy. Come here, say hello to this beauty, find your favorite spot as always. Maybe you can tell Cheetytarah what it is that you see besides a beautiful, glorious dragon. Mm.
Yeah, when I look at it, like I can see all the bits that didn't quite work. Like I can still
Yeah,
see
I
bits
was
that are
looking at
wrong. I spot all my mistakes, and I'm like, just yeah. I'm trying not to say them out. Like I do that. People will be like, oh, that's really good, and I'm like, no, it's not. Have you seen this bit? Have you seen that bit? This is terrible what I've built, and they're like, all right, I
Mm.
have to stop doing that.
Like by the time you finish, you usually already have looked at it so long that you're
Yeah.
already kind of over it. Like a lot of people like my B, and I only see the flaws, to be honest. Like somebody on Xbox even copied it,
Oh,
uh, and like I actually just want to redo it.
I love that bee. Yeah, I
I
really
think
like. I know the one you
the
mean.
wings are like the anatomy isn't correct. It annoys me. I really want to do like a big fluffy bee somewhere.
Aw,
Mm,
Um,
I love that.
so,
I love
yeah.
those.
I have all those beehives, so it like
Oh yeah. And there's a pet as well, isn't there? There's a pet just now. A bee.
oh, I didn't notice that.
There is, yeah. It's so
There's
so
a bee
sweet.
pet?
There is a bee
Is it
pet.
big?
It's not that
It,
big, I
like
think.
how large is a bee here? Like
Maybe somebody can, if someone has the pet, maybe you can take a screenshot for scale and send it to Sorries, please. Thank you so much.
I
Also,
wonder if I could
is
put it
it
out
in the
here.
ground floor or is it in the crates? Bee. Oh, I mean it is like a torch bug.
in size, you
I
mean?
think it's like a torch bug skin. I want like
Oh,
a big fat bee. I want it like fluffy. I want a large,
Big chunky one.
a chunky
yeah,
one.
chunky bee.
Oh, yeah, I'd love those. You know, bumblebees that look like they can't fly, but they defy gravity anyways.
Yeah.
I love those. I love
Yeah.
this so much. Yeah, I would love those. And definitely yes to a build like that, sorries. Also, welcome back, Lemoon Leaf. And yes, this is such a glorious, but if you've not seen it, come please visit. Bring Chris and everybody else. This is such a beautiful build. I love this so much. And again, this is so interesting that you had to do the environment first. And of course, you had to cover up the cottage
With another cottage.
with
Like
another
it's
cottage.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I always end up building them, and I think, why am I doing this? I'm not even good at them. I struggle, and yet here I am again. I'm building a cottage. What am I doing? I don't know.
Hmm.
Like somebody
Mm.
once convinced me to make buildings. Like he wanted a castle, a market, and the necromancer cave, and I'm already like, that's too many elements for like one house. Like you should pick two, you know, like do a castle, a necromancer cave, do a market, then a castle. Uh, no, he really wanted all three. Then I built him like a Fulu that I made was originally for that commission, but then he was like, "Oh, but I really wanted this green."
Hmm. Yeah, sometimes the wishes is too large for any one house to. Yeah.
It did pay very well though.
Mm.
I think it
Oh,
must be really
But
difficult
I
building for other
eventually
people.
I offered him my skeleton. I already had that skeleton, and it was like, "This is green, this is necromancer," and it made me very happy that I just had to copy paste that skeleton.
I mean, makes sense. Makes sense. Sometimes a little gift like that, I mean, not little, but it is a gift like that can be already appeasing to some people. So I think that's wonderful and a lovely approach
Oh,
too.
it also it had to be Necrom, but before
Oh,
Necrom came out, so I had
oh.
to make Necrom with like other items. And again, I'm not good at like building.
Like the structure, yeah.
So I had to use more curve items to make it.
Oh, I think that is I feel the struggle. I absolutely feel the struggle because I think for others it's the other way around. They struggle with creatures a lot,
Hmm.
but structures come to them easily. And I think that is very fascinating that the, you know, animal or the living creature is something that comes so naturally to you, whereas a rigid structure might not. I think that is a wonderful difference, and I think there's nothing wrong with it. You mustn't feel any less. And also, I should read a comment by Ruben for you, Cheetytarah. Oh no, this dragon is special. You made it so you don't realize, but it's amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Like I said, I'll not tell you its name.
It's all right.
That one to myself.
It's all right. I have said to people that you mustn't feel mm, like um like you can't speak your mind. You certainly can, but of course, it might be so that Twitch might disagree.
Yeah, yeah. I can't say its name. Definitely
but
not.
but it's interesting that this one gave you so much trouble, and at
It
the same
did.
time, it is the one that you placed with.
I know it's so strange. And do you know, even the item that I built it from, it's the wood elf grinding stone, I think it is.
Oh,
And I just couldn't get enough of them. Like there was none on the tray, and I think it's because it's such a sort of useless item that nobody. It's a luxury vendor item, but like nobody's going to stock up in that, because it's so you might need one or two,
yeah, and not
and that's it.
more. Oh,
So it's the first time on PC that I've struggled to find enough of something. Like people did help, I did ask in the guild, and people really kindly sent me some.
I think it's just
So I
funny
managed.
because the stuff from like the guild bank that I usually can't get rid of is like reaching stuff. So if you made it only you, I probably would have had some.
Yeah, it's like we collect different stuff when we're building creatures, don't we? It's like a different
I guess
thing.
this whole portion of guild items that are like too cheap to really put in like event stuff, like the
Yeah,
contest prizes or the auction because they're like 2k,
yeah,
and they only work in a pack, and but they also like clog up the bank, and I just can't get rid of them.
yeah. I think it's like 450 gold this item, so it's like it's not even expensive, but it was
no.
just so hard to come by, and it
Oh
wasn't even
my.
on the crown tab, so I couldn't even just buy them there.
Oh no.
So yeah, right from the start, it was
So
not good.
this one gave you grief and on so many different levels. Oh
Yeah,
my, it's a
it did.
very different experience, or it seems like it was more of a different or difficult experience even in comparison maybe to the Netch in the Moonsugar
Mhm.
Meadow.
Yeah, yeah. The
Oh,
next, I was a wee bit frustrated building that as well, but not in the same way as this. Like I quite like the next now, whereas this, I'm like, yeah, it's there, but yeah, I don't know.
mm. Maybe give it time.
Hmm.
And you might see what others see in it, and maybe some people are kind enough and will message you and will tell you what it is that they see.
Mm.
And I do mean that, everybody. So if you do see something here that you feel stands out or that you feel is worth mentioning in many different ways, then don't be shy and message, please, and tell Cheetytarah because this can be very helpful to make peace maybe with a very frustrating build. Oh, this is very fascinating. I still am a little bit sorry that you had such a hard time both sourcing and building.
That's okay. I mean, it got there in the end. I was, like I said,
Mhm.
I was really glad to get it finished.
Mhm. How long did it take you?
Well, quite a while because of all the problems getting the item and everything,
Mhm.
and like at the same time there was the Gold Road
Oh dear.
contest, wasn't there? Because
Yeah.
this was for Enchanted Groves, and I'd started building for that as well, and I had to just kind of give it up, and just focus on this because it was just taking up so much time. So like I think pretty much the whole contest entry time, I was building this, like
Oh
more or
wow.
less. Yeah, just coming in and just like just every day I came in to build it, and I was just like, nope, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And eventually it came together.
Mm.
But yeah, it was a hard one. Mm.
Yeah, I understand. I see. And this must, you know, um, I kind of want to take a step back and honor that for a moment, because when you're taking so much time and you are also determined to try to work for two competitions, and it's very difficult to do that because they were back to back, right?
Yeah.
And so when they're back to back, it doesn't leave you a lot of time to build something unique and new for both of those themes, because they were also quite different, the themes, I think.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yep.
I think they
And I
were,
think it doesn't help as well because I'm trying to keep up on two servers. So like
yeah.
I'm trying to do like daily crafters and whatnot on both servers, and it can take a while. So like there was a time thing as well. It's like, right, maybe I just shouldn't do crafters for a while and just build. But then
Mm,
of course you need to keep making money, don't you? So it's like, yeah,
important too.
it's a lot to do. Like you come onto ESO and you'll never get everything done that you want to in one go. Like there's always more you could be doing, sort of thing.
Of course. And as you were saying, it's two servers. It's not just PCEU, it also
Mhm.
PCNA. And doing, you know, crafting on both servers and a lot more than that. That's just, that by itself is time consuming. And
Yeah.
when you want to build then for two competitions, is, I think you're looking at a petition to extend the 24-hour day to maybe a 30-hour day to
Yeah,
accommodate
that could
all
work.
the time needs.
Yep, maybe.
Oh, and Ruben is mentioning the dragon, the environment, the umbrella, the feel, all great. It's unique.
No, thank you.
It's so lovely. Thank you so much, Ruben, and everybody else who wants to send messages. This is really appreciated. Thank you so, so much. So this is a you know, interesting to have also this side of designing, and particularly with fantastic creatures. So you were saying it took you a long time. It was very frustrating, yet you managed
Mhm.
to get there in the end. The inspiration for it, was it the theme of the competition, or was there something else?
No, it wasn't. See, I'm not a big. We were talking about this last night. I'm
Mhm.
not really a big storyteller. Like, I just wanted to build a dragon. Basically, that was it. Um, and so, yeah,
Beautiful.
yeah, that could work in this contest. That could fit the theme, and that was it really. So, like, when it comes to making the wee kind of like the couple of sentences of a backstory, I'm always like, I don't have a story. Like, I don't know. I
Hmm.
don't have a plan here. Like, what have I built? I'm not sure. It's just a dragon on a roof.
Hmm.
Yeah,
You know,
there wasn't much.
I think that that's perfect. I don't think there is any right or wrong in this, because there were also entries by other designers who didn't have any kind of description, and it was still
Yeah, that's true.
magnificent.
That's true.
So it's
I
really
like that
not.
description. Like if you can tell what I'm doing, uh, from what I made. Like I like my build to be a surprise, and I
Mm,
always feel like the description is a spoiler, so I always try to have it like very vague,
yeah.
like
Mm, yeah.
or
Like
fun or something.
some people it's all about the story. Like you hear a lot of people they'll build a house for like a companion or for a character.
Yeah.
And I've just never done it. Like I love seeing those, but it's not for me.
Mustn't be. And I think that, you know, I think that is why we have such a wonderful community, because there is so much variety there, right? And so many
Yeah.
different ways of going about it. And as Soris was saying, and I just mentioned as well, you don't necessarily have to have a story, because
Hmm.
as Soris was saying, sometimes it makes sense to surprise the
Yeah.
I also
person.
think like in a contest sense that if you have a story, like a story is always more subjective than just a visual image of the theme. And I think that if it's just a theme and not a story, it's more easily recognizable and it will do better.
Mm,
Hmm.
hmm.
In general, of course, there are of course exceptions.
Of course, yes.
But like if you need like I've had to reject like page-long descriptions because they don't just fit in an entry file. They're just too long. Uh, because and like you don't have to like if you have to describe everything, then maybe it's not enough in the theme.
Yeah,
Mm,
it should
mm.
maybe speak for
People
itself.
also will do sometimes doing descriptions like at the blue bench and blah blah blah. Like people will look at it. People don't need to know it's a blue bench in your description. They will see it. So cut all that out and
Yeah.
Mm,
just
mm.
have it more compact because anything that's visible in your house uh, that doesn't need context doesn't need to be in the description.
Hmm.
I've had to edit a lot of these for people.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say, in the Enchanted Grove retreat, there were a few wordy descriptions that were very long. I still
Yeah.
read them.
If,
I,
if
s- I still went about them, because I for some people, or some just start out and they think that they have to add a lot of description in, and if there's not a lot of guidance around that, then they might feel obligated to do that. So maybe that is a reason. But as you were saying, of course, and that makes a lot of sense, if you can see something in the build, it's not all that necessary to have it in the description.
Hmm.
like if you for example make like something from Lord of the Rings, add in it's Lord of the Rings, it's this thing from Lord of the Rings. Add
Yeah,
in
that will
things
probably be
paths
okay.
that they might miss.
Hmm.
Add something like please visit at daylight and like more like they don't need to know the backstory of Lord of the Rings. They're not gonna like if they haven't already, they're not going to watch 9 hours of like
Mhm.
great film, to be honest.
Yes,
Like they
yes.
should watch it, but not they won't do it for this contest. And I
Mhm.
remember like very long ago there was like somebody who had a really big issue that somebody judged a house, but they were not familiar with the source material. But the source material was a 40-hour game.
Oh dear.
So like if
Yeah.
they already watched the trailer of that game, they already passed my expectations of level of extra effort they need to take because they didn't sign up to play a 40-hour game or watch trailers. They signed up to judge a house.
Yeah.
So it's
Mhm.
always useful to pick something recognizable. Like I really liked in the folklore contest that people picked more obscure things.
Oh
And there was
yeah.
a contest where like descriptions were like way more necessary than like the small business contest, for example. Like you made a bakery that doesn't need much more explanation.
No,
But
it
with the
doesn't.
folklore
Yeah.
one, the source were more important. It's really good to recognize like when does this house need extra context and when it doesn't. Because again, with like contests that have 150 entries, like I'm already like burned out just looking at a description that's a page long before I've even entered the house. You're just tiny house in charge will probably already visit 40 houses before you and will visit 50 hours after you. They don't need to read a full page. They can't handle it.
I mean,
Got some of them
I
that's
still did it.
nice.
I still did it, but I absolutely I absolutely see what you mean, particularly in regards to very, specific themes that might not all be so recognizable to everybody. So it's not speaking to a larger audience. And I mean, I will say in regards to the folklore contest, I when I saw the titles for some of the houses, I was like, "Oh, this is interesting," because I'm a little bit of a geek when it comes to languages and to stories in specific languages all around Europe. And I was like, "Oh my goodness, look at this!" And was very happy about a lot of the entries there. I couldn't cover all of them, sadly. I would really love to go back to visiting more of them because I only had a very narrow amount that I could visit. Sadly, there I was very late to the party there. But yeah, it does help if you need to set context that is not obvious, but if it's very obvious, it's not necessary to, frame it more so. I will say though, for something that is a story build, it can help if you have something like an introductory kind of a few sentences, maybe 2-3 sentences to introduce, and then let.
Where are you? Who's there? Who are you supposed to be when you're visiting?
Yeah,
And like, where are you going? It
exactly.
just needs to be like simple
A setup.
and like
Mhm.
Set the scene sort of
the
thing.
like the description that shouldn't have to carry the build. Like it's still a visual medium.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a very interactive visual medium, but I mean, I still have a bit of trauma of visiting. Like, I don't know, remember how many entries it were for that one contest. It was too many every time.
Mm.
Like, there was one description that was so long that it broke the file. You
Oh
couldn't
my.
click on the entry because if it was an Excel sheet,
Oh dear.
so if you, it would just skip it. It was just too long.
Yeah.
It was too big. So like, and like between 150 entries to read like a full page, it's too much. But uh like add a like you can add like links. You can add like an Imgur with a reference pic,
Oh
for
yeah.
example. I think that's a lot more
Hmm.
uh useful than uh a
The full
full
story.
page.
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes setting things into context, sometimes it does help to add a link, as you were saying. And to my mind comes Moonpile, and the entry to the Outwillothi Harbor House. Was it a competition? At least it was a challenge. That one was spot on with the link because there is a little bit of a Neil Gaiman reference in it. And if you're not familiar with it, it does help to have that link there. But Moonpie also didn't go into all that much detail in what needs to be added in the description, besides a few hints as to when you're visiting, what you're supposed to, or which perspective you're supposed to use. And in this one in particular, third person was better. So zoomed out as far as you can, because then you could capture specific frames a little bit better. And then at a specific spot in the build, crouching, because then you might see another specific part of the house. And these hints, I love those. They're really helpful. When you're not familiar with something, you might miss it otherwise. And those hints, definitely legitimate, but I agree, like a page long or 2 pages long description, if the design needs that, it might be worth rethinking a little bit at least. So I do agree there, yeah. Also, Ruben was mentioning that I'm sorry, I'm misgendering you. Their context for their homes is always, don't worry, I don't know either.
I'm glad I'm not the only one then.
No, and again, you absolutely don't have to feel obligated to give us like a whole long description or something. You can just feel free to just note down whatever you think is necessary, and everything else can be seen.
Yeah, like with my Ebenhard, for example, like I call it my cyberpunk Neo Tokyo kaiju house. And like most people are already probably at lost at cyberpunk Neo and kaiju. But like do think it's recognizable as what it sort of is when you see it. Because people have already maybe they watched Akira, maybe they've watched Godzilla, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That they recognize, oh, it's this kind of setting. Even without knowing what it is, like I don't need to add like the Wikipedia page of like what is this kind of style, or what does Tokyo look like, because it's not going to be 100% accurate anyway.
I think also, like, even if you don't know what the build is about, like for example, I've never seen Star Trek. I know that's crazy, but
It's
I
not.
remember
Yeah.
when Totes like done her is it the Borg? It's called that build. Like
Oh
I went
yes.
and I didn't get a single reference because I've never seen it, but it was a great build and it kind of spoke for itself, even though I didn't know what it was
Yes.
all. You know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes Yeah, I agree fully with you, Cheetytarah, in that. Yeah, 100%. Because, um, you know, as you were saying, it was speaking for itself, and you didn't need to get all the references. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes the references are very much in your face, and they're built in your face, and if you are familiar, they will jump out at you a lot,
Mhm.
right?
I
But
think that's sorry.
no, but
No, no,
they,
no,
but
sorry.
it doesn't, it doesn't necessarily have to, because as we were saying, all seeing is perspective. So that perspective without the information about Star Trek and what the Borg is, um, it still gives you a perspective.
Hmm.
Hmm.
My enchanted, no, my exercise coven cottage is based on a 90s Dutch school TV show. So I don't expect like the Dutch people of my age, the old age, they do get it. They get who it's supposed to be, even though it's not like uh I it's about a worm and a hedgehog,
Hmm.
and like they're I didn't make them exactly in their likeness, but like, oh, it's a worm and a hedgehog. It has to be more van een piertje. And like everybody else, it's just like, oh, it's a hollow tree with large books and a bookworm, and oh, there's a mole there and a mouse, and they don't need the rest of the context because it's
Hmm.
like,
I remember seeing that build. I loved it. And
And
I had no idea there was a reference at all. So there you go.
this is so nice because even though you don't need the reference, even though you don't need the background information, sometimes when you get to talk with people who design these things and you are told about the reference, that adds a little bit more to it, and you can go like, oh, look at that, how interesting, I learned something new today. And that can be about culture too, and it helps us also connect in the community a little bit more.
Yeah, I
um
really liked that about the folklore contest because it was a lot of the like legends and stuff that I didn't know about because it's from all over Europe, obviously. Um, like yeah, I learned stuff. I learned stuff. It was good. Good time.
mhm.
Wonderful, even. Yes, I appreciated that a lot. It was so much fun. I mean, I was geeking out about certain builds there in particular. I think I was very exhilarated when I saw Baba Yaga by Futako. I was like,
That
oh,
was a
look.
great one.
Mhm.
And so there is a very old movie. I also, when I toured that one, I spoke about that on stream. I was saying there's an old movie, a very old movie with the Baba Yaga house, and Futako built this so close to that house, and it's hilarious in the movie.
Those are really fun.
It's so fun. There were so many glorious entries too. Also, the Sealy by Lilana, taken by the Sealy. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, and exactly, you learn so much. And
Hmm.
yeah, I appreciate that a lot because not only do you learn something about housing, which is magnificent, because how do you design such beautiful, glorious dragons, everybody? How? You learn something about that, and then you also sometimes get a nice story about it too. Oh, oh my. So, how did you build it? With frustration.
With frustration, yes. There was a lot of swearing, like a lot of swearing, more than
Nothing
usual.
wrong with that.
Yeah, but I was glad it got there in the end. Like, I was glad I
Yeah.
managed it. I was glad I stuck with it.
Mm. Yeah, good. Good with I mean, I think the result speaks for itself too. It paid off to stick with it and hang on and struggle through and swear. Absolutely. And
And
it's
just enter
such,
it anyway. Like you never know until you enter it if
yeah,
it's liked or not. Like even if it wasn't liked, you're still entered it. It's still an achievement. So
absolutely.
yeah, it's good
Absolutely.
just to do it.
Yeah, I kept saying that also, that everybody who entered already achieved something very special
Hmm.
by participating and showing off what they have done. Um, Also, Hayden, if Ruben wants to do a spotlight with me, I would be very grateful and very, very happy. Maybe you need to push Ruben a little bit to do that with me. I swear I won't bite. It's so sweet. Um, so I was just meandering about this thought and this idea that you just wanted to build a wonderful dragon, and then it fit magically into this enchanted realm that you created here. And it's interesting. You were saying the environment had to come first, right?
Yeah,
So
it did.
the environment is very much enchanted, in my opinion. I also really love the little eggs here. I hope everybody saw them too, because she does have maybe little ones.
I like that item, the chorus eggs. They're
Mm.
always, if I see them cheap on the traders, I always buy them. I do like them. They're nice.
Oh, same. I made fish out of those.
I was about to say that. I have seen them in
I will
fish
probably go
form.
copy them and make the exact same fish on Xbox.
I love that. Oh, so sweet. I really love this. This is so sweet. And also, there's a little nest here around, and it's all cozy and so comfortable. You can see that she's enjoying herself here, having the best time. So, I will also say the house, the little cottage, is so detailed, even though you can't enter. Right? The structure, in my opinion, is still really beautiful, and we've spoken about the lantern before, everybody. It reappears. It's
It's
here.
here.
It's here
It's always there.
and here as well. And I think in the entree, you have
Oh,
also
right.
used. Yeah, that is so sweet. I love this so much that it reappears over and over. Such a wonderful idea to have a specific item that shows up in your builds over and over again. And moths. Look, there's a little
Yeah, I
moth
do like
too.
the flying pets,
Mm,
like the wee critters. I like them. The wee bugs.
Oh, they're so sweet too. I do understand that they're really, really sweet. Such beautiful ones too. And so elegant. And they, of course, add a little bit of movement.
Yep, and you don't really have to path them because they move themselves, which is great.
True, true.
The poor dog, I didn't even try. I was just like, nope, just you stay there on the mat. Be a good boy. You're not getting a walkabout.
Oh, but is
Sorry.
it good? Is the bestest boy, look. And I mean,
He's a good boy.
you've given them a toy. I love that, by the way. That he does have a toy and there's food for him or water probably in the wall. It's the very nicest thing. You know what I do not like, and is another thing about our wish list growing for Zos. Can we please, please, please pet all the pets? Pretty please?
That'd be nice.
That'd
Yeah.
be so nice if we could do that. Oh, yes, you're
You
being
can
such a
pet a
good dog.
dog now somewhere. They added that after people complain about.
I mean, they have. There's an achievement, right? Connected to High Isle where you do have to pet a bunch of pets around if you
I've
don't know.
not done that.
Uh,
Mm.
no, I spoiled it for you. I hope you are going to stumble around it in High Isle if you're getting there. I will not tell you any more, so you're not going to be spoiled any further. It's just it's so darling, but I wish that there's more.
Yeah, I'll need to do that. There's so much in the game I've still to finish. Like I've not even finished like the Mages and Fighters Guild quests. It's really
I
bad.
still haven't finished like the last three expansions. I think every time there's an event for them, and then I need to rush through them in
Oh
order
my.
It
to
just costs too much else
get
to
like a
do.
reward or something.
Uh-huh. Yeah, like you'll work for a furnishing, but it's like anything else can wait.
Like I don't think I even know what Galen was about. I just had to rush through it to get the reward.
hmm
Mm. I mean, that's a shame, really, because there's a lot of story there and a lot to explore. So whenever you do get the time, maybe that is also maybe a way in which people can help you and support you a little bit more in your endeavors. Maybe carve out some time so that you can indeed go and have a look at those. Maybe there's some way that they can do that for you. Maybe instead of going about getting a lot of furnishings or plans, you might be able to instead go ahead and explore a little bit more. Maybe in the future there is.
I like that they're all individually voiced. You know, I think the quests in this game are really good compared to other games like this.
Right.
They are enjoyable, but like there's just so much, especially if you come over from console and you've done it all already, and you're like, God, I've got to do all of this again. It's a lot, isn't it? Like it's just such a huge game at this point.
It is indeed.
Oh, when I
What to
started,
do.
I really felt like, oh, my main is going to do the DC quest, and then I have another alt that is going to do the other quest from this one. Is like, ugh, why did I
Yeah.
even like? Why did I ever start on doing those quests on alt account?
Yeah, I don't even
Like
do that.
nowadays achievements are shared, but like you still
Mm.
can do the Cold Harbor with if you don't have already done them, all of them on one character.
Oh my. I mean, I only do. I've only, I only ever do all the things on one tune on the main, and everything else is not important.
Yeah,
I,
I'm the same.
yeah,
Everything in one.
just don't have the time for it. I was gonna focus a little bit just for a moment because you were saying you're not all that great at, constructing a wonderful cottage, but this is a wonderful cottage. It even has
No.
a little, handle, a door handle here, a knob. Look.
See, that's the thing. Like, there is windows and doors in the game, but I always just prefer to try and cobble my own. I think I don't know why really, but it's just got more of an appeal to make something yourself than just plonk on a. I mean, there's nothing wrong with plonking on like a window or a door
Absolutely
that's ready
not.
built. But
Yeah.
I think to make them is quite fun.
It is absolutely fun. And also it is unique, right? It adds a lot of
Yeah.
Yeah.
character and personal touches and also preferences even, right? And I do love that there's a lot of detail here and layering on that door and the frame and what you've used here. It's so nice, and I think everybody should pay attention to those minute little details. I know it's very tiny. I know not everybody's going to pay attention to that, particularly because she up there is watching us. But
But
it's
you know, the good thing as well about making your own door, like you know, a lot of people like if it's the like the visitor permissions, they maybe don't want them to go in a room, but the door will open. It's a good way of stopping that because it's clearly not a door; it's just a I don't even know what it was, a wardrobe or something.
yeah.
So it just takes that whole thing away of like I want people to visit, but I don't want them to have to open the doors, sort of thing.
Also good point. Yeah, and I think a few people have done that with also covering up doors that exist already. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And
Yeah.
helps you in the passing and closing off
Yeah.
areas of the house and giving you a little bit more room in the sense of slots for
Hmm.
her up there,
Yeah.
right? So I totally see that, but again, I just want to make sure that people do see there is detail here and a lot of it, tiny little details. So the wonderful candles, and there's a toy here for him and water and a doorknob, and it's such a wonderful custom build, and I don't think you should feel like you can't do this. You certainly can.
Well, I certainly keep trying.
And
So
never stop. Do not
yeah,
stop. One day we
enjoy
will
it.
have a conversation and you will tell me, guess what? There is an actual structure, a real house, that you can
Maybe
visit.
one day we'll build castles. Who knows?
Maybe.
Who knows? Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe one day. Also, really love the little detail here. And there's, again, as you can see there, the little wonderful candle.
I guess that's one, two. How many have I got in here? Three,
4,
four. Was there one at the door?
I
I don't know
think.
if there was.
Or maybe I'm mistaken, but I think.
Oh no, that was the green ones.
Oh,
That
that's the
was the
green
green
one.
one.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
3.
I've got four of them in here.
It's so wonderful. I love this so much. It's so, and yeah, the green one. This is of course a Shipwright's Regret.
Yes. Yeah, I
Hmm.
like that one.
Beautiful. You know why I like that one as well? Because of the eeriness, the atmosphere that they create, and how it bounces off on foliage and stuff.
Yeah, it's a nice light. It's a really nice one.
Really beautiful. And for that, of course, what do you have to do to get it?
You just run through the dungeon, I think, don't you? Just a normal.
Yeah,
Just
but
sure.
you still have to run the dungeon. So not only do you have to do uh, a lot of crafting in both realms,
Oh.
you also have to do dungeons to get specific furnishings. So, oh, look at him here.
Yeah, they make us work for our house, and they really do.
They do. And so
Yeah.
there's a lot that goes into it. And I just want to highlight that a little bit. Oh, somebody's climbing. Ruben, you can jump down. I will try to catch you. Or you can climb further. Hmm. Yeah, is certainly, yeah, the mail slot too. Good point. Though, mm, yeah, I mean, mail slot down here, of course, very important. Getting the mail.
Oh yeah, the litter box. That's right.
Maybe let me crouch a little bit. There you go. You can see it a little bit better, hopefully.
The Americans won't know what they are because they all have the, what do they call them? Like the
The
things that.
mailboxes. Uh-huh.
Yeah, the mailboxes. Yeah, they won't know what a letterbox is, but we have them. We have them in Britain.
Of course.
Oh, interesting. But like, even the ones that have an apartment, they should have a mailbox.
No, we always have letterboxes on the doors.
Mm-hmm. That's why, sometimes very vigilant little felines or dogs decide to function as letter openers.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I really love that. All the detail. Also, thank you again, Ruben, for reminding me of the letterbox that as well. Is slot that is. It's just so important, right? It's very, very small, minute details, and it makes so much sense to have a look at all of it. I think I meandered about when I was here about party flowers. I always say party flowers, but you know what I mean,
I
right?
do it. The pink ones. Yeah.
Yes. I love I love how everybody finds use for them, and this one fits so nicely in here as well. Also really love the lighting here. It's so nice. It's just really, really wonderful.
Thank you.
Great color choices here. Oh, Dapin, that's so sweet. Oh, dogs love to help delivering. This is the sweetest thing. Oh, you mustn't discourage that. I mean, so what? You can't read the letters anymore. It's not
Not a bit
important.
like it, but you know.
Yes. I was meandering about the Fadi flower because I have seen it put to good use, either as in Pack Garrett's build in the Tartaros. I think that was an entry to One More Housing of last year, in the Cold Harbor Real Estate, and the Fadi flower appears in the very unexpected part of the house, with an ogrim having a very difficult diet, and thus
Oh,
little bit of pinkish flatulence escapes him from time to time. And then I have seen someone use the Fati flower as smoke from a chimney in a very beautiful moon sugar meadow build. And Truss, I think, also used the Fati flower to simulate wine in a wine press in their oh, was it Autumn's Gate? I think it must have been Autumn's Gate. It was definitely for Gold Road Visions. I really love that you guys find so many wonderful, ways in which you can utilize all the different furnishings here. I really love what you've done here, all the detail, and just it's also transformative because I mean there is a little bit of um, the original plot peeking through from time to time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you've transformed it and given it such a magnificent inhabitant. And also love the little yeah, flying pets are so wonderful. all around.
I do like those.
Mm,
Yeah.
understand why they're so wonderful to, help liven up a place. Mm,
Yep.
beautiful choices. Also, the color palette is very nice. The green and the pink. Was that a deliberate choice with?
Sort of. I was trying to keep it fairly muted.
Mm,
I wanted bright colours, obviously, but I didn't want every colour.
yeah,
Um, yeah, I tried to keep it a bit muted.
right. You achieved that for sure. It's absolutely stunning. So beautiful.
Thank you very much.
And there's one more question that I have for you for this one. Maybe someone else has another question for you. But what is it that you are hoping that people take away when they come visit?
Um, Probably, but even if you have such a hard time, don't give up, I suppose. Because, yeah, this was a hard time. It wasn't easy, but just keep at it, and it might turn out okay in the end. It probably will.
Keep at it, people. This is perfect, Cheetytarah. I love it so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is true, Ruben. The eye does move easily, and it is. I do like when you guys go with a little bit of a complementary contrast, because then certain parts of the plot or certain parts of the design can shine a little bit more, even if it's just complementary in a very muted way. I think that definitely adds to it, and it's very easy to look at. Mm, so beautiful. Thank you so much also for entering here, Cheetytarah, for entering into the competitions and for participating, for letting me ask all those questions.
You're
Um,
welcome. Thank you very much.
it's such a pleasure. I really love this. Also, very good point, Ruben. Failure is just an opportunity to try again. Hmm.
Yeah, there we go. Keep trying. Definitely.
Don't give up, people. Yeah, and this is a very good lesson. I really love this. It's a very good point that is being made by the both of you. It's really wonderful. Glorious. Now, everybody, we are going to move into screenshot territory. And for that, I shall move us to the screenshots over here. I shall stop as soon as we are getting to yours. And of course, both of you can talk to your wonderful screenshots. Here we are with one of yours, Cheetytarah, the beautiful mermaid, playing a little bit with the.
That one was fun. I enjoyed that.
You did. It's fascinating. And there, how did you go about that one? And also, I should note, or we should note, this is a screenshot only, right?
Yep, it was for the DDA design snaps.
Mm.
It was like a kind of open theme. I think there's an open theme. Yeah, it's an open theme one just now as well. But I quite like those. I always try and enter them. I don't always manage it, but it was really just I decided I wanted to dress up the statue, but I didn't have a clue as what. So I had like just loads of stuff on me, just like trying out different things. And it was the big pink mushroom. Can't remember the
Ah,
name. We were talking about it earlier. And I was just sort of, playing around with it. And I was like, hey, that looks like a tail. And that was it. A mermaid was created. So
perfect. Oh, this is so lovely. And yes, absolutely genius, as Ruben is commenting here. And this is, of course, it's not visitable, Ruben. This is screenshot only. It's so
no.
beautiful. And yeah, I love also the colors there. And this is such a glorious screenshot. Glorious background, too. Really helps this one stand out a lot. Yeah, and Hayden, you're absolutely right. The colors and composition is superb.
Thank you.
Mm. Really,
Yeah, it was
also
fun.
the face.
The ship was quite difficult, you know, but it was like a wee challenge because there is a wee ship in the game. Can't remember what it's called, but it was
Yeah.
far too small. I was like,
Oh,
okay, we're gonna have to make one. Oh no, but yeah, it was good fun.
yes. Oh, I love that. I love hearing that it is that this one was good fun for you, and you had a grand time also designing the ship and creating it. Yeah, they're small. I think they're um there's one that I mean it's a miniature, right? But I don't know that it would be fitting in the hands there.
The
Uh,
Dibella statue is so big.
no. Yeah, so
Oh,
large
she's
indeed.
massive. She's too big. But yeah, I
Big
do like
lady.
dressing up Dibella. She's a lot of fun.
It looks really stunning. Also, really love what you've done with the statue there and the contrast in the face. Like that's what I mean by try to light your statues well, people, because it helps with the contours,
Hmm.
makes them stand out a little bit more. Oh, and the color choices again, very nice. Going with a bit of red and slight bluish, greenish hues, very light. So lovely.
Thank you. I do
So,
like a good screenshot. You know, I like a screenshot contest.
mm,
Really, really fun.
of
And
course.
again, you get to recycle all your items. So
Very frugal, very perfect
yep.
for that. Absolutely stunning. I shall swap to the next one. This one. Look, everybody. Oh, I love this one. He's so cute.
Which one is it? I can't actually see them.
Oh,
It's a
the, the peacock.
that was really
Oh right,
great.
I see.
Oh, also, how long did it take you for the mermaid? How long were you maneuvering around with that one?
And I think it was like 1 or 2 nights. It went quite fast. Like I think the ship slowed me down a wee bit, trying to figure out what would work. But no, that one just kind of it all came together quite fast.
Oh, that's interesting. So for screenshots, it doesn't always take you all that long. That's great. That's really great because of course you do have a little bit of wiggle room then if you are creating something like that. And then of course you go about recycling and utilizing pieces. That's fantastic. I love that.
Yep, I
Mm.
do like to recycle. And also because they're so expensive, these items, you know, like I know some people do buy lots and lots of them, but I just couldn't, you know, I'm lucky if I get one. So like I tend to have one of everything of that sort of you know, the crown stuff.
Yeah, of course.
So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if you were to use that in a house, then that's it. It's placed there and you can't play with it anymore. I
Mm.
just like to play with all the shinies. So
You must, of course. Makes a lot of sense. I totally get that. Right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, totally makes a lot of sense. And yeah, Hayden, that is so true. Oh, also, thank you so much for joining, Hayden. And of course, sleep tight if it's bedtime. Sleep tight. Have wonderful dreams and a lovely day tomorrow. Um, and yeah, it's an amazing screenshot build, this one as well. Um, the wonderful peacock. Do you know how long it took you, the peacock?
that one was quite tricky because I had only really just been on the server for a couple of months.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that was like the first kind of creaturey thing I managed, I
Oh.
think. So it was like trying to get enough of the items in the first place, like the pearls. It's something I collect. I quite like those. So yeah, that one was quite tricky, quite tricky.
Mm.
So it took quite a while. What was it for? It was the creature screenshot for the housing network Discord. That's what
Oh.
it was. So I don't remember how long the entry is for that. I think it's over a month, isn't it? Like 2 months, I think we get for that. I'm
Mm.
not sure. I can't remember, but yeah, it took me pretty much all the time because, of course, it didn't start working at first. You know, like again, it was trying lots of different items and just seeing what would work. So yeah,
Yeah.
that one was kind of footery.
Italy. And I mean, I think it's so magnificent that you can see the feathers, and they are very iconic, of course, for a peacock.
Mm.
And I really love what you've done there. Also, the construction of the beak, and I mean, it's so marvelous. The items that you're using to create this beautiful, glorious look um, on the beautiful peacock.
It's like a collection of a lot of my favourite items, like the the ivory polished thingy, and the
Ah,
like the item I used for the eye. Like I tend to always go for the same items over and over.
makes
Just some
sense.
items that I really like. Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. So I wouldn't, I wouldn't worry about using a similar approach, particularly to eyes. When something works, it works, and you can
Yeah.
just go with it. Nothing wrong with that at all, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, I like the shiny eyes.
Mm. Yeah, me too. I mean, some designers have managed to create eyes that move.
Oh,
Oh,
that's clever.
is very clever. Some of you have gone out of your way to find ways in which you can help us be amazed at all the gloriousness of all the glorious, wonderful ways in which you can design yeah, a magnificent look and somebody staring at you. It's just I'm so thrilled seeing these
And I
things.
have technically some in my Cthulhu house, but they're not attached to anybody.
Oh, nothing wrong with that either. Sometimes there is this gruesome little item that some people put into their more darker builds. I usually say on stream when I visit and I see them, I usually go like, "Oh, look, somebody needs to keep an eye on things, or needs an extra hand." It's, it certainly works for some people to go about it that way. Oh, and this is so shiny, the eye, right? He looks right at you, the wonderful peacock. Also,
Yeah, I like the shiny eyes. The lights reflect on them as well, so you get like the wee light spots.
yeah,
It's kind of like it adds a wee bit more realism, I think.
it does. It certainly does.
Mhm.
And a little bit movement too. And the feathers, the peacock feathers, I think they also add a little bit of movement, which is absolutely fantastic to have. And I also really love the little um, feathery pieces you added around the head, because they do have a little bit of a crown going on their head, right? The little peacocks is very sweet. You do notice right away what it is. You don't necessarily need a description for this one either. I mean, this is fantastic.
Oh, thank
I
you.
really love it. It's so sweet. Also, again, wonderful dark background helps the birdie
I do
stand
like
out.
dark backgrounds. Like I use a lot of those Cold Harbor rocks. Um, and see, that's the thing. I know that with add-ons, you can have that background like easier. But yeah, I still use Cold Harbor rocks.
Nothing wrong with that. I think a lot of people go for cold harbor rocks still. Also,
Mhm.
I will say that maybe over and over again, and I repeat myself with that. If you light the cold harbor surreal estate um, rocks with different lights, um, they're not black at all. You can tease out a lot from them.
Yeah. There's some that are quite bluey as well. They've got this wee
Yes,
kind of sparkle, almost like a marbly look to it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Or they can be like the night sky if you light them in a specific way. Or sink
Hmm.
in one of those beautiful vines from Southern Elsewhere. I'm sure all of you know. Um, you sink that in, and you have a wonderful, glorious night sky with stars sparkling
Mhm.
above.
Yeah, it's a handy item, very handy, especially in screenshots when you don't want any clutter in the background. Like a lot of people, their screenshots, they like them to be really busy and whatnot, but I think I like mine quite minimal.
Yeah,
It's just a personal preference, you know.
absolutely.
But yeah, I quite like them like that.
I think that it does help the piece stand out a little bit
Mhm.
more if the background isn't. I mean, it is called background for a reason, right? It is
Yeah,
supposed to
yeah,
be in the background, in fact. So it makes a lot of sense to have it muted and just be there to help what's in the forefront to stand out more. And yes, Ruben, greens and blues in the rocks, the Cold Harbor rocks, 100%.
yeah. They're nice and grainy and sparkly.
Yes, yes. It's such lovely texture too. I think you can also evoke a little bit of a watery feel. I mean, if you add a waterfall onto them, then of course you have a watery feel. But just fiddle about with a bit of lighting, and you see what magic the Cold Harbor rocks can bring to you. Also, good
Yeah.
evening, Mavis. Welcome, welcome. Oh, so fantastic. I shall move on to the next one. Oh, this is the little froggy one.
Oh, the
Oh,
frog was fun. I do love that item. I really do. It's the vampiric container yellow liquid for the
That's
yellow.
my favorite.
It's an absolute obsession, and it's not normal, but it's okay. Yeah, I just love the item. It's just so shiny.
it is. And look at that, people. What can you do with it? Now you know. Also, yes, exactly, Toad, a froggy friend. Oh, he's the cutest, indeed. And Mavis says, wow. And Ruben says, dang. And oh, this is so wonderful to hear that it has been so much fun for you. This is
It's a
fantastic.
brilliant item. I absolutely love it. And do you know, it seems excessive, but on the NA server, I have over 1,400 of them.
Wow. No, it's not excessive at
I,
all.
I
Wow.
couldn't stop. Yeah, it was a good fun times. That witches event was, yeah. I was so happy just to be like hoarding all the shiny jug. It was great.
I totally get it. I absolutely get it because, um, you know, if you have a good use for them and if you want to play around with them, you kind of need a lot of them, right?
Yeah,
And
definitely.
oh,
Definitely. And I've not really even done like I'm planning a couple of big builds with them, but I just want there's just so much stuff that I want to always build that I haven't got to it yet. Um, so they're all just sitting there waiting, you know.
oh,
I'll
yeah.
get it done eventually. But yeah, I'm really glad. And it was so easy to get them on PC because like obviously my old server on Xbox, I was Xbox EU, which is very quiet. You know, it's not a big populated server. So I was struggling to find enough of them all the time. I was having to go through like crown sellers um, just to get enough for a build. So when I came to PC and they were everywhere, it was so exciting.
Mm. Oh, this is so glorious. Also, that it sweetened up the transition from Xbox to PC for you a little bit because they were
Like,
more available to you. This is lovely. I love
yeah,
that. Uh, need to hear
yeah,
more of that.
shopping on PC is definitely fun. Like, you know, because you can find anything. And do you know, it's funny, I was finding furnishing plans and things that I'd never even heard of. Like, I'd never seen before. I was like, oh, okay. It was like the high elf tapestry things. It's like they're bright yellow.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before, and I came and I was like, "Wow!" Like just because there's so much more people that
Yeah.
there's more on sale. So yeah, shopping is fun. I like it a lot on PC.
This is lovely. This is so lovely to hear. And maybe also something for those of you who are still on Xbox or PlayStation. If you want to venture into PC, this might be for you. Good
Hmm.
news.
It's
That
definitely fun.
there is, a sweet part to it as well, not just parting with the console. This is, and I love that you're utilizing something some people would find rather grimy or shy away
Mhm.
from it, and you're utilizing it to create something so beautiful. And you know, I would want to boop the little snoot and say hello, and it's such a sweet little froggy.
Yeah,
Also,
froggy item's really, really underrated. Like a lot of people would just
mm,
overlook it, but it
yes.
has this like it's got this amazing sort of like I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a shadowy effect. So when you
Oh,
sync one into another one, you get this really dark black like shadow. They're just fabulous. They're so much fun.
mm.
It's a great item, and like on PCNA, if anybody did want to like have a lot of them at once to play with them, I can send you some. Like I have more than I will ever need. Um, because the more of them you have, the more fun because like you can just sync loads in together. And if you sync in like 4 together, it makes perfect black. So you can have like perfect
Wow.
black circles. So yeah, it's a really good item.
Oh, look at that, everybody. Maybe you didn't know this, and this is very good information for you if you want to have a go. Message Cheetytarah and you can have a go at it.
Yeah,
This is absolutely
they're
fantastic.
really
I
fun to
really
play
love
with.
that. What
Hmm.
a brilliant idea. Also, Ruben was saying these screenshots are fantastic.
Thank you very much.
I
Thank you.
agree, Ruben. I agree. They are indeed fantastic.
I do
Absolutely.
enjoy making screenshots. I think I probably enjoy them more than the actual visitable houses. That maybe sounds a wee bit weird to a lot of people, but I think I do. Because what I do is I mark the spot on the ground, okay, and then I stand on it, and for the whole time I just don't move. I just build from that one perspective. And I don't know, there's just something really fun about it. Like it's really nice because it means that things, if you're having to sync things in and it might be really, really messy at the back, but nobody will ever see it because you've stood in the one spot, you've built it all, and then you've taken a picture all from the very one spot. So it's like,
Mm.
it's a fun way of doing housing. Like, I really enjoy a screenshot.
Oh, yeah. Also, a very good point to make because maybe it's also some a good segue into housing. Because if you can, and this is also frugal because, as we said before, it's you can recycle. Um,
Yep.
and also property-wise, right? For some people, they might not have uh, all the houses available to them, so
Yeah. Yeah.
it might be a good point for them to try around with screenshots because then you can have, you know, some exercise, if that makes sense, some practice with,
Hmm.
how to maneuver around with the tools that you're given and try building a little bit and try fiddling about with specific items and furnishing pieces and see what works and also play with color and light maybe
Yep.
and
Definitely. Hmm.
and you, as you said, you take a screenshot when you're done and then you can just scrap everything and start
Yep.
fresh. And I think that is a very nice, as I said, segue into housing because it doesn't force you to keep a house open.
Yep. And you're not losing anything,
Hmm.
because like you said, you're using every item again, so there's no loss.
Indeed, indeed. And Ruben is mentioning art is art, whichever canvas you use. Indeed,
Hmm.
very much
Yep.
so. Yeah. I love the froggy. I could stare at him for ages. It's so shiny too, right? He looks at us and he just glows and looks just so beautiful and glorious.
It's such a good item. Like, if
Mm.
you've never thought to use it, just trust me, just play around with them and see. You'll see what I mean. Like, the effect on them is so unique. I've never, like, there isn't a single other item that does that in the game that I know of. They're just a lot of fun.
Would you say this is your favorite item in the game?
Probably, yep.
Really?
Probably.
Look at that, everybody. This is so sweet. Yeah, I love that. This is fantastic. You know, Some people would say, yeah, I also have one or two favorite items, but they're not as mundane. And I'm saying mundane in a charitable way here. It's
Mhm.
just it's so
Like an
lovely.
item you would overlook. Definitely, I definitely agree.
Mm,
Hmm.
so beautiful. So the inspiration for this one was for the competition, for the screenshot.
I don't think that one was for anything. I
Oh,
think I just made it. Like
you
these
just
were
made
all
it
the yellow
perfect.
ones. Like they were all back on Xbox. No, I
Ah,
think I was just playing with the item. I don't think it was for anything. I can't remember.
I mean, it was for
Yeah.
you, of course,
It was
and
just for fun.
for
For fun
fun,
and science.
for fun and fun. Yeah, yeah, it's perfect. I love it. It's so sweet. Such a, and I think also highlighting this is on Xbox. Um,
Mhm.
so this is important also to note for those of you. Also, little reminder for those of you, check your time. Maybe you still have to get the daily rewards. Do get your daily rewards, everybody. They're very good this month.
Oh yeah, the crates, aren't they?
Yeah,
Hmm.
just a gentle reminder, do get them. And also gentle reminder that on the house folio, we do have one streamer who is catering to PS, so PlayStation and Xbox. So if you do have Xbox or PlayStation, then and you only play on those two, you can hit up Tar, and Tar will certainly be happy to tour your builds as well on stream. So
Yeah, I've never seen anybody touring like PlayStation builds before, so that I'm going to definitely have to look out for that because I've always wanted to see them. You know, it's like the one server that has never really been covered by anyone. So that's really exciting.
we do have Tar, as I said on the house folio. I would,
Hmm.
I mean, I'm sure that you're not the only person coming from Xbox or
Hmm.
console in general. And I just want to remind people that if you are on console or have been on console and just transitioned to PC, but you still have a few things that you would like to show or a few builds that you'd like to show on console, do hit Tar up, and they're very happy to cover that. It's so nice to have someone able to cover console as well. It's so nice.
Yeah, that's great. Yep.
So I'm gonna move to the next one. This is the bee, everybody.
Oh, the bee. Again, I don't think that one was for anything. It was just for fun and science. You know, just me playing with a yellow item.
It's so beautiful. The big eyes, everybody. Look. It's such a cute little fella. I want to boop the nose, of course. Do you remember how long it took you?
That one was pretty fast. Yeah, that was. I think I'd done that in a Moon Sugar Meadow, so like the background was just really easy because it was all blank. So I just stuck up a fence. Um, no, it was really fast. There's not that many items in that one. I can't remember how many now, but it was quite minimum.
Oh,
So yeah, it was
wonderful.
pretty quick.
It just is so fantastic, and there's also so much movement there. It's a very jolly bee indeed, Toad. I agree. The happy face. It's just so glorious, and shiny eyes, and just the lighting is so wonderful on this one, and not just on the bee, but the background as well. I think it's really elegant. It's so playful, very happy as well.
Thank you.
These are really impressive, Cheety, says Ruben.
Well, thank you very much.
This is so cute. Yeah, I also just want to go about and boop the little snoot and say hello to, oop, I'm sorry, and say hello to the little bee. Yes, Lemon Leaf, the eyes are so sweet.
Yeah, I like the shiny eyes. I always try and make them shiny.
Very shiny. And Mavis is saying that they love the idea of using these curtains for wings. Yes, very good point.
Mhm.
Yeah, what can you use for wings, everybody? What do you
Yeah,
think?
wings can be hard. Like it depends on the size you're working with as well.
Right. So with the
Mhm.
dragon in the exercised coven cottage that we've of course just seen, very different
Mhm.
kind of wings, different scale.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, it's Toad time. Okay, Toad timer's up. All right, sleep tight, Toad. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you will dream of this beautiful, glorious, happy face and have a glorious day tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, this is so darling. And I love that. This is also from Xbox, everybody. I really love that you're playing around with shapes a little bit and looking at what item does what and how you can tease it out a little bit more and how you
Mhm.
can work the antennas and the little feet and everything. It's just magnificent,
Thank you.
so fiddly. Oh,
It was fun. That one
it
was
was
quite fun.
fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
I'm so glad. And also, it's a fast build, which is also quite nice. And again, you take a screenshot and then you can move on.
Yep. And you've got the screenshot forever, so there's no
Yeah,
loss.
no loss at
Yeah,
all.
it's a great way to go about it.
It's what a great lesson here for everybody. That yes, of course, you can go about it like this and then uh, have a screenshot for eternity
Mhm.
and still build in the Moonsugar Meadow thereafter.
Yep.
Oh, so sweet. I shall go to the next one. This is the wonderful, glorious cow.
Oh, that one was fun too. Yeah, I done that one. That was one of the last things I built on Xbox, and it was when J Heart was coming over. He was going to
Oh,
start doing tours on Xbox, and I was like, well, I've got to build a cow, like obviously. So that's how that one came around. I just thought, yep, I'll just make a big giant cow.
yeah, and it is such
Fun.
a,
A lot of fun.
it's such a, also, I want to go boop that snoot. And it's
Mhm.
interesting, the pieces that you're using, you do have a hedge, you do have a little bit of a background there, right? And he's
Mhm.
looking across
It
from
was the
there.
whole. That one was actually visitable. It was in. That was the Moonsugar Meadow, so I must have done the bee not too long before that. Yeah. The whole thing was like I had some chicken huts, and with the yellow item that I like, I built some giant corn stalks.
Ah,
So yeah, that one was 700 slots. Not
wow.
all cow though, obviously. Like the cow took up a lot, but it was a visitable one for a change.
Oh, wow. So everybody, I hope
Mhm.
you noticed this one was visitable too. Of course, I mean, if Jay Hart was going to visit Xbox and you wanted to have something for him to look at, of course, makes sense that it is going to be visitable.
Mhm.
Oh,
And
look
a
at
giant
those.
cow, of course.
Yes.
Like
And
it
look at
had to be.
those. Yeah, those eyes. I'm so mesmerized by them and the shagginess of the ears and it reminds me a lot of the Highland cows.
Yeah, I was kind of going for that. But, like, obviously, I couldn't get any item that was long enough, really. Maybe there's stuff now that could be used for that. I'm not sure. But yeah, there was the kind of Highland cow I was going for.
I mean, there is definitely shagginess there.
Hmm.
Um, so I do see it, and of course the coat. I mean, they do have a little bit. I think they meander a little bit more into reddish brownish tones, but I think there are also a lot of more going into golden yellow colors as
Hmm.
well. So I totally see it, what you're going for. And yeah, I think probably need a little bit more shagginess, if that makes sense. But
Yeah, I do
I still
too. If
think,
the item was longer, it would have been great. Or if there was like a vine or something that would have. But at the time, there just wasn't. I'm not even sure what I could use now. Like, I can't
mm,
think of anything. But yeah, you use what you've got, I suppose.
yeah, of course you do. You and what's available, right? And
Yeah.
of course on Xbox that must have been a bit more difficult. Uh,
Again, it's one of the items from the witches event.
right.
I seem to collect everything from that event. It's like my favourite one. So it was quite hard as well to get hold of enough of the crop wheat stack thingies, whatever they're called. Um,
Right.
Whereas on PC, like it's so easy to buy them. They're
Yeah, it
everywhere.
is.
But it's
Absolutely.
difficult difficult on a quiet server. It makes it much harder.
Absolutely. And so I'm asking how long it takes, or how long this one took for you.
It wasn't too long actually. Like again, collecting the item takes a while, but
Hmm.
no, that one it went together. Like it built itself really. It was quite fast.
Mm. That's wonderful. It's so glorious. I mean, collecting items. I have heard this before from others that the actual building time isn't that long, but getting
Mhm.
all the items, it does take longer.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
So Leaf is saying that she finds the lighting and the shading to be so amazing.
Thank you.
And Mavis is mentioning that they like the atmosphere here so much. This is so beautiful.
Mhm.
You just want to go ahead across the hedge and give him a big hug.
Yeah, it
Mm,
was quite a cheery build that one. I had a lot of like big custom flowers and things there as well.
mm.
It was a happy general theme going on, I think.
I think that's so, so magnificent. Has such a cute nose too. You just want to go and poop. Beautiful lips as well. Just such a darling. I'm sure that when Jihad saw that, he must have giggled and probably had the best time seeing this one, staring at him. So
Hopefully it
sweet.
wasn't too scary.
Oh,
It's
it's
like,
just
whoa, she's built a giant cow for me. Okay.
don't think it's scary at all. Yes, and
Yeah.
Mavis is also mentioning the ears are so well made. Yes, they are. They are, in fact, are. The sculpturing on the head in general is very nicely done. I really love this. It's very homogeneous and very grippy. Like, I mean, the texture really stands out, and it feels like you can, if you reach across, your fingers would sink into the beautiful fur and shagginess of this wonderful
Mhm.
cow looking at you. At least that's the feel that I would get from it. Oh,
Yeah, a kind of a fluffy cow.
fluffy cow, yes.
Mhm.
I mean, there are fluffy cows, bison, and in some national parks, they tell people don't pet the fluffy cows. That's what I was thinking of.
Mhm.
To is because you do not want to mess with them. But Highland cows, very different demeanor.
Mhm.
Oh, so sweet. Oh, such a lovely one. I shall move to the next one. I think, yeah, this might be the last one for you. This is the wonderful elephant.
Oh, that was an accidental elephant.
An
It was not
accidental elephant.
It was, yep, accident. It didn't even. I don't even think it survived one day. I think it had to. I'll explain. I was trying to build something kind of wintry, like a wintry creature in the Still Waters retreats. This was again on Xbox. Um, and the item I've used there is it's the wood elf vase, the blue one, and I really like the item. Like it's again, it's just so nice. So I was playing around with that, and I was like, "Oh, this looks like an elephant's trunk." So then, of course, I had to finish it, and then I was like, "Okay, I quite like this, but it's in the complete wrong house. It's surrounded by ice. It's not going to work." So I had to take him back down.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
that's that's quite sad, but at the same time, I mean, you build a little bit around him so it doesn't look like he is in the wrong house.
Yeah. I was like, I'll need to take a picture, but it looks so out of place. So it was just a quick throw together. Like, yeah.
Oh, also looks very shaggy, The trunk is very elegantly sculptured and the movement in it is very nice. Also, again, shiny eyes, everybody. Oh,
Hmm. I
that
do like those.
they're so beautiful.
I
Again,
sometimes wish there was a slightly bigger size of like, something like that that's shiny. I'm always kind of on the lookout for other things to use for the eyes.
mm,
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
they are small. They're quite a tiny item.
that's true. It's true. But, that's why I'm saying that maybe playing around with a few different items can help see what eyes can be
Hmm.
or what you can turn into eyes. I think there's a lot going on with eyes, and I think
Yeah, a lot of people tend to like. A lot of people go for glowy eyes, which looks really good as well.
yeah.
Probably most people go for glowy items, but I do prefer shiny personally.
Mm. I think that is also closer to how eyes behave in the real world because they do tend to be shiny when
Yeah,
light hits them, right? So they usually don't tend to glow all that much.
yeah,
So yeah, that in my opinion plays a little bit more into the organic feel of the sculpturing of creatures and how you go about them and staying a bit closer to that particular property of creatures.
yep.
I'm not sure if it would work with glowy eyes, even. I don't think it would.
Yeah, I think it depends on the creature people are building. You know, like if it's a sort of mythical feel,
Yeah,
like the
true.
glowy is perfect, obviously. But
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I tend to make creatures from in real life, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's yeah.
And there, of course, it makes sense to stay closer to the inspiration.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you could argue that with a mythical creature like maybe a unicorn or a dragon or, something that doesn't, or a werewolf that doesn't exist in the real world, then you can certainly do with wonderful glowy eyes that
Yeah, definitely. It can look
can,
really good.
yeah, yeah. Oh, this is so sweet. I mean, you kind of want to go and try to say hello. Booping noses there is different, but I certainly would try to say hello. Oh, so cute. Also interesting that you're playing around with so many different items to see what they can be.
Hmm. I think in like the ceramics are quite good for creatures because you'll get a set and they'll come in different sizes, like the wood elf ones. I do quite like that. I find ceramics is always like my sort of go-to. Like if I don't know what to use, there'll probably be a ceramic that I can use, like a vase or whatever. You know,
Mm,
they're very
right.
handy, very handy.
Oh yeah, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, everybody. Mm. I really adore this. Also, this whole approach with the screenshots and the frugalness of it. And I mean, you're saying this in particular is an accidental elephant in the wrong place.
Yep.
So you had to take a screenshot, of course.
Hmm.
It's quite interesting. Sometimes you see an animal in the wrong place, or you could see an animal in the wrong place, and you must take a screenshot, of course, because it's so absurd.
I don't even know what I was trying to build. I was really literally just playing around with items, you know, just to see what happened. And an elephant happened. Weird.
But
There we
this
go.
is wonderful. You know, sometimes it's a frustrating, laborious task to work yourself through a difficult dragon build, and sometimes an
Mhm.
accidental elephant springs forth an experiment of going about what can you do with particular ceramics and in all different
Mhm.
shapes and sizes. I think that's marvelous.
Yeah, it's fun when they just sort of pop out of nowhere. You're like, oh, it's an elephant. Okay.
Interesting creative process as well in that.
Hmm.
Also going for the creature here in the screenshots. They are, of course, the centers and the focal points, which is fantastic and really marvelous. And you do also see a little bit of an evolution or a transition in building. Um, this is I really appreciate them all. And I think if anybody is curious about more screenshots, I would encourage you to go visit the house folio.
Yeah,
I'll,
I love that Discord because there's just so many screenshots to look at. You'll be there for hours. It's a good time.
and it is a wonderful, really a wonderful place. And I mean,
Mhm.
I'm not sure why the command isn't working again. This is so annoying. I was just gonna give you guys the link, but anyways, apparently is I have to fiddle about with it at a later time, I think. Um, yeah, so the house folio it definitely has is such a beautiful place to get inspiration and to have a look around. And there, of course, you will see the showcase for Cheetytarah. There are more screenshots, by the way, if you're curious. Everybody go visit, peruse around. Those houses that can be visited, go visit, have a look around. Send only kind messages, messages of appreciation. Maybe you have questions too, then ask them. And maybe you also can comment on what you experience when you visit and what you come away with in those builds, everybody. Oh my, this has been a wild ride, Cheetytarah.
Thank you very much for visiting all the places,
I'm
making all
so
the
happy
copies.
to. It's my distinct pleasure to do this. Thank you so much for indulging all my questions and for sticking with it for such a long time too. Everybody, we are transitioning now into Sorries builds. We are going first into screenshots, and there are a few GIFs as well. Here we are with a beautiful dragon. Maybe some of you have seen it.
Many people have been in the house and have not seen it.
Really?
This is the dragon everybody keeps overlooking.
Really? How? I
Because
don't.
they don't look up.
They don't look up. Right.
Yeah.
You know, I loved the wings for this one and the eyes because complementary contrasts and they're so humongous. I mean, I visited two. I think this one also was it was folklore, right? Or am I
No, I can enter my own contest.
Oh, you can no,
No,
but
this is a really old build for a fairy tale contest. I think this is from 2019, maybe. Like
oh,
old. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling it was pre-pandemic.
wow, really? Oh
Yeah, it's
my.
old.
Well, old.
Um, but it's like the third dragon I made or something. Actually, that I showed you that hedge dragon, that the first one I built. The eyes are stolen from that one.
Oh, that's that's amazing. You stole the eyes. That's
Yeah.
interesting. And speaks again to the nature of transitioning and growing also a little bit. Because if you start with, you know, playing around with creatures like that, and this is the third dragon you're saying, so oh,
Well, the second one was really ugly. It was for a contest where you had to use the dungeon trophies and those collectibles that you can open in every house
oh
to
my.
make something, and I made a dragon out of them. And the most ironic thing is, like, at least they're all three were entered into contests, and only that ugly trophy dragon won anything. Has this ever won anything? I don't think so. Uh, no, 2 years later, it won another fairy tale contest. So it was only appreciated 2 years later.
See, but I think that can speak to the maybe wasn't appreciated at its creation time or just when it was done, but later when it has matured a little bit, the community was ready for it.
Maybe, but like this is also the one where I found one judge not seeing the dragon. So I
Oh,
asked him, like, "Oh, what do you think of the dragon?" And it was clear he hadn't seen it yet. So maybe
oh.
they just didn't see it. Like, I didn't expect that so many people wouldn't see a giant dragon. I think
Mm.
this one also suffered a bit from the fact that at this point we didn't have the day-night switch.
Oh,
And this
yes,
looks really ugly at the day. I mean, it's just not
right.
the same.
Yeah, I mean, of course, and that change that is a game changer for a lot of people, the control with the time of day. I think that is, at least for some, it does help, with certain bills, make them stand out a little bit more. But I remember when I was visiting this one, it totally stood out to me. Like I saw it right away. And I was also, I mean, there was a little bit of a story there, and I kept thinking maybe this dragon isn't trying to break in. Maybe this dragon is protecting. I had
No, it's supposed to be Maleficent.
I see.
It's Keeping Beauty House, the Disney version.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
it doesn't turn
remember.
into a dragon in the original tale. But like, I wanted to. It had to do a fairy tale. It had to be Grimm fairy tale specifically. I think it's been ages. I used back then I used to be closer to 20 than I was to 30 now. And I mean, I just wanted, like, for a contest, I think I knew I had to build something that would visually stand out, so I wanted to make a dragon, and that's what I did. Can we go to the next one? Like with the gifts, if it spins too long, it hurts my
Sure,
eyes a little bit, and I'm
sure,
also
sure.
getting a bit tired.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah,
So, I was gonna ask, because we are going for more than 4 hours.
yeah,
We did have a break, but maybe, do you guys still feel like you can go on? I mean, I do know that we've sent Cheetytarah off for a little break just now. Um, but do you feel like you can go on? Because we can also fade out today and return to this and talk to fantastic creatures for you a little bit fresher if you feel like it. You just have to tell
yeah.
me.
I'm getting a bit at the end of my social battery, I think.
Okay, good. So
But
then,
I can do another 4 hours. That's for sure.
no, I would not expect another 4 hours. No, no, I would certainly not expect that. So how about this? We, if you feel like it, we can still continue with the next GIF and have a conversation about that and slowly fade out so that you can be sent off to bed, everybody else as well. And we continue with the portion of Sorries in another time. We will reschedule and let everybody know. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, we can finish like the screenshots part and then do the houses later.
Perfect. Then that's
Because
what we're
like the
going to
new
do.
houses compared to the ones the Chi showed, they have a lot more different elements too.
Hmm.
So if we like um so all of them have more than one creature in it.
Yes, I remember.
So they're going to take longer in uh because of that probably already.
Yes,
Because
yes.
Earthfall has a bee, a snake, a turtle, a moth, a butterfly,
Bee,
snails,
Mhm.
fish,
fishies. Yes, yes. There's a
a
lot.
bird's nest that nobody sees.
No, that
Um,
it you can climb to it almost, the bird's nest. I mean, I was lucky because you were there and you were telling me about it in the stream.
the
But yeah,
bir- the bird's nest is the most uninteresting part of the house. It was like, oh, we got a giant nest. I'll add it. Uh,
yeah. I mean, I
yeah.
get it. I mean, the snails and everything else was so magnificent there, right? I mean, I don't know how long I stayed in that build. I don't care how long I stayed, but I had the best time, and it was even better because you were in stream and I could ask you questions. It's
Yeah, there's a lot there. I think a lot of people, for example, don't notice the toad.
oh
Um, I mean, some people don't even see the bee because they don't turn around. So
oh
it's a big house, and they just
yeah.
cut
I
off a
like
lot of
doing it as
parts
well.
of it.
Like it's a good way of
Yeah.
like putting lots of creatures into the one build. Like I really like the style that you've got so much in.
Yeah, yeah. So we were just saying, Cheetytarah, welcome back, by the way. We will go through with the screenshots now. And then we will break, reschedule, and go with Sorry's beautiful houses at another time. Let everybody else know because it is getting a little bit late and I don't want to overexert you guys. And as we were just pointing out, of course, some of the houses that are still awaiting the audience and everybody else, um, it's there's a lot to see there. It's a lot of volume to cover, and I don't want this to be strenuous for any of us. And so I think that's a good idea to do that.
Okay.
Um, Also gives everybody else to look forward to a part two, if that makes sense.
This is my Studio Ghibli house, so it also has, for anyone that's familiar with it, it has a Calcifer and a Gigi from Kiki's Delivery Service, the cat. And do I have something else? And I have these three at least. Somebody copied this one and then won two prizes with it, but mine was definitely 6 months older.
Oh,
Um, yeah, I never won anything with this one, so that one hurt.
oh, oh. I mean, there's also Lemonleaf has spied with her little eye Totoro. Very good, very good.
Mhm.
And little hearts there floating about. I think that's really a shame, for one, that you've not had any chance to clench a victory or anything in a competition with this one, particularly because yours was certainly older. And, I think um, that is really a sad thing when people go about and copying and blatantly just copy things and not, it's one thing to have inspiration and take inspiration from somebody else and learn something from them, but a whole different thing to just copy.
Yeah, because like at least it wasn't like a one-on-one copy. Like my Pikachu has like people using the exact same materials. Like it's a meme face. Like I don't have any copyright of the original image, but
Hmm.
like at least choose a different. Why have I never seen a other kind of Pikachu, but the one that I made with the exact same materials? Um, like
Mm.
this one at least tried some new things with it, but it was still like very much based on mine. For example, the bread nose from the cat boss. Like the
Oh,
nose, like sometimes you add like details kind of out of laziness. And
yeah.
you're like, that'll do. And then somebody else will copy that laziness. And you're like, yeah, like that's how I know because of that like certain detail that gets also or like when tattoo artists they will copy like a tattoo that's on like a man's chest and they also copy the nipple in the new tattoo. So, yeah,
It's
that's a bit sour that this one never won anything.
oh,
I mean, I only entered it into one contest, I think, but then somebody else, like, I think they won like 5 million gold
oh wow.
into prizes. Oh, they also won. Um, it was something like most original something, and I was like, that made it even more ironic because I
Mm.
already did this like 6 months earlier.
Yeah, it's certainly not ironic. Not
So that was a bit sour. But I do really like this one. I really like Totoro. I also embroidered him once.
Oh,
That
nice.
was very much my beginner piece. That's like the first thing I've almost
Oh,
finished. And I really like the leaf on his head.
oh, it's so sweet. Leaf is also commenting, well, I think it's wonderful, super impressive, not just how accurate it
Thank
is,
you.
but the atmosphere is so nice. Oh,
Yeah, like it's in my what's that house called again? My brain rhythm. It's in my Forsaken Stronghold, and it also has a couple of other Ghibli builds.
mm.
Um, I'm forgetting one that's in there. My Gigi is also I think I didn't add him, but he's like in Cold Harbor rock with limestone, so it's like a negative outline, so the outline is in white.
Ah, I see. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
And I kind of like that too. Like instead of like now like this is has bricks and then it's filled in, but that one is like just already using the blackness of the rock and then just makes an outline. But yeah, this one is fun. And the rain is from all those fountains that came with sweet water. And they're like really expensive fountains, and I just plopped them in here for rain.
Absolutely nothing wrong with it. I was just going to post a link for everybody if you want to have a look at Sorry's 2D builds, more of them. Here's a link for you. You can go grab it. It's the forum link. So you can have a peruse around and check out more lovely 2D
Yeah,
builds.
my two builds so far. What's the date that I posted this? 2022. So 2023 missing.
That's all right. That's all right. I don't think that anybody is going to, scold you or anything. You're good.
Kidding.
You're good.
What was the next one?
The next one is this one.
This is my oldest. This is the first contest build I made.
Oh,
This was for
wow.
J Heart Dragon contest. I think maybe it either 2019 or 2018. I was like really, I think 2019. And I used that ice for the other dragon, and he's made out of hedges because I was a noob and I didn't have any gold.
Oh, nothing wrong with
So it's
it.
really cheap. It's from when Elsewhere came out.
Oh, this is so wonderful. Also, I really, I have seen this before. I mean, this one not before, but I have seen someone approach designing a dragon using hedges. There's nothing wrong with it.
I've seen
And
it once. If anyone can tell me which one it was, because I haven't been super up to date on new
um,
entries lately.
I will find it. I have it somewhere because I'm fairly certain I've clipped it. It's I think in one of the collections. I think it must have been I think it was That Magical Feeling, but I could be wrong. Um,
Yeah, that one had so many entries, and I haven't been very active lately.
mm,
That I never ended up like if there's too many contest entries, then I will wait until the winners come out
mhm.
to because I can't go through 170 builds. At this point, I'm getting old. I'm near.
Aw,
I'm.
no, you're not. I
I
don't.
mean, I think people usually think I'm a lot younger than I am. But I never got around to seeing the entries.
I do have them all in a collection. I have them clipped, so you can just choose the clips. They're
Mm.
and just go. You don't necessarily have to go and watch the highlights because, as I said, for me, 4 hours is nothing. Um, after I've done that very long, almost 11 hours stream, it just doesn't feel like a very long run for me at all. But I do know for others it is. And that is why I do clips for all the little entries, all of them. So each house has their own clip, and you can have a look around there. I'm just wondering. Um, no, it's not that one. It's not that one. Thinking which one was it? I'm fairly certain it was in that competition. I will find it.
Yeah, you don't need to search for it now. I think that's fine if it's left for another day.
I will find it, and
Yeah,
I
here's a
will. I
very, very old hedge dragon from when like Elsewhere came out
mm,
5 years ago.
absolutely. I really love it. Also, the notion that you stole the eyes. I love that you.
Yeah, like the rest is in a storage house. Like I copy pasted it to make room for an actual build
Mm,
in my grand's villa. Um, but I think he probably has lost some items here and there.
I mean, as you do, as you grow older, maybe a few scales have slipped off.
I mean, like the underwater dragon, which is my most recent one. That one, like, it made feel like I lost some life essence while building it.
Oh, you did. I'm so sorry to hear that. Was it such a fiddly job?
No, it was just a very hard. Like, do you have the one as well?
Yes, I do.
The
Of course.
to
Let's.
compare, like the first and last one. I mean, the
Yeah.
underwater dragons also all 2 years out, and it's a skeleton.
Oh no, it seems
Uh,
like I don't have that one.
yeah. Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll show it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll show
Not
it.
tomorrow, the next time.
Yeah, we'll show it in the second
Okay.
part then. Yeah. Um, we'll definitely show it in the
Okay.
second part. It was. I have mentioned this before, but it was the one where I was so taken with the build because it was Asian. You incorporated Asian and you incorporated a lot of creatures. There was this magnificent, glorious snake in it, and I was so mesmerized and stunned that I almost forgot about the dragon. And then there's a dragon lurking, and it's
Yeah.
lurking so
Many
nicely.
hidden dragons in the
Yes,
house.
absolutely love it. It was so fantastic.
Nobody see my dragon. Um, I mean, this one was also walk up, so I think some people also miss this one because they walk the other way because Prince Dick is too big.
Oh, right. I mean, it is big, true. Also, I really love the fire that you add there to the mouth.
Hmm.
It's very nice. Also has movement, and the lighting there is just fine. I really don't know what you're saying there. You don't know, you didn't know what you were doing. I think we've spoke about this earlier that seeing you guys grow and seeing where you started and then where you have transitioned towards to playing around with all the different furnishing pieces and seeing what works for you and what doesn't. I think that is magnificent and also very much what sculptures do, right? You look for material that you can tease out form, and I think that's brilliant. And we get to see how you guys grow and evolve and mesmerize and stun us with such beauties. Really love it. Do you still remember how long it took you?
Like I'm very much a rush builder. I think probably not super long. But this is in an era where, for example, Jared had like 3 contests a month or something. So
Oh
the build
my.
time was always very short. Like the prices back then, like for comparison, for people who like are only used to the current economy, like prices for a contest were like 300K back then.
Yeah, and that was considered
Uh,
a lot.
that was considered a lot. Like I didn't win anything with this one. That's fine. Of course, this is my first contest build. Oh no, technically not. Technically, actually won with my first contest build. It was for a Tamriel Homes contest. Was that my first? I don't know. Remember which one was came first. You had to make they had 1,000 followers on we had 1,000 followers on Tumblr, something we don't use anymore.
No.
And it was a screenshot contest where you had to make like thousands, and I made it out of like the Eleanor limestone items, and I there were like 7 entries, but I did win. That was
Nice.
nice. I don't know. I can't remember now if this one came first or this one came first. It's so long ago.
So long ago.
Um,
Mm.
yeah, but like I did win 300K in the Twitch giveaway that night, and that was so much money to me back then.
Of
300K,
course.
and now 300K is like worth nothing because the economy. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's just as messed up as in real life.
yeah, I mean, some people would say, "Oh, that's argent de poche," right? It's not a whole lot when you see pools, particularly Ethereal's art had such a huge pool when it came to the prices there, and it's just it's really difficult to come up with that kind of prize money, if that makes sense to anybody. You do have to source it, and if you are a housing guild, that's really difficult. And I think even the
Mm-hmm.
300 were quite difficult to come by at the time too. I mean, it's not like.
Yeah, and I think like the biggest difference is think like we currently have a trader and they don't have one. So like for me, I also have the challenge to upkeep the trader and, for example, the guild house, like those kind of expensive. So that does like um have basically making different economic choices.
Yeah.
But like for example, I only focused on having our contest for guild only.
Yes.
Because for me, like I organize contests for my guild, and I don't really need to involve random people. Like we get more than honestly, I already get like 50 entries so
Yes.
often, and I already think that's quite a lot, especially
It
if people
is.
have to vote. So like for me, it's fine if the contest is a bit smaller, as long as like the participation within the guild is high, then it
Yes.
doesn't really matter. Like so you have those kind of differences between guilds,
Of
and
course.
it's just a matter of preference.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, like I also have to keep up the trader, and that all have all those sort of costs. And like a trader
Hmm.
can cost like millions, like a week.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Uh,
know. Really pricey. Very
mm,
expensive, and yeah, of course, that plays into all of that. And I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with smaller competitions and guild only competitions. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Um, on the contrary, I would say it does help the community. That particular guild helps that guild to grow and become a community and be active. Um, as opposed to, you don't necessarily have to have like a huge number of entries to facilitate amazing and beautiful competitions
mm-hmm.
with
I
glorious
think
entries.
I think also with like if I want to enter a contest, like I'd much rather have like I would still like a nice price. Like I can't afford ESO plus, so it's nice if I win it in a contest.
Hmm.
But like if I can win like 1 month ESO plus by competing against 35 other people, or win a year of ESO plus and compete against more than 100,
Yeah.
then I probably prefer the first one because like what are the chances that you win in a contest with like 150 people? And
Yeah.
like housing is really expensive, so if those chances get like really low, for example, like one more housing like has a lot of entries, but they also have a ton of prizes, for example.
Yes, yes, yes.
So you still always have a pretty decent shot of getting into honorable mentions.
Yes, of
And
course.
if you get into honorable mentions, you still get like 1 million. So it's
Yeah.
all also always sort of a cost effectiveness. Like how do you want to
Go about it.
like what do people prefer? Do they prefer to like have the glory of winning like among 150 entries, or do they just like winning a nice prize in their guild? It's all matter of personal opinion.
Mhm, of course. And of course, it's also a matter of looking at competitions in general. Like, what are they for? Like, some people can
Mm-hmm.
think of a competition in terms of participation is already the biggest um, you know um, reward for them, because they are going to be seen. If you participate, you are going to be seen, you put yourself out there. And that already is for a lot of people a very high and wonderful reward. But of course, some people are driven and wish to place and build for competitions, which is a very different approach, of course. And then of course the expectations are also a bit different. And then of course what you're saying, when you have to compete, and that's why I said also that a competition becomes very tight when there's a lot of entries, because all of them are competing for a set amount of prizes. right? And it's because a tight competition is always going to be frustrating to those who are aiming to place in those. So yeah, it's a yeah, choices, and preferences, of course. Oh, also good night to you
Yeah,
too,
and
Lemon Leaf. Sleep tight. Thank you so much for joining. Have a wonderful night.
I think there's also a preference like I really like guild voting because that means that there's more participation. So
Mm-hmm.
like people who do are not are more like the visitors instead of the builders, like
Yes.
also have participations. And like the more votes you have, like I think we get usually like 70 to 100 votes. Like everybody always has bias, but I do think there's less bias if you have so many people because they all their biases are competing with each other. Um, so I usually prefer there are a lot of contests that have voting that are not within a guild,
Yeah.
but that's always something that always I prefer. But that's usually because there have been some contests, for example, like one person I knew had one judge that gave him a one because he didn't know he had to turn around at the entrance to
Oh my.
think like the Cold Harbor portal. You can walk through the portal,
Yeah, you
or
can.
in like he didn't know he do that. He had to do that, so he just gave him a one, and then just bumped that person from a three to essentially like seventh place, and then he
Mm.
didn't win anything because it was like only like top three, top five,
Yeah, and
and that's a lot of power. And I also really prefer the fact like you can't like the methods we use, you can't vote anyone down. You just send in your favorites. And
mm.
those and based on their position in those favorites, they get a lot of points. So it can be like, oh, I really want to beat so and so. I'm gonna give them a one. Like that's not possible. Like you can only not give them points,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah.
other people will, and usually the winners have like pretty decent gaps among them. So there's a lot that comes to thinking like how do you want to form a contest?
Yeah, and how do you
I
want
love
to go
how this
about it?
one this one is pretty clear. Like Jhart organizes a contest, he picks the winners, and you basically just have to make something that you think he will enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually a pretty easy concept.
Yeah, it is. Also straightforward, right? There's not much to meander about. Like if you already know a little bit about Jhart, then maybe that comes easier to you to
And I also made cows. Yes. I mean,
certainly.
Appa was originally for a cow contest, but I already made a cow. So I asked if a bison was also okay because I wasn't going to make another cow.
I think Bison also
But there was
works.
also one that he started out for J-Heart's contest. He was like on a milk carton, so it was a cartoon cow on a milk carton. Then he was for like a Valentine contest, and like in Dutch you pronounce cow as koe. So
Ah,
he
yeah.
was a Cupido, like Cupid. So hij is a Cupido. So he was like Cupid,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then he was in that holy contest, and now he's like a holy cow, and
This
that
is
he's
funny.
still a holy cow today.
This is so funny. And these things can spring forth from competitions like that, and you have a giggle and laugh about it.
I love I love a silly theme though. Like there was a period where they only had there were like three different toilet contests, and like now it's not funny anymore. Now it's been overdone.
Of course. I mean, I do say, I have said this before, but I meander about very mundane things in housing a lot, and I'm getting excited about them because these mundane things exist in real life, but they don't exist in ESO, or at least they used to not exist in ESO. As of recently, they have given people a throne, so you mustn't have to design one yourself.
But
But
it's so much more fun.
yeah, I know it's so much more fun, and I'm always thrilled to see very mundane things because, or like a stove with knobs on it and
Mm.
kettle on, and it's steaming hot because smoke is coming from it, and all those kind of little details there is so magnificent.
Like in a folklore contest, I really liked. I think it was Mr. Golightly that borrowers built.
Oh yes.
Uh,
Oh, yeah, that
that
was
one where it's just a normal kitchen, but the skill is completely off. You know, I thought that one was like great. That one was amazing. Because I
Mhm.
usually build a lot of miniatures.
Yeah, and that was
I think like I
upscaled.
either make like creatures, 2D or miniatures, and maybe Cyberpunk. Though I never finished the second one. Uh, so I really like seeing like the opposite kind of skill.
Yeah, and
But
the
yeah, it's
the super sizing things, and upscaling. I think there were two in that same competition. I think there was one by Kitsune Dark as well, or was it Kitsune?
they also had a sea dragon, I think.
They had a sea dragon, but I
Uh,
think there was one competition where was it Kitsune? Maybe it was Kitsune. Um, there was it was such. I think it was a Forsaken Stronghold. I could be mistaken, but that one was so magnificent because it was so huge. It was so upscaled. Um,
mhm.
really, really magnificent. But yeah, and highlighting the two different approaches, like going into miniatures, like also Hayden goes into very tiny little figures and
they're so
v-
adorable. I love
so
those.
adorable. Yes, such little tiny little dolls. And then you have others who go into the other extreme, and that's very interesting to see all the variety that exists. And I think that for that, competitions are so useful. They can really tease that
Because
out.
like the first thing to honestly do in a contest is to think of something that you think will stand out.
Hmm.
Because like you need to be memorable first, especially with voting, because like people will finish the list before they decide. Like with judging, they will usually vote on the decide on the spot, and then that's also kind of mood dependent. And with voting, people will like maybe even go 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Some people take it very seriously.
Hmm.
And what was my train of thought?
I mean, it's a different.
um,
Yeah, but like if it stands out, then
like
you
it
then
can be
remember it
beautiful
to vote
name,
for it,
but
sort of thing.
if I can't remember it, then uh, it will just have a harder time. Like that's why I always really like funny themes. I think you had Olaf in there, right? Um, like I made him for a snowman contest because I was really thinking like it is also one for J Heart.
There we
It's
go.
like how can I make a snowman that stands out? So I made Olaf. He apparently does not like Frozen, by the way, for anyone who ever thinks it did do well. But um, Frozen does apparently not appeal to J-Hearts. You heard it. You heard these contest secrets here. I
Very
know this is
good.
really simple build. Like this did not take long, to be honest.
Oh, wow. I mean, you did mention that you tend to build very fast anyways, but now I'm curious, how long did it take you?
This one, oh, probably within a day.
Wow.
But like the thing is, this is. I'll be honest. My builds are not neat. Like you can tell. I kind of rushed through them. It's like it's not like ooh, every spot is exactly where it belongs. It's like
Mm,
this is just looking at a reference picture. I think the hardest part is like you need to make a plateau so that you can get the skill right. Because you don't want
right.
to like build the head suddenly super large while the body is tiny because you were on
Yeah,
the ground.
proportions. Yeah, proportions really
Fortunately.
matter. Yeah, that is
And
so.
it's just an outline of Olaf, and then you basically try to find an item to fill it in. I
Right.
used the Halloween mushrooms
They're
because they were
perfect.
white and they were cheap, and snow is really expensive.
It is so expensive. We learned that already today, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. Yeah.
Like nowadays, you actually have better items for it. You have those. I use them uh, in my Christmas builds. You have those kind of Rickling bricks. I don't remember what they're called, but they're very white.
Oh,
Oh
yes.
yeah.
And they
Yeah.
pass as snow. Like they're not as great as snow, but they can pass
Mm.
as one.
Hmm.
Um, they do have like parts that really stick out. So I'm not sure if they would have been great for this. But more white items do now exist because like this is a very like acne like it's called a puss pocket mushroom. You can tell he has some maybe this.
But I
But
think,
it's a very cheap build. But like this is really just bricks, cheap Halloween mushrooms. I don't even know what the button is anymore. Some pumpkins, and yeah. I think the most expensive things are the ice. These are Eleanor tables and like
oh,
dwarven urns.
oh
But the
my.
rest is like super cheap. Oh, and the background. Like nowadays, I would not build white Eleanor, but I used to do it a lot.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I think though for this it certainly works because it still stands out and you do have an outline, and I think that is also in keeping with this particular um, image that you were going for. And I think everybody can see what it is supposed to be. Everybody looks at it and knows right away whether they have seen Frozen or not. I think you must have lived under a rock if you've not seen this one appear
Yeah,
somewhere.
like, you know what it is. You know, it stands out because it's already familiar to you.
Yes.
And, you know, familiarity is just something that people prefer, even if they maybe don't like Frozen all that much.
Yeah, understandable. So, I mean, I have I personally don't like Frozen at all, but that is because I don't like Disney at all. Has something to do with the way in which they go about distorting the fairy tales, because they're not meant to be cute. They're meant to be scary or meant to mm, have a moral implication, and they're not actually meant for kids. They were adapted, of course, for kids, and so for me, it's always a bit of an iffy thing. But then again, I can look at it and see the joyful, happy face looking at me, and I understand exactly where it's from. And it's not like that I can't appreciate it. It's super cute. And I love that it is a quick build for you and that you've enjoyed also. I hope you enjoyed building it.
I
Hmm.
mean, it wasn't very difficult, so in that way, I enjoyed it.
You know, um, I think you have to have enjoyable builds and you have to have fun while you're doing it, because if it turns into too much laboriousness, you can get into frustration territory. And when something becomes frustrating to an extent, it's harder to get through, right? And it's harder to stick with, particularly if we're talking about a video game, right? So I think that it's good that there are things that are fun for you, that you enjoy doing, that are happy for you, and that also don't
Yeah,
eat up a lot of time.
yeah, but this is also like a contest where it's not like like you win like I think maybe at this point the prizes were like 600K per winner and there were like 6 winners.
Oh my.
So it wasn't like if it is a seven, it's like I'm saying like a lot. A contest where it's kind of expected to do like 700 slots and like expensive items and that sort of thing because the prices are like 10 mil and like
Ooh.
goats. You know, you go in it with a lot of different expectations for yourself.
Yes.
Like with this one, you know, I know I can make Olaf pretty easily and not that expensive.
Hmm.
So in that way, it wasn't a very stressful build. I think most of these because like I saved my better creatures for like the ones in the houses.
Ah,
You have
right.
the stage, right? One, uh, Um,
Was it this one?
but like I think Oppa, for example, is like almost the same materials, also bricks, white
Hmm.
background. I do think this is my best 2D one. Like I think he came out like Epaf. I don't know if you've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Think I've only well, the animated series I've never seen, um, but I have heard of him and I have a general picture
It's
in
a
mind.
really good show. It holds up, by the way. Like the animated series, I still recommend it. But like he's a lot harder to recreate.
I see. Yeah, of
Um,
course.
like this is also not one that I spent a ton of time on. I think the hardest parts were the ice. The ice
Mm.
are like Eleanor balls,
Oh,
and then there are two each, so that they get an oval shape.
yeah, yeah. Oh,
I don't remember what the white dot is, to be honest, in the ice.
but that is
But I think he
wonderful.
looks. Hmm.
It's really wonderful.
But I think
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I'm also terrible. Like because I have a twin sister, I'm terrible with interrupting people. Um, like we just talk right over each other.
Oh, it's understandable. You want to be heard. Oh, both of you. It's understandable. You want to be seen, both of you.
You don't respect each other, so you just don't care about letting other people.
Oh,
No, also we also have an elder sister, and she used to have like uh she has like uh it's now a lot better, but in her teen years her ADHD was maybe not as well maintained as it is now,
oh
and
my.
at the dinner table we could just not get a word in.
Oh dear.
Like no, yeah, she would finally like breathe, and he would try to say something, and then she would interrupt, like, "No, I'm still speaking." And so I'm kind of bad with interrupting people because I can never sort of gauge when the right timing is.
Yeah.
But anyway, like this one, this is also a really cheap build. It's like North, um,
Yeah, the bedding,
uh,
the
yeah,
wonderful
the carpet,
the carpet,
those,
yeah, to me always looked like
yeah,
bedding. It's so wonderful. I love
strawberry,
that. Yeah.
some bricks, and the nose is that lead item from Stone Falls.
Oh.
Um, the feet are rocks. They're technically a crown item because they came with the house. They're like
Ah,
essentially worthless. So these are all like pretty cheap build.
very
I think
frugal.
the skeleton is just made out of those mushrooms, so I think it's also like in comparison like really cheap.
Hmm.
But
But
like
it,
2D
yeah, is
leaves a lot of room to be like economical.
of course. But at the same time, I think, if you're going for image and if you're trying to recreate something and you want it to stand out or people to recognize it in one way or the other, I think that is a very nice medium and a very nice way to go about it. Similar to the screenshots that we've seen by Cheetytarah today. It's such a wonderful way to um, still design and still, you know, go about housing and yeah, explore a little bit of your own abilities with housing, with what you're given. And particularly when you're going with frugal builds, as in not using a lot of crown items and all the things that we mentioned before, mm, I think that can really teach you something about yourself. And that
Yeah,
indeed you can.
there's one guild that I enter because I can't enter in Tamara homes. Um, and every time I'm like on the stream or in the house tour, after me, they suddenly will start a speech about like not everybody having the same resources. And it's like, I also put in a ton of effort for this build. Like, I know I run a housing guild, but I
Mhm.
also, did my best.
Of course.
And uh, that's sometimes a bit of annoying to like put in a lot of effort in it. And like
Yeah.
I know I have pretty decent skills. And I always start a speech about like, oh, and beginners also deserve us deserve a chance, and like they do. So you know what I do in my guild? I
Hmm.
just have like extra prizes for beginners. Like I'm not gonna follow up like maybe Yumai or someone like with her great snail, and then like start like imagine if I start talking like, oh, but people the beginners also need like this
Mm.
and that. Like no, I just have extra prizes for them. And sometimes I
Yeah.
have beginners who also end up in the top 10, but it's always so weird when people talk about like resources when like this is like such a cheap build. So you have beginners with like way more expensive builds.
Yeah.
Um,
And
that
particularly
then I get
because,
talked down because I'm a
yeah,
bit more. That's I always find it such a weird.
it's weird.
Uh,
It's also
it's
just
also
not
very awkward to
fair.
bring up. Like guys, can you guys stop having the same speech
Yeah,
each time
also
every time my
why?
house
I
has
think,
been on?
yeah, it's just I don't understand why to begin with, because like in any you know conversation about art, you look at the piece and it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what has been used. Like, I mean, we've had a conversation about crown store items, and that some people build magnificent, huge castle builds with a ton of very expensive crown store items, and there's merit to it, but it takes a different kind of skill to design something in 2D or in sculpturing when you're going for creatures than building a very large castle and dazzle people with shiny items. And I'm not saying that the shiny items aren't pretty, they
Mm-hmm.
are, but it's a different skill. And why must we have this weird comparison when you can look at the art piece itself and appreciate it for what it is? And not have to go about,
Yeah.
oh yeah, just because you can be frugal about the choices that you make, it doesn't mean that the build doesn't take effort. It
But
is.
what's also a bit ironic is that it's not like, you know, you have like a small town competition, but like an Olympic champion keeps entering and keep winning every year. Like there are beginners that have won more times than me. Like I've lost to people's first builds
Mm,
uh there. And you know, so it's kind of like, I mean, should I like do you guys even want me to enter? Because it's not like I win that often. Like I've won maybe twice over like 5 years or something.
mm,
Um, uh, but it's so weird to get that speech each time when it's not like I've smashed the competition each year and everybody's tired because like the same person keeps winning. If
mm,
anything, the people who keep saying the speech are the ones who keep winning.
mm. I mean,
So always find it a bit hypocritical.
it's just also so out of place. As I said, I think
Like
it, it's
don't
just
don't
art.
allude to other people.
Also,
It's just weird.
as you've also mentioned I do like that there is also newcomers that get recognized, because sometimes people enter for the very very first time into a competition and it's super scary, and as I said earlier, that is the achievement, to enter a competition and participate in a community effort. And
Yeah, and I
you don't have to have like this whole expectation that you're going to win, because if the competition is tight, the chances aren't very high. But at the same time, I love when within those competitions people decide, okay, we're going to have honorable mentions, we have newcomers, we have, from those people who of whom we know that they've entered for the very first time, that needs to be recognized in a different way. And when there is um, movement around that in that competition or in the guild, wherever it takes place, I think that is enough. And you don't have to have like this weird comparative um, attitude going about trying to compare someone utilizing skills that need a little bit more honing because they just started out, and someone who's very well um, you know um, advanced into the craft and has won maybe a few competitions before or has placed in multiple competitions before. And it's just different to compare that. Um, I certainly don't do that. When I go about judging, I look at the piece. I always look at the piece, and I just decide upon that and not what I've seen before or anything that I've seen before by this designer. I just look at the piece, and that is what I'm judging, not anything else in around. And I don't know how the others do it, but that's how I do it. Because I don't think there can come anything good from comparing all the time. It causes a lot of frustration for a lot of people, and it just creates also a very competitive environment.
A bit influencing to like we're all suspect to be that we're all adults playing in like a game meant for adults,
Hmm.
and like most of my builds, I probably like all of them to be honest, were made usually for a contest. Like I know I'm competitive, but like I will mention like, oh, this one didn't win anything, and like sometimes a bit salty because like this one didn't win anything, but somebody who copied it did.
Yeah, yeah,
But like
Yeah, that's not fair.
I also didn't win in my in most of my first contests.
of
Like
course.
I won the one with 7 entries, but like that hedge dragon didn't win, and the one after that didn't win,
Hmm.
and I don't even remember what the one after that was. And I just think it's a bit infantilizing to, if the grown adult who enters their first contest, is going to get a leg up, basically because they're a beginner. Like, aren't we all at least above 18?
Yeah, sure.
In the game. Like I've also had like people who were very sensitive, um, and at the same time it's like, and, like I'm also a sensitive person, but like it's a still game. Like we put a lot of effort in the things we make,
Yes.
but you don't need to look at the contest results if you didn't place. You don't need to um try to like figure out every single score that you got.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
And
I
you
always
don't need to
think
win
that
in
like
your first
winning is a
contest, and I
bonus.
find that so weird. Like, yeah, beginners should get a chance, but like I really wouldn't expect any beginner to win their first contest unless it's like 5 entries and or something.
Yeah.
That's not normal. Like as more experienced people usually do well in contests. And like
Yeah.
sometimes we have beginners, like their criteria of beginners is not, oh, this is my first house ever, but like contest beginners. Because building for contests and building for your own is very different.
Oh, yeah, so different.
But people have placed in the top 10 and have gotten first in the in the beginners category. So like that is something that is great, but it's not something to be expected. It's somebody who enters their first contest should be like, oh, should they also get this? Like,
Hmm.
no, you should
Should
be
also
already
be like,
happy with just maybe
it should
getting fifth
also
place in a 12-person contest should already be great if it's your first house. Like, I find it a very weird mindset. Um,
yeah, because
but
even
it,
though they're
it's
a
mostly just
beginner,
been
they might
nagging
feel
at
like
me
an
after a
adult.
couple of years to get the safe space to my house.
You were saying, Cheetytarah, that it's also a weird mindset.
No, I was just saying, like, but they could be a beginner for housing, but they could also be like an artist in real life who
Yeah.
just really naturally
Like,
takes
I'm
it
not an artist in
creatively.
real life. I can mediocrely draw. That's about it.
Yeah, but that is a point. There's a very valid point also to be made when you do have someone who is, professional artist in real life because they work in the industry maybe, then to them maybe sculpturing or maybe certain skill sets are transferable or easily transferable. So that is a very good point to raise. Yeah.
They're naturally creative.
Hmm.
That's
Hmm.
it's easy to them. It comes easy because it's what they do in real life. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I think also like how much free time does a person have to build something in games?
Yes.
It's like
Yes.
that's not
yeah,
a metric that we're measuring, for example, and I think that's honestly more important than uh than whether somebody's a beginner or not. Like, I think it's good when like also add like a small house contest because not everybody has the time to decorate 700 slots.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But like with voting, usually the big contests, big houses do end up winning because there's more to show, so more
Yes.
to admire.
Oh.
Um, it can happen that the 200 slot house still wins. It can happen, but I always make it so that you can place in both. Like you can win the small category, but you can also still win in the normal top 10.
Hmm.
And that's basically like beating a handicap that you did so well with like less space. But there's
Mm.
so many different categories that you can decide like, oh, this is unfair, this is unfair. And like everything is unfair because life is unfair and it's just
Also
um
in voting
you
and
just have to live with that not everything will happen. Like
yeah.
everybody wants it. You can whine a bit to your friends or like oh I see people like publicly complain about a winner and they didn't like this house and like sorry.
Yeah, but the
Most
others did.
often they didn't even enter
Oh,
and they
and that's
complain about the winner.
yeah, but that's something that I would just disregard and ignore because this is to me a little bit similar to people complaining about an outcome of a vote in an election, but they didn't bother to go voting.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't be bothered to enter and you're still complaining, I think that is something that we should just brush away and ignore because um, they're just not going to change in that way. And I think it's not worth losing breath over because someone feels entitled to win in a competition, but think they're not able to because certain people always win, and it's or feel like certain people always win. And I think that's just the wrong approach to competitions to begin with.
Yeah,
Um,
I was going to say, I think like if you win a prize, it's a bonus. Like
mhm,
it shouldn't be
yeah,
your sole reason for being involved.
yeah,
If you're only wanting to win, then I don't know. It's
you're doing
like
it wrong. Yeah,
yeah,
at least I think that too. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Because like people put effort in it with a certain expectation that whatever happens will be legit.
Mm,
Like I wouldn't care about 500K, but like if I would see somebody who put like you have this Facebook post where you have a gorgeously drawn dog and like a really bad one, but the bad one had more likes, then you're kind of like, yeah, but this is unfair because somebody put in a ton of effort and likely this isn't really a legitimate result.
mm.
Like in those sort of cases, I think it's fine to feel like negative about it,
Of course, of course.
even if right because you just like no matter what, most people want fairness first. There have been some contests, like never use Facebook because entered one contest with Facebook voting and like two people tried to cheat.
Oh my.
hmm
Yeah, like one
Mm.
of them had like 4 shares to a private Facebook page. Um, and yeah, the
it's like
whole
why
thing.
do they take it so
It's super
seriously?
old drama, by the way. So I'm gonna.
Oh my. Yeah,
But
what you're saying, Cheetytarah, how can you so seriously and it's just yeah, what you're saying, grown adults making a fuss about something that is not really a fuss.
Yeah,
Um is and that's why I'm saying it's not really worth losing your breath over. But of course you should not, feel discouraged or in any way negative when there's a legit reason to have negative emotions when certain things get copied, for instance, and then you feel
yeah, it's
like
not fair.
that's not fair.
Like
Exactly.
fairness, definitely like fairness.
Hmm. Yeah, but that's a difference. That's different
hmm
when we talk about fairness than expectations. And I think with expectations, or approaching competitions with a specific expectation. I think that's particularly for those who start out, I think is not a very good approach.
No,
Um,
definitely not.
and that's
Yeah,
why,
if you're a beginner in housing, like don't expect to win on your first
no,
contest. That's
also,
my thing
I
always.
keep repeating this over and over. Um, when you have entered, you already won because that is the biggest leap to take. It takes some confidence, it takes also a little bit of courage to put yourself out there and throw your head in the ring to begin with and to be seen, right? This is
It's
a very
it's
visible
nice.
thing too.
It's like it's nice to join in with a guild that if it's a guild that you like as well, and you think, yeah, I really want to be a part of that.
Hmm.
There's something nice about that. It shouldn't be about, oh well, I might win gold. It shouldn't really come into it.
Hmm.
I don't think
It's
it's
just a
just
cherry
take
on
part
top, yeah.
because you enjoy the guild, or you enjoy the theme. You just want
Mm-hmm.
to build for it.
Hmm. I mean, I do know, again, there are people who build specifically for contests and competitions. That's absolutely valid. The approach too is absolutely valid. It usually is people who are already accomplished who
Mhm.
build for competitions like that. So that makes a lot of sense that they would, because that may be a challenge for them, right? If a theme is a little bit more abstract, then the build for it might take a little bit longer or more thought and more creative process that goes into it. And so someone who builds exclusively for competitions could feel more tickled in that sense. But I
I
don't
think
think
it
that's
makes
the
sense if
majority.
somebody puts like a huge amount of like time and resources and something into a project
Hmm.
and it looks really good and then somehow and it doesn't do as well as expected, then I mean people are allowed to feel things. It's just like
Of course.
publicly like whinging about it. That's kind of the problem because
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can't change it.
Yeah,
And like I
yeah.
have like when I judged OMH, I remember I talking with an American judge afterwards. We were both, for example, really surprised that there were so few European winners. Because there were many great European entries. Like sometimes you notice that sort of thing, like, huh, I really expected to be more that this group would do a little better, but it doesn't mean you publicly go like, oh, these people were trash and these one were the best. Like now, sometimes you just feel a certain way or you expected something different, but you can decide what everybody else thinks, so what every other judge thought, what every other voter thought. Like so, we both had the idea like, oh, we felt like there were maybe a bit more better entries on EU this year,
Hmm.
but all the other judges maybe just liked other kinds of builds. So you just never know like
Yeah,
what the reason is.
yeah, of course.
Like I have like maybe in like across like 5 years or so, I've seen like a couple of contests where I was really like, huh, okay, but you know,
Yeah, sometimes the outcome can be a surprise, even if you are in the judging panel, of course, because you never know. And if it's a large panel of many judges, then particularly you can be very thrown off or surprised. And
yeah,
of course,
like
everybody
in
has
one,
different you know likes or find
Yeah,
something,
different criteria.
yeah, different criteria just stand out a little bit more to them, or this is very subjective in a way. um
yeah, there was one like incident with one guild and their voting method was people would rank each other and somebody had their friends the voting was between all the entries and somebody had their friends enter so they could place them on number one and like other good entries like the best entries like all the way down,
oh my.
Mm.
but it was the house itself was like oh, I mean maybe I'm confusing two ones but like a half built staple home with what my beginner houses look like before even entering contests, like the time where you're like, I'm just gonna find a lot of red guard items and I'm gonna place all my red guard items in this house, and I thought like a very normal beginner house, and like sometimes like those kind of things, then you're kind of like, yeah, I mean that's sort of cheating to do. I mean that's kind of blatantly cheating to ask a friend to enter who had a completely empty house just so that they could prop somebody else up,
Mm,
Yeah, it's like asking friends to vote for you. It's
or
not.
like asking for Facebook votes,
Hmm.
that kind of pathetic stuff.
yeah, no, that's uh, that's I don't know that. Can you be proud of a win like that? That's my
No,
question.
I wouldn't think so.
No,
Hmm.
like I do notice that like the like with voting, the socially acceptable position to put your like if we're talking about people in like a romantic relationship is to put them on third place. So
Oh,
like a place, then you give them a bit of points, but they're not gonna matter.
Yeah,
Uh, so
it's like it doesn't matter what they build; they're just going to vote for them, sort of thing.
mm, yeah, but
I mean, like I'm not saying they're bad builds. Like they're going to give a little point to like a loved one, but they're not going to prop them up. And like the socially acceptable place is apparently free, and it's not something that I'm going to be super concerned about if I see it, because that person is nowhere near winning usually.
yeah.
Uh, but when they put them at number one, oh, then I'm keeping it open. That's not
Mm.
like you're putting the number one with number three. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, is also I think that is it's good when you do have a little bit of experience in these kinds of competitions because then you do see and you know what you're kind of looking for. Or you have some yeah experience to rely upon what usually or what can be potentially in the winner category or what can be higher ranking and stuff like that. So I think that experience definitely helps in that when it comes to looking at votes. But yeah, I find it a bit as I said odd because I would ask the question again, can you be proud of a win earned that way?
No,
some
yeah,
people apparently are like there's. I'm not gonna name anything names, but there's has been. I'm not sure if they're that active anymore, but there has been like one hyperactive competitor within the scene where like I always keep my eyes open surrounding that person because coincidentally always this person votes for that person, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
mm-hmm.
Um, and it's those people exist. People who are
I
like
like
I'm
that.
also competitive. Like I'm competitive. If I think you're over competitive, you've like blasted like far too far. Uh,
Mhm. Mm.
but
Makes
like I think I'm also in a position because I like keep track of a lot of those things. Like I look at them very differently than people who maybe just enter.
of course.
Uh,
Of course. I think that is what I meant by experience. When you have a lot of experience, and then of course from that you can gauge things a little bit better. And I think that is something that others might not have the opportunity to rely upon. And I think that is an important point to make in these kinds of things. And of course, then you can have a little bit more of an eye on them. Just to see whether there is too much bias going on. And I mean, with voting and with judging things, there's always a little bit of a bias there. But is it fair? And is it asked for, or is it just an underlying, not in your face a kind of bias? Because someone could have a preference for something and would be drawn to a specific build a little bit more, and
Mhm.
that's why they like it
but
a little bit more.
I mean that's why I like voting, because like
Hmm.
everyone is biased in their own ways, but like all those biases have to compete with each other, so that bias has less power because
Yeah.
all everyone has it, and most people do take it very seriously. And if there's one person who is like that nasty person who uh, isn't the fair person, yeah, they're now just a little spot within like maybe 80 people instead of maybe one of 8 judges.
Yeah, it's a bit different. It carries less weight. And I think
Mhm.
that that can certainly help in situations like that. Though I was more referring to a bias that is a little bit more fair. Oh, hello, Ordin and Cake. You've been lurking and you agree. Wonderful. Is I think there is a little bit of a bias that isn't malicious and doesn't affect outcome all that much. But of course, there is a bias that can do that. And to prevent that, I think there is a lot of ways in which you can curb that to prevent any kind of yeah weird behavior
Yeah,
also.
like why I also like just to keep my contest within guild is because like I think inner outer guild bias is a lot stronger than, for example, maybe I like this person a little bit better because you're all basically on the same team. You're all guildies. It's not like you don't know this person at all. Uh, so in that sense, I already think bias is less than whether you're judging like 80 plus entries and like 40 people you've never even heard of. Because
Mm.
like usually with our contests, I think we actually always have a decent amount of like newcomers who rank high. So like uh, I never like even people who join because they saw the contest advertised, they still always have a pretty big chance to do well. I think even with beginner contests, like I used to have like a specific contest for beginners, and now like beginners become a bit too muddy for that. But usually like new people would win them,
Mm.
uh, even though they weren't that new, because they were still guildies, and I think that also a bit helps. But the thing is, like with contests and voting and judging, there's no perfect method. You
Absolutely
always
not.
have to
Yeah.
just decide, like, what do you think is most important, and like what method
Are
matches
you
that the
applying?
most. Because some people maybe hate voting because they like really making like maybe they really like making things that are obscure, and maybe they believe that judges take more time in finding out the context, and like that voters like more popular things, that sort of thing. There's no perfect method for anything regarding judging something that's based on subjective opinion,
Oh yeah.
but you just have to have a strong sense in what you find important, and I find important that a lot of people have a say in who wins, and that all that gets measured out into results, and that it's all within the same group of people who all
Are
already feel
passionate. Yeah.
familiarity with each other.
Mhm. Yeah, and it helps, as I mentioned earlier, it does help to the community also to grow a little bit and connect a little bit more. And yeah, Odin and Cake was saying that an audience vote element. I think there are some method, and as you were saying, there is no, right or wrong way to do things, uh, besides cheating, outright cheating.
Th-
But
There are wrong ways. There's no perfect way. There will
yeah,
always
no,
be
it's certainly
different
not. And
ways.
also, it's a decision kind of thing. You have to make a decision as to how you want to go about it. And some prefer going with criteria and going with judges. And there are also some competitions that go with favorites, like judges' favorites alongside scores, which is something that, or scores in a sense with criteria, it can result in some builds placing and some being judges' favorites for other reasons, right? Because the judges can have different reasonings as to why they
Yeah,
pick this.
sometimes like I can vote in my own contest, but sometimes I think I should add like my own like my pick category, because there's always like one entry where I'm like, oh my god, why didn't they place top 10? And I should just like I already pay most of those contests to like gold out of my pocket anyway. Why am I just not making an extra category like you were the one person who couldn't vote's favorite? Congrats. Or at least the person she thinks deserves a prize. Like if my favorite already like won the contest, like it feels a bit silly to like add more to it. But like the person I think should have gotten better than they got, like that sort of price.
Mm. Yeah,
Because like
y- yeah, I think
it's
sometimes
really
that would be
unfair
a good
because
idea. Hmm.
sure.
I think there is a lot of merit to this idea to, particularly if you are financing it, you could, mm, add
Like I'm
a,
not just like normal winners. Like just like I mean, I really like this one, so I'm highlighting them a bit, and I'm also giving them a prize.
yeah, and why not? It doesn't even have to be like a large price, but something that will register. And when you have highlighted and it registers with the rest of them, with the rest of the group, it's something that can help people be seen and feel validated in
Mm-hmm.
what they do. And
Because
that helps also in the community and it encourages, right? If you are seeing a lot of very accomplished designers and what they create, some people feel very much intimidated to even participate in any of the competitions, um, because of that, because they feel like, oh, I'm never ever going to be good enough to rise in those higher echelons. And I think that it's
mm-hmm.
just practice. If people just keep at it when they first start out and feel encouraged because they are still being seen and recognized, then that can be an encouraging factor for them to continue
Yeah.
on their journey.
Also, I always already have like raffle prizes for people who entered but didn't win. So
Mm,
like if you're not among the winners, there's still like 6 people who will win like 100K or 50 Rits or something.
yeah.
Um, and I also sent everybody, even if it's like 68 people, like a luxury furniture package.
Mm.
So like I throw a lot of stuff at people price wise. Like I don't have like 150 million budget gold or something at the moment because I haven't been super active. But like everybody who enters gets like a thank you for participating mail with like 5 luxury items in there.
Oh, so sweet. It's so
Yeah,
sweet.
I go all out.
Yeah, it's
Maybe that's why I haven't been a bit late with organizing a contest because I go maybe 2 out.
I think there's nothing wrong with it also if you don't necessarily have to have a lot of competitions all year round. I think there's also
No, I
merit
think
to
2
the thought
is enough.
having like a few competitions, but those then stand out a little bit more and they have high quality in every way possible. I think that's
Yeah, I
valid.
quite like that. I think it's a nice pace in Tamriel Homes, for me at least, because obviously I'm main on NA. So when a contest does come up, because they're rarer, I'm more likely to make effort to enter, sort of
Mm,
thing. I
Mm-hmm.
quite like it personally.
see?
Yeah, like I think they now changed it, but like when I judged OMH a couple of years ago, there were so many low effort builds in there because the prices were so high and they promoted it in a lot of like non-housing communities that you just had a lot of non-housers like enter, like some were actually just storage homes, and then it's just like I mean, yeah, the number is high, but like, does it count if it's like a storage home? Because it's like not a home you believe that anybody seriously entered. Uh, at least I hope so.
I mean, some just
Like, if you
decide.
seriously entered a storage home, like, I'm sorry, but I am concerned about you a little bit.
I mean, maybe that's their
But
idea
yeah,
of
but it's just
housing.
so exhausting to judge storage homes
Hmm.
because you still have to fill in the numbers, and that's what I like with our top methods. It's still maybe a lot of because you have to decide, choose 10 people, like the top 5 and 5 honorable mentions. Uh, but you don't if you don't like a house, you can just skip it from your list and move on to the next. And as a judge, it was so exhausting to have to judge 150 houses, but like only half of them were like um which would what would be the basic level, like the minimum standard level of what you would expect in a housing guild contest.
Mm.
And like having to fill in numbers for a storage house, I remember that making me so tired to
Aw.
like I took it too seriously. I should have just like this is a storage house. Like here are a bunch of ones, but no, I had to take it seriously and see if I missed a nook. Um,
Mm.
but yeah. By the way, shall we move on to the
Sure.
skeleton or something? I don't know.
We do still have this one. It should be on
Oh yeah,
screen now.
this is a mammoth. This is also really old.
Oh, it's so
This
lovely.
is just a mammoth skull, and I put some uh uh s- uh wood elf skins on them. So this is like an old, like very basic way to like make your first. It's not my first, but um like how to discover. I'm so tired. Sorry.
It's all
Um.
right, darling. It's all right. It's late.
Yeah. So basically, over. Oh, sorry, my phone. This was the moment where my phone slipped from my shoulder that I warned you about.
Oh
Um.
no.
It's a mammoth skull with some wood hides on it.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it. Is the I also really appreciate that you've gone with so many crystals. I did have in one
So bright.
competition. Yeah, it's so bright. And I had in one competition, I think that was a magical feeling. Someone built a crystal tree in the Stillwater retreat. It was huge, and I did have them on the chat in Twitch. Um, and I did ask them how many crystals, and basically all of them that were available. They were going around buying them all from the vendors and all. It's just
I know that feeling.
Yeah, this one was for time machine contest, and like the other part of the house was like this sort of clockwork laboratory. Not my best
oh
because I don't really do indoor houses well. And you had like the mammoth bed, so you have a screen where the mammoth bed is on, and that's basically also with crystals, and that's basically what they will walk to.
oh
But yeah, this is like a very basic, like for people who need like a starter idea of how to make a figure. Use already an existing base, like a huge skull,
yeah
and try to cover it.
yeah good idea.
Yeah, very good.
That's such a smart idea also, and of
Yeah.
course that gives you a little bit of sculpturing basis to work from, and then of course you can expand on that. And when once you've mastered this kind of sculpturing piece, I think you can certainly start transitioning into something more elaborate, maybe. So yeah, very good starting point. And I think it's also smart
Yeah.
to put it in and showcase it a little bit for people so they understand you can start off with something like this, cover up, create eyes, frame it elegantly, very shiny, of course.
Nobody needs to see the back of it.
Absolutely. Nobody needs to see the back of it.
I
There's
mean, you
nothing
can
to.
honestly jump through it pretty easily, so they can definitely see the back of it if they want to.
But you mustn't. I mean, it's like peeking behind the curtain, right? I have that's also something that I kept saying to people while I was touring houses. Sometimes, people are very good at blocking off, and sometimes I just walk towards it and check if there's no hidden passage because some of you guys have trained me to look for hidden passages. Um, and so that's why I sometimes go close and have a look. Is it really blocked off? But I tend to not go further than that because then you are peeking behind the curtain. And it's also the reason why I tend not to go into the editor because it kind of, for me, takes a little bit away from the magic. Um,
I'll be back in 1 minute, by the way.
mm, mm. I think it's just I think at least it's my feel that when you I mean, you can, of course, go into the editor. I'm sure people, and I have done it in a few streams when it was really curious as to what an item was or what was utilized to create a specific look. Then you can certainly go about and check in the editor what it is. But I also tell people to just go visit themselves if they can, and check it out themselves. That way, they not only see it on my stream, but they can also then go about and have a look themselves and discover maybe a few more things that maybe I've missed. And it's a I think I like that approach a little bit more because I kind of want to trick the audience into coming to your builds and see them for themselves. Mm, such a little magnificent.
Was the last one the skeleton, or was there another one in
This
there?
one, we do have the wonderful. We were talking about these before.
Oh yeah, this is my oldest existing build.
Oh wow!
That's still up in a house.
Oh my!
Like the dragon is obviously older, but the hedge dragon, but that one is like moved into a storage house.
I so
This
love
one is
this.
made from. Yeah, this is all made from like the chameleons at least are all made from the same item because it was for a contest where they added multi-crafting. So you could make use up to 3 items, but every item that you use, you had to craft at least 100 times.
Oh my!
So me, a little cheapskate builder at the time, because I was a huge noob, crafted only the most cheapest item you could craft, and those were these bedrolls.
But they're perfect
So
for
the eyes are
this.
the pillows.
I absolutely love it. It's so cute, also, and certainly a wonderful approach at sculpturing and creating these wonderful chameleons. And I think everybody can see them. It's not like you have to explain what they are, right? I think people would understand from looking at it. And it's such an
Yeah, and I thought
interesting,
they were camouflaged.
I think it's such also a wonderful approach, like having a little bit of a challenge with a competition and
Yeah,
it really tickles a little bit of the creativity, I think, for people. Maybe it
yeah,
was
like
for
it's
you too.
similar to Chop, which is like the Ebenhard Chateau. When we'll visit that, I'll elaborate more. But like where you had to, there wasn't a theme, but the theme is more like how you have to apply a certain rule. So here it
Mm,
was, you have to use the same item that's craftable 100 times at least.
yeah.
And there it was like use these 8 random items into your build and try to use them most creatively. And I kind of like those kind of challenges because though actually the last round of job was really difficult. Um, that was the one I built in 3 days.
Oh my.
I talked about it really.
Hmm.
It was, but the thing is, like the deadline of it kept getting extended, so it was actually like months long. But I just couldn't get past some of the items.
Oh,
For example, the Orcish gazebo was in there, and I thought, okay, I'll flip it and I'll have a floor. I don't want to have an Orcish gazebo, and it's just an Orcish gazebo. I think if you go with that mindset into a contest like Chop, you already lost. You need to use the item created
yeah,
creatively.
absolutely.
So I tried to use them as floors, but then it turned out, for example, they have a small invisible wall, so you can't use them as floors.
Oh my. Oh, true. Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Um,
So that sort of thing kept blocking me because I knew, oh, I want to make a city because I had to use these windows and I can make flats out of them and I can make a dinosaur with these items. But like, some of them were like really, really difficult. And I mean, I did build parts of them earlier before the 3 days. Like I had like certain elements that were very easy.
right.
Uh, there's an eye monster in there. I mean, that's like done in 5 minutes, to be honest. Um, you had to use the close stock, uh, the dark shade close stock, so it's just a tentacle monster. It's not difficult to make a tentacle monster.
Still, I mean, you're saying it's not difficult to make, but for you, the approach to creatures comes a little bit more naturally. Um, but I will agree that, a little bit of a challenging competition in the sense that you have to use, as for the chameleons here, a specific um, item 100 times. You have to craft it at least 100 times, or you have to use a set amount or a specific set of items that absolutely have to appear
Mm.
creatively in the build. I think that is a very nice challenge because, as you say, it means you have to turn things around and play with them and see what they can be and how you can use them. And
Yeah.
of course, that takes time, right? It takes
Jared,
time.
for example. Oh, sorry.
Now, I was just saying that, of course, this takes a little bit more time, and then, of course, you can be getting closer to the deadline of the competition. I'm not sure if deadlines are something that help you to finish. For some people, it's
Yeah, I do
perfect.
need deadlines to finish. Uh, Too often have I maybe started the day before. Uh, for example, I forgot to include this one. It also has creatures, but the enchanted, not enchanted, the witch house.
Ah,
My brain is already busy.
the exercised
For example,
coven
with the
cottage.
yeah, that for example, I started that the day before. I'm still like, why did I do that? Um,
Reasons, of course, reasons.
like if like with, for example, that Enchanted Grove contest, I started like weeks in advance, and I still didn't end up finishing it. So I mean, maybe I do need a bit more than just deadlines.
Mm.
Um,
And
but yeah.
motivation.
Oh, this is what I wanted to mention earlier. Like Jared had a contest where you had to make flowers, but you
Oh,
weren't allowed to use any organic material. So you can't like make a flower out of mushrooms or other flowers.
yeah.
Um, and I always like to just think of the dumbest thing I can make for those kind of contests. Uh, because like again, you need to stand out. Um, and like these were more like screenshot kind of contests. Like he visits them, but it's not like it needs to be a whole civ. No, it's not built. So
Mm.
I made Blossom for Pokemon.
Oh,
So that's technically a flower. I don't think she. I don't think she won. Uh,
but
but like
still,
I do really like the interpretation of like okay, I have to make a flower. Here's the blossom out of bricks. Some elsewhere carpets, I think. Pillows, red card pillows, and it's just like an easy build to make in like a day. Not too complicated.
but interesting also because if you're not allowed, again, I love these kinds of challenges because they really teach you something about your skills and they can help you grow
Yeah,
in forgetting what an item is named or what an item is supposed to be, because that's what it is named from the developers and designers, and start looking for shapes and colors, and then use your own creative energy to create something that fits the theme, right? As you were saying, a flower. And I have visited, I think also for the Enchanted Grove retreats, um, a snack pod where a little dwemer was trying to upkeep um, a flower garden that was clearly very dwemer. So a lot of mechanical pieces and clockworky pieces used to create flowers. Um, and the
oh, from moving.
yeah, that was really sweet
This one's great.
because
Yeah, his
of
clockwork flower shop. Yeah, that one's really nice.
that was so sweet because utilizing very different items that can still function can still evoke an image that can be recognized as a flower. I think there's absolutely a lot of room for creative exploration. And I really like that approach. And as seen here with the chameleons, that is a very nice approach. And you maybe you saw chameleons right away with all the wonderful bedrolls in your hands, or maybe that's not the first thing that came to mind for you when you were building this one.
I mean, I think I was most inspired to just like I knew the item was going to be bedrolls. What can I make out of these bedrolls? Because I'm not going to use them, or like somebody actually crafted 100 of like elsewhere purple structure items.
Oh my.
I don't remember exactly. Like I don't remember if it was it was like one of those large craftable items. I think one of those dungeon walls
Oh
that
my.
my cheap ass noob could never, because like I'm crafting from bedrolls. But I really like sometimes you just really look at the item and think of like what can I creatively make with this item, instead of like, oh, how can I make this item and what items do I need? And I think that's what's interesting here. I really like the ice because like the bedroll is like basically two-sided. You have the underside and the top side with the pillow.
Oh.
So the eyes are the only side where the pillow side is showing.
Oh. That's also very nice. Yeah, very good touch. I also really like that not only do you have, the very typical faces, but you also have the bodies and the little feet, and they have their mouths open, and there's a little tail as well. And it's very recognizable. And I really love that you paid so much attention to exactly that detail, that just in the eye, to sculpture the eye, to tease it out. And this is also something so recognizable with chameleons, right? This very um, particular to these beings, the way in which they move, of course, and to have them stand out in this way is very elegant and unique. Really appreciate this.
Yeah,
It's
and my
really sweet.
skeleton isn't also like a build that's only like made up out of like one item.
The
Um,
shrooms! I love the
yeah.
shrooms. Look, everybody,
We
the
need to come for a
shrooms.
monster contest.
It's, when I saw that
The
the first
monster is
time,
inside of us all along.
I was like, yes, shrooms, happy. It's so
And this
sweet.
is the one that I put into that necromancer cave. I was like,
Oh,
take this one. Like I'm not gonna build something new.
it's so perfect. I love that. This is so sweet. And also, of course,
Yeah.
it's a wonderful contribution, and it also goes to show what you can do with these marvelous shrooms. And these shrooms appear in your Earthwise Sanctuary as well. Um, it's just I'm so
Oh yeah, for the snails. Yeah, for the snails,
the
I think.
snails. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the snake used the blue ones,
Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
but um, I used them for the sea dragon. This is the same item as I used for the sea dragon.
Oh, true. Yeah. And the way in which they're placed, it really helps with the scaliness. And I think the sea dragon, I think I looked at it a few times from different angles and stayed much longer um, in there, because it's also the way in which you placed it. I think that the water does add a lot to the dragon and adds a little bit more tangible feel to it, and it becomes a little bit more menacingly because it's lurking in the depth and just waiting to pounce, and it really stands out, and is such a nice touch with those wonderful shrooms. Yeah, I could stare at it
Mhm.
forever. It's so fun.
Yeah, I just really like the use of the clonus. It's like a
Mm.
run and oh my god, what's the English word? A röntgenfoto. Um, one of those doctor. Uh, they put you in a machine and then you see your skeleton.
Oh,
Electric.
Röntgen. Yeah.
Something, I can pronounce it at the moment.
Mhm.
Yeah. An X-ray machine, of course.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Röntgen has invented them. That's why it's named after them, after him.
Yeah,
So,
that's the title. I think you see it in the Moeder van Röntgen. I entered this in a German guild.
ah,
The alt account was coincidentally on um
is really hilarious. I really love it. Yeah, Röntgen, of course, X-ray is, and I also, you titled it. I think there was a wonderful title to it. That was
I
hilarious.
think you should always have, if you enter a screenshot contest, you should have a title. Like
The monster
I
in
really try to
us.
push people to add titles because also they're usually posted on Discord. And
Oh,
if you
true.
don't have a title, it will blend in with the previous person. Um,
Good point.
let's see. Uh, like it will be immediately like less noticeable if you don't have a title.
Yeah.
So um, sometimes if people, I think nowadays, if somebody doesn't have a title, I just add an emoji or
Oh,
something uh, as the title just to have that space filled up. Because otherwise it looks like you posted two pictures in a row instead of like two separate entries. But also
ah.
titles add like that little bit of context that will make it like a bit more funnier.
Yeah,
Uh,
true. And this one certainly does. The monster within us. We have it all, everybody. If
yeah,
if you're
like a skeleton is within us. It was a monster contest. Like it's literally inside. Everybody has a
yeah,
skeleton inside them.
absolutely. It's so hilarious. I love that. It's also such a nice play and very whimsical. And I do like approaches like that because they make you giggle, they make you laugh about things,
Yeah,
and
somebody once made can't remember what the theme was, but they made that everything is fine meme with the dog in the burning house. And obviously, it's really funny. Like, is it the most beautiful aesthetic screenshot ever? No, but it is funny.
and
And most
hilarious.
people who also live on the internet, like people who play an MMO, will recognize that one dog meme. Uh, but like one person didn't get it, and he was so salty that he did not win, and this
Oh dear.
meme entry won. But like you need to stand out and you need to appeal to the masses basically. And he left angrily,
Oh dear.
um which doesn't upset me because like if you're being salty about somebody else winning and you leave, I'm like, sure,
Grow up.
do that.
No, just grow up.
It's
Is
really a lot of trouble, to be honest, if you
hmm
walk yourself out.
But I
um
will say, I think that particularly these things that make people giggle and make people laugh, and
Funny
uh,
as well.
they are so fun, and it's so important that we keep that alive as well. I mean, there are lots of serious builds out there that, in a sense, serious. They do have, a philosophical side to them that give you pause and make you think and can be rather heady. But I think there needs be also something a lot more fun so that everybody has a laugh and enjoys them and
Yeah,
can
like
appreciate that.
funny brings up positive feelings, and then they associate the positive feelings with your
Yeah.
entry. It's just like I will always just. I think my favorite theme interpretation that I did will always be the Trojan horse or a gift contest.
Yeah, it's
I
absolutely funny. It's
it's
perfect.
like also like one like it like I can send you a screenshot later if I find any.
Perfect.
Um, but it was also very Christmassy for some reason. But like most people will just make a gift, like a box with a bow. So they're already making something that's different from the rest,
Yeah.
and it will stand out. Like I also once, another one that I did, I had a lot of joke entries earlier in my competitive career. I'm doing those bunny ears with career. Um, uh, and it was arena. You had like multiple arena contests. So Jhart did one, and my trading guild did one. So I entered the same entry in both of them, but that was fine to do.
Right, yeah.
Um, I made a pillow fort. I made a pillow fighting arena.
That's perfect. I love that.
Because at the
That's-
time, and you had like the only structure items that were really out there were Eleanor, Eleanor
Oh my.
stairs. All of so it wasn't as bad as with Jared because that is advertised to people who do housing. So you had somebody who did, that Harry Potter. I forgot the English word again. Um, with the balls and the rings. Fort.
Quidditch?
Quidditch, yeah.
Like you had a Quidditch arena. You had like those kind of entries. So that one had a couple of fun like themes as well. So it wasn't just an arena; it was a fun arena of something you kind of recognize or relate to. Um, or like one person did like horse jousting. And, you're already doing a little new spin on it. That's fun. And with the trading guild, it was like White Eleanor Arena, White Eleanor Arena. One Elsewhere Staircase Arena. Ooh, another White Eleanor Arena. Uh, and like there weren't a ton of entries, but I was last. And then I show up with a pillow fighting arena. And sadly
Perfect.
doesn't exist anymore. I think maybe Jhart should have a screenshot on his site of it. But he had those cowering statues from Cold Harbor. I just like handed like the arena was made out of beds.
That's
Uh,
perfect.
and I put like pillows into those cowering statues' hands. And like I put like one cowering under the bed and instead of
As you
doing it, I put
would if somebody
lying
has
down.
thrown a pillow at you, of course.
Yeah.
And also, this is
It makes it funny. Like
it's funny and it's
it's
also
it's
movement as
different.
well. Yeah, it's
Like
different.
and I think I struggle like currently the most with housing is that like back in those days there weren't a lot of people who built creatures and miniatures and stuff like that. So I find it much harder to like make something original like that again.
Mm,
Also there aren't like middle tier contests that are like easy to enter. It's always like really big contests or like
mm.
really small contests, and I like sometimes feel like just like a middle ground.
Yeah, it would be good. Yeah, is
Yeah.
I think so um it's I think also a little bit of a funding thing because some I think have very large pools and thus can host huge events, and then it's just large, right? And then, of course, you have smaller guilds or smaller groups that start competitions. And of course, they don't have as much sources for prizes, for prize money. And so pools much smaller, and thus the competition becomes smaller as well. And again, that's going back for me to motivation. How do we get people motivated to enter competitions? Even if there's not a huge
Mhm.
pool, like how do we get that message across that entering a competition, that is already the prize, that is already the achievement.
Mm.
Yeah, definitely.
So most these I built for Jared at the time,
Hmm.
and like um now I'm just not really keeping up with the contest.
Hmm.
Like another one I did, I had a lot of humor ones. Um, a school contest. So I made a gym room in the middle of a dodgeball game. So again, you had a towering statue that was had like several flying Khajiit, those Khajiit knitting balls
That's
around him.
hilarious.
And another one looks like he's throwing stuff. That's why I'm also used them for the pillow fort. So he had a little scoreboard and he had a trophy case and he used like limestones to make like the lines
That's
for the
hilarious.
floor.
Yeah.
And you had a New Year's resolution one.
Mm.
Oh no, wait. First he had a pumpkin contest, and I made like pumpkin Jack. I
Oh.
called him. So I made a pumpkin that was like really buff,
Oh
made a,
my.
who was like, was he the buff? He was like lifting weights. I think I can try to find that one.
I think I remember
Uh,
that.
and he used that picture to promote another contest, and it was called um, New Year's Eve resolutions, and it could also be broken resolutions. So I used the same pumpkin, but now he was like um in like a trash heap with
Oh
like a
dear.
bottle in his hand
Oh
and the
no.
pizza on the floor. And now a giant pumpkin was like his beer belly.
Oh dear. Perfect. I love that.
Uh,
Also, that's again evolution, right? Or transitioning one
yeah.
design into another is that's fantastic. Also very whimsical and a very fun approach to housing, and I think we need more of that. And so my question would be to you, is there any way in which we can help facilitate that, drawing more attention to this and maybe helping facilitate these kinds of competitions to reappear, maybe? So that a more fun approach rather than, oh, we're aiming for a very large pot, for instance, um, could be facilitated. Is there anything that we can try doing or helping in facilitating that?
I mean, I think the best place for people who should do those are probably streamers who, yeah, like they usually get like stream team codes. Um, and I think those are usually the type of contests that um, are more middle-sized. But I haven't
Mm.
seen them in a while. Maybe I just haven't been paying attention because I haven't been as active because I'm honestly, here's the tea, I've been cheating on ESO with RuneScape lately. Um, but those were usually like a lot of like that's why I said like a lot of them are from J Hard.
Mm.
Um, a lot of like mid tiers in size, like not in quality of course, in size type of contest because they had a few codes to give away and they usually had like not a ton of gold, like not 150 million, but maybe like 10 million or something
Yeah,
as
yeah.
prizes. And they
Moderate
would get
amounts.
like 40 entries. And I think um yeah, those kind of contests, but like I can say that somebody should organize them because
Yes.
obviously that's not up to me.
Hmm. No, but it's a good point to make because, of course, you can. What we can definitely do is raise awareness for it and try to maybe talk among streamers because some of us do communicate with each other, and so there is a way in which we can help facilitate something like that. So that's why I'm asking um, if there is any way that we can help create the space and help um, rekindle maybe that particular part of the housing community or housing competitions in a fun way.
Um, I
I
mean, I'm not sure. Like somebody just needs to do it. To
mm,
be honest,
somebody
like
just needs to do it right. Good.
like somebody just needs to decide. Like I want to be that person who uh ah, that's weird. I did not save this. I put it in the Discord group chat. I didn't. I saved the other picture, but this one pops up. I find it really odd. Huh? This is not the one I saved. I mean, I still want what I was looking for. Um, that's so weird.
This is so funny.
No, I have.
I
Can
think you
I
showed
put
me
it
this
like
on.
this maybe? That if it's that the other one is visible.
I think we were talking about like a messy
Yeah,
panda.
no, this one I was trying to link, but if I save it, it shows up as the other one. That's so weird. How does that work?
That's weird. Yeah.
Like
Send
now
it
I posted the
on.
second one with the link, like to the picture. So
That's
the one below was first. I'm not sure if anybody else is seeing them. I don't think so. Sorry, people.
Sorry,
And then I
mute
morphed
your
it
mic.
into the other one. But these are also like very cheap builds. They don't take a lot of time. There's not like a super high expectation that you're going to make the most amazing builds, you know?
I mean, but still,
But I think for me personally, because I run a guild, I just don't have the time anymore to enter like really small contests for like a few hundred K because I need to trade to like make money and stuff for the guild and
oh
like
yeah, and
do
is
those kind of things. So I don't really just have the time for these anymore. But I had a lot of fun with some of these entries. Can I find? Oh, I had a really fun nightmare screenshot. Everybody thought was edited, but it was actually two candles that looked really weird. Um,
I did add them in just now. Let me just find them.
yeah, I
So
really miss my old hard drive. Obviously it's broken. I mean, maybe I could re still retrieve them, but I lost like all my old screenshots. I'm really just looking up old pictures. Um,
there, this one. I think it should be on screen now.
yeah, that one.
Now everybody else can also see it on screen.
I just love this dumb face so much.
It's so hilarious. It's so
It's like
wonderful.
a Nordhorn, that's the mouth, a
It's,
Nordic horn.
it's perfect. It's
It has
absolutely
banana
perfect.
hair,
And the
and his
backpack.
head is just a bull with a fan.
Yeah,
Yes, even the eyebrows. I love the eyebrows.
yeah, it's so fantastic. And such a, such a lovely idea and such a lovely approach and fun, whimsical, very, a different non-serious approach to housing. And I think that is really important to highlight as well, that housing can be very, very fun with builds like this. And of course, we should show this one.
Yeah, if I could, like, we had that small business contest. If I could have entered it, obviously I can't enter my own contest when I run the vote. Um, I would have made like just a banana stand and called it monkey business. Like, that's like a really easy idea.
Yeah, of course. And again, you approach it with such a different, way, with a lot of humor to it, with a lot of whim, and just hilarious approaches that make people giggle and laugh. And I think that's just wonderful and such a nice, refreshing approach. Um, and maybe it has been there in the past, but maybe it's not been all that much seen lately, and I think that's important to highlight as well, to draw people's attention also to the
Yeah.
idea.
But I think humor is also something that you shouldn't expect. Like that's like I didn't really like that the toilet contest I named like 4 hours earlier. What a long callback. Um, because the idea that you're going to make a toilet should already be funny in itself, and you
Yeah.
can't be diverse with it. Like with the pillow fight fort arena, it's subversive, and that's why it's funny. And if the theme is already like make something funny, then it's going to be less funny.
Maybe, yeah, because then of course
So
it's a different approach. Yeah. Yeah, I hear
like
you.
for the small business contest, I think one entry I really liked was um oh here's another one I found was somebody who made a bar and it was just filled with scuttle blooms, and it was just so funny. Like it was also really cute, like scuttle blooms, just like with like cocktails with like drinking from a pineapple or something, and like those kind of things are like it's just whimsical.
Yeah, and just fun and hilarious and joyful and makes people giggle, and you don't have to, be all that serious all the time. I think there's a lot to it, to housing. You can just have a go at Is it that one? I hope it is. I'll go no, different direction. I think there is, a lot to this whole idea of just thinking of taking a serious theme and interpreting it in a different, refreshing and funny way. There, that one. It's so funny. It's so hilarious with all the pillows and beds.
Yeah, that one had a lot more angles than just this one. And also has the moon in the background.
Yeah, and, of course. And, it becomes very obvious and clear what it's supposed to be, right? And I think that it takes Arena to a different level. And of course, not everybody would think about a pillow fight when they read Arena, right? So I think that's thinking outside the box and taking a theme to a different place. And I think that's so
Yeah.
valid and so important to highlight. Of course, it's not always going to be everybody else's approach, but that's what makes it stand out.
Yeah, well, like with the Enchanted Retreat contest, I had such a hard time thinking of an original way to make an Enchanted Grove. I wanted to do it like futuristic, um, with like maybe a cityscape or something, but it just I had such a hard time just thinking of something subversive with it. But like I made these like 2019, and
Mm.
so little was done yet with housing that has been done since.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I really have a creative block regarding like what can I make that hasn't already been made.
Yeah, yeah. Being
And it
unique.
also looks really good. Like these aren't perfect houses. They're not expected to be like because they're for a smaller contest. Like so, obviously some of the Eleanor staircase arenas were probably better, like more neater made than this one. Which is just like a bunch of merchant stalls with some beds thrown on it.
Yeah, but it
It
doesn't have
will
to be neat, right?
it's more effective because it's uniquer than the fifth out of what eight uh Eleanor arenas.
Mm,
And like I don't blame anyone for making an Eleanor arena either because like how if you would actually like some people don't like subversive themes at all. Like for maybe they like the streamer hates kind of funny builds. They really want like serious. That's their taste.
hmm.
Then it's fine. It's still fine to make them.
Of course,
But
of
I
course.
do think in general it helps to stand out in a contest.
Yeah, and I think it does. It's something, and this is of course the horse.
Yeah,
Everybody.
some of the entries that I usually like feel a bit sad for because they don't do as well are
Mm-hmm.
the entries who made something that is very similar to another entry, but the other entry did it like better or bigger. So
Mm, yeah.
um, they did well, but they are already compared to the other person, and because of that, they drop more down than they should have if the other person wasn't um, also competing.
Mm,
Also, I have an identical twin sister. Like, I need to not be compared to somebody else.
mm. You want to stand
I don't
out.
like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot
And
of
which is really
sense.
ironic because I'm a bit different from my sister, and we don't dress identical. That's kind of stupid. But like we do share clothes, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
So
makes
I'm not
sense.
even like I'm not fighting against the expectation of twins. But I'm also not upholding them.
No, I think it can be like a mix, right? And makes sense also. And again, I think there is a lot of merit to an approach that can be a bit subversive, as you're saying. And there's a lot of merit to, classical approaches to certain themes as well. I think, everybody approaches things from their perspective, which is where Nietzsche comes back in and says all seeing is perspective, and all interpretation is true. And I think um, there's always a bit merit to all of that. There's always um, reasons to follow along with that. And I think that um, sometimes just the whimsical can get overlooked. And that's why it's so important to highlight them and to point out that these approaches exist. They are funny. They can, create warm, giggly feelings for people. And that's what they want,
Mm.
what they can be associated with. I think
I
that's
just want to say
perfect.
like that's so stupid, but I love it. You know, I like that sort of emotion. Like, oh, it's so stupid, it's great. Like I just love that kind of energy.
Yeah, it's
And maybe
perfect.
if it, oh, like for example, with the holy cow. Do I? No, I didn't make it. Um, oh, I think that's one is in that link
Hmm.
of my 2D builds. I think the holy cow is in there.
So everybody should have the
Um,
link and can grab it there.
yeah, it's
Perfect.
like right above there. Is he in there? Oh, my GT and my concept are also in there. My link, my stormtrooper. Oh yeah, the holy cow is in there. Oh, my Isabi. Oh yeah, my Isabi. That's one.
I love, I
That one
love.
was on the Big Bethesda stream once because it also was in one of J Hart's contests. I don't remember what the theme was. I'm actually very curious what the theme was. Why did I make this? Um, why? What was the theme for this? But she was showing like community. Gina was showing like community events, and because
Ah,
of that, this Isabi was shown on like the big Bethesda stream. So it was like in my noob days, like really big deal for me.
it
Um,
is.
what was this contest? Why did I make this? Oh,
I love this also that you're
um,
rediscovering a few
no.
things and wondering why. you know, in any case, no matter, because it makes people giggle, it makes people laugh, it makes people think, oh look, you can do something like that. How exciting! I think that's just wonderful to highlight that and give people a chance to think outside the box and notice that a theme can
Um,
be interpreted in many different ways.
Can I find why I made this? Because that's also one of my earliest 2D. Maybe that is my first one. What was my first 2D? I think that was the Azabi, or am I out of brain juice? It could be the first. No, 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 no. I know. No, Pikachu was earlier. Pikachu
Mm.
should definitely be earlier. Um, I do see somebody posted it on Reddit without my permission.
Oh my.
It got 2.2k upvotes. Like, why did I not get 2.2k upvotes? Who posted this? Oh, never mind. It was Jared himself.
But it's
Okay,
good.
well, no, it was
It's good that
last
these get
in
visibility, I think.
it was in August 2019. Um, it will just be a mystery for now, I guess. Why did I make Asabi?
It's all right.
And so,
It can be a mystery, but it is such a beautiful Izabi. And I really love that you also set the little Izabi in front of the wonderful 2D um, version. I think that is really wonderful also to show.
mhm. I
Um,
had to give some model credit, of course.
and show her and just make sure that people understand or see the semblances. That's so nice. Oh. Yeah, it's. I would encourage people to have a look at the wonderful forum post. I did link it. I hope that people are finding it well. and can have peruse around and enjoy and find all the wonderful, beautiful beings there. It's just so fantastic.
Like, what was the theme? I'm not gonna getting stuck on it. Like, I do. I feel like I sort of need to find out before I go to bed.
This
But
is
I
a
should go to
mystery
bed.
now, everybody. We are
Oh, I like this.
in a little bit of a mystery. Oh, this one.
Here's January.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe it was a challenge to design something, something. Uh, we have to solve the mystery as to why
Yeah,
Sorries has created the little Isabi.
like for example, I have that Zelda moon in there. I made that because the contest was using that giant North stone head. Um, and everybody just put stuff on his beard, so I felt like people are gonna put stuff on his beard, so I'm gonna flip him around. And then I made the Zelda moon with him. It did not pay off, but I do really think I think it looks good. I think it's one of the earliest Zelda moons out there. I think there are a lot of new ones at the moment.
I'm sure. I think that posts like these and, conversations like these help people get inspired and, yeah, find things and discover things and see what they can do. And thus, maybe more have appeared recently. Hmm. Or
I
maybe
have found a really old ugly one, but I'm not gonna share that one.
that's all right. That's all right. Maybe we have to send everybody off with a
Oh, I
mystery.
saw that one too. Mm, I have the year wrong, so maybe.
Thinking very hard.
Oh, the theme. Okay, this was the theme. It's so uninteresting that it's interesting. It was just a flat 2D design contest.
Oh,
And the
see?
thing is, I think uh, I already was the inspiration for the contest because of the Pikachu. But I
Ah,
Gabi was the inspiration. I remember the 2D design contest, but I thought Azabi was the inspiration for the contest and not Pikachu. So yeah, that was the mystery. A 2D contest.
a 2D contest, everybody. It's solved, the mystery.
Not a random fun theme, no, just a 2D contest, and I
But,
just made 2D Azabi
you
for some
know,
reason.
that's all right. I mean,
Like 2D Azabi. Okay.
you took it.
I think I'm getting delirious now, so I probably already am.
No, you're not. It's just late. I mean, I'm very
Yeah.
surprised because you two ladies are such rock stars because you held on to this and have stuck with me for almost 7 hours.
It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't actually feel like it.
It doesn't
It's
feel
too
like
nice.
it. You know,
I'm
I
so tired.
Like,
And
to
I
me,
feel
at this point, it does, but I do like the fuse. So my my batteries are on low.
oh, it's so understandable. And of course, we still have something to cover in part two. When we come back and have a look at those glorious houses and more beautiful creatures, we can talk more about them. I'm so amazed that you two were muscling through this with me for so long.
Well, thank you for having us.
You're such rock stars. You should get a treat before you go to sleep. Give yourself a pat
Thanks
on
for
the
such
back.
an amazing night with me.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that one.
I said I told her thanks for showing your houses.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it either.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes it's a bit kind of muffly sounding, just the line or whatever. But no, thank you.
I-
It was
also I'm
fun.
dried out at this point, but I'm not going to drink any more water at this point.
Yes, you know, you can drink some water still, or find something to soothe the throat a little bit because you must conserve the voice a little bit. And do relax. Hope you are going to sleep well, both of you, and everybody else who's still with us. Is very amazing that you stuck with me for so long. I think you've stuck with me longer than the ladies in my first designer special. This has been my distinct pleasure, and I'm so amazed, and I can't wait for part two. We'll
Mhm.
talk and reschedule and find a date that works for all. And everybody, with this, we shall all bid you a very fond good night.
Night night.
Right.
Sleep tight, everybody. See you next time.